Hello and welcome to the Drydock episode 182. So, this is of course the Patreon Drydock. If you hadn't clued in already by the timestamp on the video when you clicked on, it's going to be a long one, so let's get going. Chief Eyeroll asks, how significant was Admiral Suffren's Indian Ocean campaign, including the Battle of Porto Praya and reinforcement of the Dutch Cape garrison? Now, this is a bit of an interesting one, because most conventional histories will tell you that Suffren's campaign in the Indian Ocean was mostly inconclusive. And to be fair, if you look at it in terms of the various battles he fought, mainly against Admiral Hughes, you can see why that is kind of the argument. There were quite a few different naval battles, not an awful lot of ships changed sides, not an awful lot changed in the overall strategic sense. So the conclusion seems warranted, at least on the surface. But on the other hand, I think his campaign can be measured more against what it prevented rather than what it achieved. Because, I mean, obviously, ideally, the French would have preferred to take a bunch of British holdings in the Indian Ocean, including a lot of the holdings that they had in India, which they weren't able to do. But on the other hand, the British objective at the time was to take what at the time was the Dutch Cape Colony, would later become obviously the British Cape Colony, and later therefore become South Africa, and to get more chunks of India, because at the time that this war is going on, the British only control parts of India, or more correctly, the British East India Company controls parts of India. And when you look at, for example, the history of how the British East India Company took over the rest of India, you'll see there's a whole string of battles in the 1760s, 1770s and acquisitions. And then kind of nothing happens until 1795, and then everything starts up again, and by the early 1800s, what will become the British Raj exists, although it's still under the control of the East India Company at the time, and of course extends beyond the borders of what is currently considered to be India, because it includes what is nowadays Bangladesh, Pakistan, and a few other border territories. And that gap in the sort of late 1770s, then the 1780s, is largely down to Suffren, because whilst Suffren wasn't able to improve the French standing in India, he was able to prevent the British from expanding their own hold in India. He was able to prevent them from kicking the French out. And similarly, although the British would obviously go on to take the Dutch Cape Colony, again in the latter part of the 18th century, they were prevented from doing so at the time of Suffren's campaign by his reinforcement of the Dutch Cape garrison. And perhaps some of the clue as to why Suffren was able to stalemate the British can be seen in this painting, which is from the last major naval engagement he fought in the campaign. And no, before anyone starts the joke, those are not white flags on the French column on the left-hand side. That is the flag of the French Royal Navy, because this is the point when France is still under a monarchy. The Navy is still, the French equivalent of the Royal Navy. And Suffren was one of those officers, before they executed most of their decent officers in the revolutionary period. And so when you had Suffren, who was a pretty good admiral, and Hughes, who was an okay-ish admiral, and the forces they had at their disposal were roughly equivalent, you got a stalemate. Fast forward 20 years, if you had roughly equivalent British and French forces fighting out in the Age of Sail, you'd expect the British to win, but before the revolutionary period, that definitely was not a thing. So, whilst, as I said, Suffren wasn't able to improve the French position all that much, I would say it's actually a fairly significant campaign precisely because it prevents the British from acquiring a lot of what they would acquire 15, 20 years later at that point. And by doing so, you think, well, that's 15, 20 years of potential income, especially in the case of the Cape Colony, 15, 20 years of controlling a vital sea route, because of the Suez Canal doesn't exist at this point. What the British could have done with that extra money, with that extra control, and of course what they could have done with the resources in the 1790s that they used to take those things, and in this circumstance, those resources would obviously then be freed up to go after other things much earlier. who knows? That could have had a fairly major knock-on effect in the wars against revolutionary France, which progressed into the Napoleonic Wars. So I think there is a fair amount of significance to it, but in terms of, as I said, what he prevented from happening in the future, rather than perhaps what he strictly achieved at the time. Clayton Bradish asks, pursuit of the Goeben, Battle of Coronel, the engagement at Jutland, there seems to be a theme. Communication, i.e. proper complete information, is not conveyed from London to the fleets or from fleet to fleet. What were the reasons for this? Wasn't there a set standard of what is in a communication to avoid ambiguous messages or required information in certain types of messages? So there's two levels of communication failure. As you mentioned at Jutland, particularly with the battlecruiser engagement, that's a failure between fleets, and that is really down to the officer at the time, EC obviously, and their communications officer, Seymour in this case. Or to be perfectly honest at that point, given that BT was, to be fair, out of flag communication range with Jellicoe for a while, whoever was managing his radio communications. But that is very much on an officer-by-officer basis. There aren't strict standards when it comes to a scouting element as to what you're supposed to report and when, because everyone understands that you might not have all the information. If you've got limited visibility like you did have on the day of Jutland, you might be in a situation where ideally, yes, you can see the entire enemy fleet and you can report their course, speed, composition, who's at the front, who's at the back, etc., etc. But you might also be in a position where fog and smoke is hiding half of them, and you can only report the position of a squadron or so, and maybe with a supposition that maybe the rest of the fleet is out, and maybe their camouflage schemes are making it difficult to work out where they are, or visibility is such that you can tell it's a German ship and it's heading towards you roughly, but exactly what course and exactly what speed, there's no point of reference because it's all foggy, and so on and so forth. But what you were expected to do was report what you could see. And that was BT's major failing when it came to Jutland, is that he had a bunch of information, which would have been very useful, and just didn't report it. And you can kind of see the contrast when it comes to the light cruiser squadron that's riding ahead of BT, despite the fact that they actually end up in a far worse situation than BT at points, because they end up being shot at by the Grand Fleet as well, except that they're in 4,000 to 6,000 ton light cruisers, not 25,000 ton plus battle cruisers. They actually managed to send out far more useful information to Jellicoe during the battle cruiser engagement than BT ever sends. So that's the sort of the tactical level, if you like, what's happening on the day within the fleets themselves. The longer range communication issue, i.e. messages to and from London, to and from the Admiralty, that is a much more difficult thing to quantify, because there are several major factors going on rather than just, a particular officer failing in his duty. So you have the Admiralty trying to play its cards very close to its chest with Room 40's intel. They don't want to release more than is necessary, which is understandable, because obviously if you release too much intel, it becomes fairly obvious to the enemy where you're getting it from. But then on top of that, you also have a combination of politics, untrained personnel, and unqualified personnel. So when it comes to passing the Room 40 intelligence on from Room 40 to Jellicoe or whoever, there is at times personnel who are somewhat unqualified to be doing the role, taking the communication and then deciding what Jellicoe or whoever they're communicating with would like to know or needs to know. Now, you might think, well, as an officer, naval officer, surely they should know. Yes, theoretically, but these are usually not, full admirals. These are much lower ranking officers. And even the ones who are somewhat higher ranking usually don't have the same breadth or depth of experience at Sea Command and Fleet Command as someone like Jellicoe does. And of course, they're also not there. So they have no real idea what's going on with the Grand Fleet. They have very little understanding compared to someone like Jellicoe of what Jellicoe actually needs. But they're looking at reports going, yeah, well, I don't think he needs that one, but I think he needs this one. but also this, and I think actually maybe this wording is wrong, so I'm just going to correct it, or I'm going to edit this bit out because I don't think that's necessary. And so Jellicoe gets very patchy, sometimes self-contradictory information. So that's a problem. You also have, when it comes to things like the pursuit of the Goeben and the Battle of Coronel, completely untrained people, particularly people like Churchill, sticking their oar in and deciding that they can run a war when they've never served in the Navy. Their political connections surely make them experienced enough to fight a war almost micromanaging it. And then, of course, you also have politics, which tends to go hand in hand with that issue. But you do see it, particularly in 1914, a number of times where Churchill or someone like him will say something or communicate something. To be fair, it's usually Churchill, to a formation. And when Fisher finds out about it, he's hopping mad because the information is either wrong, incomplete, or gives a false impression of what is actually happening, and is not something that Fisher or any other naval officer worth their braiding would ever send out. And then that stacks on top of, let's say, the actual higher level politics, where you have things like the pursuit of the Goeben. You had the British battle cruisers. They were actually in the way of Goeben and sailed past Goeben, and then were only told to turn around later on once war had formally been declared. Now, from a strictly military point of view, from the point of view of their captains, and I'm sure from the point of view of a number of people in the Admiralty, yes, they might not have been at war with Germany at the time that the two battle cruisers encountered Goeben, but it would be an entirely pragmatic thing to tell them to shadow Goeben, just in case. Everyone can see where things are going. So as long as you're not pointing guns at them, well, the sea is open and free for anyone to travel. If they just so happen to want to travel, 10 miles away from Goeben on its broadside, well, that's entirely their right. And if Goeben starts being very suspicious about it, well, that's their problem. But that might be what the Admiralty wanted to do, or certain elements of it. But politically, other elements of the Admiralty and the politicians, well, we're not at war yet, we can't possibly do that, could be taken as hostile intent. And you end up with the catalogue of errors building up that leads to Goeben escaping. So exactly what balance of those various factors, say politics, completely unqualified people trying to stick their oar in, and not fully trained, unqualified officers trying to edit information, it varies from incident to incident, but those are the three main issues when it comes to communication from the Admiralty to the fleet and vice versa. Dave Collier asks, I've heard a story that the German fleet was offered safe passage to Canada in 1918. However, Winston Churchill rescinded the offer of safe passage and told the High Seas Fleet they had to go to Scapa Flow. Is there any truth to this, in your opinion? Because everything about this story sounds wrong to me. Yeah, that makes zero sense to me as well. There's a number of problems with that. One, Churchill's involvement with the Admiralty had ended over the Gallipoli campaign a couple of years earlier. In November 1918, when the fate of the German fleet was being decided, Churchill was Minister for Munitions and would have about zero capability within the government to offer any kind of terms to the High Seas Fleet. Let alone telling it where to go. Secondly, when it comes to the High Seas Fleet and where it was supposed to be interred before a decision was made about its future, there were basically two schools of thought. The British, obviously, would prefer to have the High Seas Fleet under their guns, but the Americans thought that maybe a neutral port would be better. But two things. One, the neutral ports they investigated were still in Europe, not Canada, across the Atlantic. And two, the Americans wouldn't have considered Canada a neutral port anyway, because this is World War I, and Canada is still part of the British Empire. Maybe they might have considered it slightly more neutral during World War II, but it's not a neutral port on two grounds. One, Canada was actively involved in both World War I and World War II, so that kind of ruins the concept as a whole anyway. But two, especially in World War I, Canada is still not fully self-governing, therefore, wouldn't be seen as neutral in any sense, because Britain still has a fair degree of control over what it can do. And then third, apart from the fact it's not actually a neutral port, it wouldn't serve British interests because now it's under the High Seas Fleet is under theoretically British control. There's not an anchorage big enough to hold the entire High Seas Fleet without causing some major disruption on the Canadian East Coast at the time. There's not the fortifications to stop them from doing something unpleasant, which would be a major concern. You know, if the High Seas Fleet has sailed its way over to Canada, it's now sitting off of a significant British possession. It's right next to the United States, and it's right next to major Atlantic trade lanes. And I'm sorry, but the Royal Canadian Navy at the end of World War I ain't going to stop it if the High Seas Fleet decides it's going to skedaddle down into the trade lanes and start shooting things for whatever reason. Whereas at least in Scapa Flow, they've got the entire Grand Fleet plus the 6th Battle Squadron staring at them, so they're unlikely to try anything. And when it comes to the neutral ports that were investigated, well, Norway and Spain, Norway, they'd still have to get past the Grand Fleet to do anything meaningful, and Spain, potentially a little bit more hazardous, but it's you could realistically have a squadron or 2 or 4 of the Grand Fleet cruising off the port just to keep an eye on them at any given time. You're not really going to pull that off in Canada. And we have the terms of the German internment, which were transmitted over to them. And from the start, they say, you're going to Scapa Flow, because all of this discussion about where exactly they were going to go took place amongst the Allies before they told the Germans where they're going to send the fleet. So the Germans didn't have an offer rescinded, definitely, and it absolutely certainly wasn't by Winston Churchill, which, you know, in 1918 context makes about as much sense as, I don't know, the US Secretary of the Interior trying to discuss terms with North Korea completely on their own power. Ryan Friedrich asks, I've just finished reading the published diaries of Tommy Lascelles, Private Secretary to King George VI, in which he mentions the royal family going to South Africa shortly after World War II aboard HMS Vanguard. How would one go about converting a warship into essentially a royal yacht, and where on earth would they find the room for all the royal household staff, etc.? Well, it's not something you could do with just any warship. You, for a start, would need a fairly substantial one, unless you're just going to completely refit it. Obviously, if you're going to strip a warship down and rebuild it as a royal yacht, you can do that. But if you're going to still have a functional warship that also happens to be serving as a royal yacht, you need something roughly the size of a battleship. And even then, not just any battleship will do. On Vanguard, she'd been built with quarters for an admiral and his staff. And it was these that were pretty much the focus of Vanguard's conversion. So admiral, chief of staff, staff officer, position, cabins, etc., all of those were taken up and converted into the royal cabins. A few other associated cabins nearby and various compartments were repurposed for use for the royal staff themselves. But by and large, most of the changes to make Vanguard into a royal yacht were just internal repurposing and redecoration of stuff that was already there. If she hadn't had that admiral and staff suite installed, they would have had a lot more problems. So if you wanted to put it into a US context, if you were going to have, I don't know, a presidential yacht and you were converting a flagship, converting a battleship into that role, something like USS South Dakota, for instance, would be in a similar position to Vanguard. It's been pre-built with accommodation for an admiral and his staff, which, bear in mind, can reach several dozen. And so it could be repurposed relatively easily, whereas any of the other 3 South Dakotas, which don't have that provision, would have much more confinements on their space. The most visible exterior portion of the changes to Vanguard was the removal of some of the 40mm Bofors, both to compensate for some of the weight of the stuff they were bringing on board, and also one of the Bofors mounts was removed so that there could be a saluting and reviewing platform installed where it had been previously atop of X-turret. So that's pretty much the full scale of changes for Vanguard. Mr. V asks, what would you say is the best armoured cruiser built by anybody? Well, if you want to go by sheer firepower and speed, the answer is fairly easy, SMS Blucher, because she is the ultimate expression of the armoured cruiser, at least by pre-World War I standards, and she's a cut above and beyond everything else. I mean, she's not quite a post-war heavy cruiser in concept. I mean, apart from I think she's much, much larger, and she has a bunch of wing turrets. But in terms of having, a broadside of quite a lot of roughly 8-inch caliber guns, she's in some ways pointing the way forward. Now, that's basically because she was supposed to be the next stage in escalation of the armoured cruiser race, but ended up being the only example of her type. I mean, if you want to be really pedantic, the Invincible class were classified as I mentioned before, dreadnought armoured cruisers at the time of their launch and for several years thereafter. So technically you could make an argument the Invincibles would be the best armoured cruiser because they were capable of outsailing, outgunning, and surviving against any other armoured cruiser on the planet. So they would win, but everyone pretty much these days refers to them as battle cruisers, so there's probably just the wrong side of being pedantic for that one. And if you want to discount Blucher, which, as I said, was kind of the one and only one of her type, and you go back to the last generation armoured cruisers that everyone else was building, well, then things get a lot more interesting, because you have, say, the Scharnhorsts. Now, they have a uniform main battery, obviously not quite as extensive as Blucher's, but they've got 8.2-inch guns. Good. Broadside of 6 of their heavy guns. Good. Slight disadvantage, the casement guns can't elevate as much as the turret guns, so they have 2 separate sets of ranges. It's not quite as good, but they are pretty solid entries. You have the British with the Minotaurs. They've probably got the single heaviest broadside in terms of numbers of guns, because they can put 4 9.2-inch guns and 5 7.5-inch guns downrange. But then they have, obviously, the issues with having a split battery. The flip side of that is that compared to the Scharnhorsts, the Minotaur's guns are all capable of pretty much full range elevation, so they're probably going to have an overall range advantage, even if they have the mixed broadside. Then you've got the Americans with the Tennessees, and they are probably one of the weaker entries. They're decent speed, decent protection, but their split of weapons is 6-inch guns, which are quite lightweight, given the amount of armor that the armored cruisers are taking with them. And then they have the 4 10-inch guns, which, as I've covered before, they sit in this awkward position of they don't have the hitting power of a battleship caliber gun, but they do have the firing rate of a battleship caliber gun, and there are just 4 of them. So in a long range engagement, whilst those 10-inch shells might hit a little bit harder than a 9.2 or an 8.2 or a 7.5-inch, there's going to be a lot more of those smaller caliber shells coming back, and at a lot of higher rate. And then finally, when you're looking at that sort of last generation of armored cruisers that everybody built, you have the Japanese Tsukuba class, and they're not the fastest of that generation, but like the American Tennessees, they do have 4 heavy guns, except they have 4 12-inch guns, so they have 4 battleship grade guns, which gives them basically the firepower of a pre-dreadnought. And whilst obviously therefore they have a similar fire rate to the Tennessees, with 12-inch guns they have considerably more hitting power. They also have a maximum 8 inches of belt armor, which means that they actually are better protected than even the Invincibles, which is interesting. And it means that they, to an extent, they have 2 out of the 3 things that made the Invincibles so good. They have 12-inch guns, so they've got the range to engage beyond the range of everybody else. They've got the armor to withstand the guns of almost everybody else. The only thing that really goes against the Tsukubas is, with a maximum speed of just over 20 knots, the other armored cruisers could potentially close them down and force engagement at a closer range. And, 4 12-inch guns, maybe the fire control's not enough to deal deadly damage before the enemy manages to pull that off. So you do have to take that into consideration. So each of the last full generation of armored cruisers has their strengths and weaknesses, so at that point it's almost a take your pick, and perhaps also consider what role they're supposed to be fulfilling, because although they are all armored cruisers, they actually do have some rather different roles within their various fleets. Jim Smitty asks, what is the maximum size the Royal Navy could grow before HM Treasury yells enough and goes no more during the 20th century, say around 1914 and 1939 respectively? Well, to be honest, from pretty much 1907 onwards, HM Treasury was yelling enough, no more every year. And the first couple of years, they got a bit of their argument, and in pretty much from 1909, 1910 onwards, they were told to sit down, shut up, and accept what they were being told. So you kind of have an idea of that with the World War I Grand Fleet. However, exactly how large the Royal Navy could have grown in the 1910s if World War I hadn't started, for example, and how that compares relative to everyone else, it's a little bit of a moving target depending on how you're defining the size of the fleet. Are you defining it by tonnage, by number of modern combatants, or by number of ships overall? Because although Fisher had cleared out all the ironclads and such like during his early tenure in 1904, 1905, etc., the fact was that, you know, going into 1914, the Royal Navy still had a lot of pre-dreadnought battleships and protected cruisers, armoured cruisers, early torpedo boats, etc. Stuff that was, to varying degrees, second or third line combatants, but still somewhat useful combatants to a degree, in a way that ironclads really weren't. And over our theoretical 1910s timeline, those would have been disposed of relatively quickly. I mean, some of them were even brought back from pretty much almost halfway to being disposed of when war broke out in 1914. And that would have taken the numbers down quite quickly, because pre-dreadnoughts, being somewhat smaller and therefore cheaper, had tended to have been built in larger numbers. So, you know, by 1915, 1916, without World War I intervening, the Majestics and the Canopuses almost certainly would have been long gone. So that's going to take, you know, over a dozen quote-unquote battleships out of the fleet, and there's only going to be 4 or 8 capital ships joining the fleet, but those ships are going to be considerably larger. So by the end of, let's say, the 1910s, given that Germany, as we covered in the arms race video, had pretty much bowed out of the naval arms race by 1914, well, actually, they're starting in 1912, but nevertheless. But going by a theoretical, 1918, 1920s Royal Navy, overall hull numbers by that point probably would have decreased compared to 1914 because of the deletion of all these older, obsolete ships. And they would have been building more modern light cruisers, the Towns and their successors, plus obviously battle cruisers, battleships, destroyers, etc. So yeah, I would say compared to the 1914 fleet in terms of effective combatants, i.e. your frontline ships, you probably would have seen a growth of, by the end of the 1910s, probably at least another dozen capital ships in terms of battleships, and probably another 4 to 6 battle cruisers, possibly more, possibly up to 16 or 20 battleships, especially if by the end of the 1910s the Royal Navy even starts phasing out the early 12-inch gun battleships. Whereas, and you know, the cruiser force is going to look completely different. Whereas in 1939, the maximum size the Royal Navy can grow to is perhaps less limited by the Treasury and more limited by shipyard capacity and in the infrastructure. Back in 1914, if the Royal Navy wanted to build 4 battleships a year and a battle cruiser, or if they wanted to build 8 battleships a year and 2 battle cruisers, or if they wanted to build 12 capital ships that were a mix between battleships and battle cruisers, that wasn't the problem. The problem was just getting the money to pay for it all. Whereas by 1939, even if the Treasury was just, you know, carting money by the truckload to the Admiralty buildings, the decline of infrastructure and shipyard capacity in the UK meant that you physically couldn't build more than 3 battleships a year. And that was with recycling older guns. Now, sure, you could invest some of that money later on in upping your gun manufacturing capability and so forth, but that was still something that would take quite a long time to develop. And of course, by that point, you also have the competing interests of the Royal Air Force, the competing interests of carriers and so forth. So there's a bit more of a split in funding. But the fundamental thing that people sometimes don't realize when it comes to the Royal Navy is that, at least in the time of Empire, the maximum size of the Navy was, to a degree, effectively uncapped, because a large Navy, the largest Navy in the world prior to treaty restrictions, was the linchpin of what made the British Empire secure. And to keep that security, Britain would go to pretty much any lengths. So yes, it might require budgets from elsewhere. Yes, it might require deficit spending. Yes, it might require complete reorganization of the Navy. It might require all sorts of... It might even require increases in tax rates. But if there was a need, the Royal Navy would be expanded. And if the Treasury didn't like it, well, the Treasury would ultimately, if there was enough of a threat, be told, you won't exist if the Navy doesn't get this money, because someone else will be in charge. And that's why, you know, when you look at, say, the video I did about what would the Royal Navy have done if the Z plan had somehow been magically come into existence, some people pointed out, oh yeah, the British could never afford it. Yeah, by their normal budgets they couldn't. They definitely wouldn't want to have to pay for it. But they have the ability to do so if push comes to shove. I mean, you look at the war budgets. You know, the war budgets for World War I and World War II are far in excess of, you know, by orders of magnitude in excess of the peacetime budgets. Now, granted, they're not sustainable, and wartime spending as a whole is not sustainable. It does put the British Empire in a lot of debt, but it shows what can be done in the short to medium term if absolutely necessary. And, you know, even a tenth of that overall war spend would be more than enough to expand the Navy beyond the wildest dreams of anybody else. So, or with the exception perhaps in World War II of the United States. Miko Leitner asks, veterans of USS Arizona can choose to be cremated and the urn interred in the wreck. Are there any other places where veterans have chosen to be buried with their long-lost shipmates? I believe so, but for the most part, it's a little less formal than with Arizona. So with Arizona, obviously, it's a lot more visible a wreck because it's in such shallow water. It's still officially commissioned in the US Navy. It's a dedicated, specific memorial. It's right there. So in order to be buried there, you do actually require a form of permission, which is why they've set up that particular program. Whereas the vast majority of ships that have gone down obviously have tended to either sink in much deeper water out in international waters, or if they've gone down in ports, most of the wrecks have been salvaged or broken up, so there's nothing really to, you know, to commemorate with their locations. And obviously, if a ship has gone down in international waters, whilst the ship itself remains the property of whatever nation's whose flag it flew, there's nothing to prevent someone from being laid to rest with that ship that anyone can really do anything about. So, for example, with HMS Hood, you know, as and when the three survivors passed on, I can't recall off the top of my head if any of them chose to be to have their ashes scattered in the area, or if they were just buried back in the UK. But if they had so chosen, there's no law and nothing to prevent you from chartering a ship, sailing up to the area, and performing a kind of at-sea burial. And the same thing with Prince of Wales, Repulse, Bismarck, Hiroshima, anything else that's gone down in international waters. So I suspect there's probably been a reasonable number of sailors who've chosen to be laid to rest that way. And we probably won't know about 99% of them. We do know that it does happen from the occasional times it's been publicized, and very occasionally even shown on documentaries. But Arizona is a somewhat almost unique situation because of where she is, what she is, and what her current circumstances are. And so that is a little bit more of a formal process. Texas and La Choc asks, what ship or class would you consider to be the last true gunfighter? In terms of being ships primarily designed to fight with guns as opposed to anything else, it's going to be a cruiser that was built in the 1950s or completed in the 1950s. But to a certain degree, that does make it a little bit of a cheat, because you have things like the Des Moines class or the Worcester class being built in the US, but they wrap production up pretty much near as much as making the difference in the 1940s, because they've got plenty of cruisers and, you know, the world has moved on. But then in the 50s, you have a bunch of kind of a little bit coming on a bit late ships. So you've got the French put the Colbert into the water, Colbert and de Grasse. Their wartime production that's kind of been salvaged and almost restarted, I'd hesitate to call them true gunfighters, because they are mostly anti-air warships, and although they're good at that in terms of guns, their range would suffer compared to a true anti-surface gunfighter. At which point, when you look at ships completed and entering the fleet in the 50s, as far as the larger navies are concerned at least, you're basically looking at the Sverdlovs and the Tigers. And, you know, the thing is, you can make a very convincing argument that something like a Des Moines is superior to either a Sverdlov or a Tiger, but the Des Moines were completed long before the Sverdlov or the Tiger entered service. Now, the Sverdlovs probably actually get the moniker because they were intentionally being built well into the 50s, and as you can see, they have plenty of guns aboard. They are designed to fight with these things. The Tigers, on a technicality, might get in because they're the last to be commissioned, at least from any of the big navies. But on the other hand, their hulls are actually launched back at the end of World War II, and it's a whole load of hemming and hawing by the Royal Navy that means that they are eventually entering service so late with a completely different armament. So, depending on how technical you want to be, it's good. I think in terms of the last true gunfighter, you're looking at either a Sverdlov or a Tiger. But that's purely going by chronology. Paul from Chicago asks, as a lessons of history type question, do arms limitation treaties work? It's obviously something of a loaded question, but looking at historical precedent, my take on it is that they can work, but whether or not they do is not strictly dependent on what the treaty says. It's more to do with whether or not the underlying issues that have caused the treaty in the first place can be addressed whilst the treaty is still in force. Now, I'll use as an example a couple of different ones. There's a naval disarmament treaty between Chile and Argentina that was mediated by the British back at the start of the 20th century. That's kind of an example of one that both did and didn't work. It did work in as much as it headed off the immediate run-up to hostilities that could have occurred. It didn't work in as much as you still had the South American dreadnought arms race a few years afterwards. But then you have something like the Washington and London naval treaties, which, again, they kind of worked in the short term to address the immediate problem, which was everyone's worried about big naval arms race and potential war in the 1920s, but overall didn't work and left hostile powers an opening to build ships that were outside the treaty system, which left everybody else scrambling to catch up to a certain degree. So you had things like Yamato and Bismarck and so forth being built. But at least from a naval perspective, the only arms control or arms limitation treaties that I can ever recall actually working in the long term, as in diffusing tensions and mitigating the chances of war breaking out, have been ones that have A, lasted long enough for people to get bored and go off and do other things, and B, are part of some other either immediate settlement or evolution of circumstances that mean that as I said before, the reasons for that treaty no longer apply. So, people have gone off to do other things. They've invested in their own country. They've decided that actually there's a bigger, nastier threat out there, and the people they were facing off against before aren't quite as much of a threat as they thought they were. or the two countries have become much, much closer and decided they're going to be allies now, or maybe even there's been a massive economic upheaval and one or the other country is significantly more or less powerful than it was before. But if those underlying issues aren't changed, then all arms control treaties really do is postpone the inevitable. Because fundamentally, what the Washington and subsequent London naval treaties were about was looking back at the run-up to World War I and the Anglo-German naval arms race and recognizing that big naval arms races were usually a symptom of two or more powers competing for global, or at least very large regional, dominance of the seas. And as I said, they'd seen what had happened in the Anglo-German naval arms race, and they could see a Anglo-American-Japanese naval arms race developing, and they didn't want that to happen again. The problem is, each of those countries had an objective at the heart of their political establishment. The British wanted to maintain dominance of the seas as part of the British Empire. The Americans, at least under Wilson, not so much under the following government, but then later on sort of it reignited again, wanted to displace the British as the number one power at sea. And the Japanese, of course, whilst they didn't particularly care about having world dominance, they wanted dominance of the Western Pacific area. And what the Washington Treaty did was codify a measure of those powers' desires within itself, but they didn't give any of those powers what they actually wanted. It didn't give the British, for example, a treaty that limited everybody else to be smaller than them. It didn't give the Americans a treaty where everybody else was smaller than them, and it didn't give the Japanese, as far as they were concerned, enough force to dominate the Western Pacific, explicitly by design. But it also did nothing in and of itself, or with any kind of other surrounding treaties, to address any of those concerns. So fast forward to the mid-1930s, the British still want security for their empire, the Japanese still want dominance of the Western Pacific, the Americans still would rather like to be the top dog, and that eventually led to the treaty system breaking down. It was effectively going to be a case of who blinks first, and in that case it was the Japanese, throwing their hands up in the air and saying, stuff it, we're out. But as soon as they did that, everything pretty much kicked off from where it had been left off, just with starting off with slightly smaller ships, and then World War II kind of put a bit of a dampener on it. But you can see from the Montanas, the Lions, etc., and those Super Yamatos, it was pretty much going to be what the 1920s would have turned into, just with slightly more modern technology. So short term, sure, the naval treaty system of the interwar period worked. Long term, it did nothing to change the fundamental issues. And because it didn't include other powers, or it had less strict limitations on other powers, like Germany, for example, technically was bound to the treaties by the Anglo-German naval treaty, even if they weren't signatories of the Washington and London treaties. But because it had failed to change the fact that people wanted, as I said, regional or global dominance, even when it came to Germany, at least regional dominance, inevitably someone somewhere, once that determination had built up past the point of caring about economic consequences, they were going to break the treaty, and then it would just be a case of how badly they're going to break the treaty, and will they use the advantage of being the first to break the treaty to dominate everybody else. And of course the other problem is when it comes to national level treaties, enforcement mechanisms are somewhat difficult. It relies mostly on mutual self-interest and the honor system, so you can get ships that cheat the treaties, like some of the Italian ships and so forth, which ostensibly were built within the treaty limits but actually weren't. And as long as the nation in question can keep that kind of thing secret, well, then they can build up a force that's technically forbidden by the treaty, but they'll do it anyway because it serves their interests. So overall, I would say an arms limitation treaty gives you, based on historical evidence, it gives you an opportunity in which, as kind of a safe breathing space, in which you can try and address the underlying problems that have caused the need for that treaty in the first place. But in and of themselves, if you just sign the treaty and declare all your problems are over forever and a day, then no, they won't work, because it'll still just be a matter of time before someone decides to tear it up and start over again. Meatwad asks, I read that USS Scamp endured 70 depth charges when she was sunk. How many depth charges did escorts typically expend to sink a submarine? It depends almost entirely on pure blind luck. You can average out the number of depth charges being used in a given year versus the number of submarine kills, but that obviously has to include depth charge attacks that were made where the submarine wasn't killed, depth charge attacks that were made on a contact that wasn't actually a submarine, a false contact, or some very, very unlucky whale or something like that. And it also accounts for attacks where, either through luck or skill, the crew managed to drop a pattern of depth charges on the submarine and hit it first time. Because, you know, a single depth charge hitting a submarine directly will pretty much kill it. But equally, you could toss 200 depth charges at a submarine, and if they don't land close enough, it's going to be fine. So, obviously, it also depends on who's depth charging who and at what point in the war you're talking about. So, you know, 1942 Japanese Navy escorts trying to depth charge US submarines, they're going to be expending a huge number, if for no other reason than their depth charges are set to the wrong depth settings anyway. Whereas if you're talking about 1945 and US or UK escorts are going after a Japanese or German submarine with, so you know, with sonar and hedgehog and all these other things, they're going to be expending a lot fewer depth charges, on average at least, to kill a sub. And then, of course, if it's a, you know, somehow a magically surviving Type 7 in 1945, that's going to be a lot easier prey than if it's one of the few functioning electroboats to get out there. So, unfortunately, without setting specific parameters, it's impossible to say roughly how many depth charges an escort needed to kill a submarine, because the answer could be anything between one and all. Timo Fiebig asks, you often mention with ships from the First World War that an AA gun for morale purposes was included. Were the early AA guns so useless? Because for me they seem like a viable option against the small, slow, fragile aircraft of the First World War, which were also low in numbers. The fundamental problem with World War I anti-aircraft installations as a whole is basically the statistical odds of hitting anything. Because you're talking about an era before anti-aircraft fire control, so you have no fire control equipment whatsoever. I mean, to be honest, the barely fitted fire control equipment for secondary batteries in most of the ships in World War I, let alone the newfangled AA battery. So you're doing it entirely over open sites, entirely down to your own calculations. And you're not even talking about something that can slew relatively quickly, like a 20mm or 40mm gun. The vast majority of anti-aircraft installations that were stuck in the mid to latter part of World War I were 3 or 4-inch guns. This is a 3-inch gun on USS Texas, one of two. So you're not tracking particularly fast. You've got nothing but the Mark I eyeball to try and work out where the heck this shell is going to go. Being a 3 or 4-inch gun, it's not got the world's highest rate of fire, so it's not like a machine gun or a 20, 30, 40mm cannon that you can, at least with trace rounds, walk onto your opponent if you're talking about a World War I era biplane. You have no proximity fuses. At best, you maybe will find a timed fuse, but then again, that's another matter of something that you've got to guess the setting for. So, and as I said, you have a limited number. On Texas, they had 2, and most ships would have 1, 2, maybe if they were really lucky towards the end, 4 guns installed, which means that for any given vector of attack, you may very well be the only gun that has a bearing on the target. So you have, okay, yeah, the World War I biplanes are not exactly the world's fastest or most durable of machines, but you're effectively taking pot shots with a single gun working by eye. That is not an easy job. It's not an easy task. The chances of you actually hitting anything are pretty remote. And before you think of anything else, bear in mind that in the 1930s, then when they had remote control aerial targets, quite often they would fly these remote control aerial targets, which were generally biplanes and weren't flying any faster than World War I aircraft, and often were actually flying at about the same speed as your typical World War I aircraft, so a nice flat, low and slow flight. And they would quite happily cruise through the fleet at a point when the fleet, whether it be the US fleet, the Royal Navy, whatever, had a lot more AA guns per ship. They actually had some form of anti-aircraft fire control system on board, and, you know, more advanced AA shells and such. And those drones would, near as much as makes no difference, more often than not, fly through the fleet and come out completely unscathed. So if you've got a relatively determined pilot in a World War I aircraft who is actually doing, you know, anything approaching evasion, and he has to dodge one gun per ship, maybe two, you hitting them is going to be the miracle, not them surviving. Now, there is one circumstance in which these few heavy anti-aircraft guns make a limited amount of sense, which is if you're being attacked by a Zeppelin. Because if you are being attacked by a Zeppelin or some other similar form of airship, well, even somebody firing a 3-inch gun over iron sights is going to probably hit that after a few shots. So there is some use, but for general purposes, defeating incoming air attack by aircraft, I wouldn't be holding your breath on it making any real difference. The Rogue Chief asks, what were the factors going into the decision on whether or not to razze a warship? Was it primarily technical, economic, or an attempt to preserve a ship with a celebrated name or record from the breakers? There were three main factors that dictated whether or not you would razze a ship. And bear in mind, razzeing a ship doesn't necessarily mean turning a ship of the line into a frigate, although that is the most common. It is simply reducing the upper works and possibly even a full deck of a ship down so that it is now a smaller vessel. So the three reasons in ascending order of likelihood. The least likely but still done reason was if the ship was somewhat clumsy or unmanageable in its built state, it might be decided to remove some of the upper works in order to make the ship handier, kind of a reverse effect of what they did to Santa Trinidad. This was generally done with capital ships, especially the bigger sort of first and second rates. They'd occasionally build one, it would come down the slipway, they'd try sailing, and they go, this thing's about as maneuverable as a brick. Let's take some stuff off the top and make her a lot more agile. But it didn't happen very often. Then the next reason, a bit more common, but still not fantastically, was we have new and better guns to put on the ship. Obviously, it didn't happen that much in most of the Age of Sail, when everyone was pretty much happy with the guns that they had in sort of, you know, 12, 18, 24, 32, 36 pounders, etc. But towards the end of the Age of Sail, when new and larger guns were coming in, if you wanted to re-equip a ship, let's say you had a ship that was pierced for arbitrarily, take, say, 38 guns, well, if you've got a ship, let's say a large frigate that's got 38 guns in a mixture of 24 and 12 pounders aboard, great. But if your new guns are, say, 8-inch shell guns, so weigh a little bit more than your average 24-pounder, you can't put 32 of them in there, or 38. So what you might do then is you might razze down a frigate and say, okay, well, we're going to completely remove any gun ports on the uppermost deck, and we're going to reduce the number of gun ports on the main gun deck, and now we can fit our newer, bigger, nasty guns, fewer in number, but we can actually fit them on the ship without making it overly heavy, and that's downrated it to, I don't know, a sloop or a corvette or something, but a very heavily armed one. So increasing the firepower of the individual guns in the ship armament while reducing the overall number of guns was a reason. And then the primary reason for razzeing ships, which usually was a case of razzeing a small capital ship, either a 64 or 74 gun, down to a large frigate, was need for powerful frigates, contrasting with the lack of need for the larger capital ship. Now, that is on a little bit of a case-by-case basis, somewhat varied, but when you look at something like HMS Indefatigable and her near sisters, those were 64 gunships of the line at a time when the 64 gunship of the line was mostly on its way out. So completing them as such didn't make a tremendous amount of sense. But if you razze them down, you could get a fairly powerful frigate from them. And a frigate, well, the Royal Navy always needed frigates, but a good, powerful frigate that they didn't have to spend much extra money on, now that was a real bargain as far as the Royal Navy was concerned. And thus you got Anson and Indefatigable and one or two others. Then, of course, you have the War of 1812, which spurred a large number of razze frigates to be produced. And in that case, again, there is a need for large frigates. In that case, not just because they needed frigates generally, but more specifically because thanks to the US 6 frigates, they knew they needed some big, powerful ones to help take them on. They had something of an embarrassment of third rates by that point, and some of those third rates were getting a little bit older, and in a line of battle, you'd probably put some of your newer third rates and some of your captured French 80s in that line anyway. And the ships that you've got left, well, you could give them a second life by taking off a bunch of weight, making them faster. They've still got very heavy armament, and they'll also be very useful against these new enemy heavy frigates, because they'll now be fast enough to catch them, because you'll effectively be creating a heavy frigate hull with a capital ship's amount of sail, which is pretty much what happened. So again, lack of need for the original ship type, more need for a ship type slightly lower down the pecking order, and thus they were created. And similarly, the French would also do this to a few of their ships. Again, for a lot of it was a mixture of battle damage, not making it being worth repairing it, and at the time a relative lack of need for the full-on capital ship that they represented, but more need for frigates. Although, as I said, in the French case, that was more because the frigates were pretty much the only element of the French Navy at the time that were having any great degree of success. So it was better to convert a few of your smaller capital ships over to that, and then hopefully get some success out of them, as opposed to just keeping a bunch of smaller capital ships around who probably weren't going to do anything other than being lost in a major fleet action. Because the one thing that France wasn't short of was the ability to build capital ships. So if they needed a new one, then they'd build one, but it was a quick and easy way of getting a frigate rather than, building a whole brand new frigate from the ground up. DM Phoenix asks, how effective were the various and unusual non-ferrous armours against increasingly deadly shot and shell fire in the 19th and early 20th centuries? Examples: bronze cladding, lead cladding, oak and teak timber cladding, Confederate cotton cladding, and of course Japanese rolled hammock cladding. Did some show more promise than others, or were they all just an emotional support armour? Well, it depends what you're trying to stop. For example, the rather infamous or famous Japanese rolled hammock cladding, as seen here modelled by Akagi, it's not going to stop a bullet. It's not going to stop a shell. Might stop shrapnel, though. And that's the point of that. It is, if a bomb lands halfway down the deck, the blast wave isn't going to kill anyone on the bridge, but flying bits of metal might, because the bridge structure is not particularly strong, or it's not made of any kind of grade of armor, it's just sheet steel. But if you put a bunch of rolled hammocks up next to it, well, that might slow down or catch the shrapnel. It'll either catch the shrapnel itself or slow it down enough for your relatively thin metal of the ship's bridge to catch and stop the shrapnel. So there's that. But with the further back in time you go, towards the sort of the middle of the 19th century and these various other types of cladding, initially, because of the difference between solid shot and explosive shell, some of them do have a degree of capability. I mean, if you put enough timber, for example, on something, bombardment vessel, it'll probably stop long-range fire from fort guns using solid shot. If you're worried about shell fire, then the early shells, the one that look a bit like something out of a Wile E. Coyote cartoon and so forth, they are very much contact surface detonation weapons. So something that bulks out your hull to the point that it can set off the shell without compromising the entirety of your hull will work fairly well, especially if you can shatter the shell and force a low-order deflagration instead of an actual explosion. But a lot of it is verging on shrapnel catching. Cotton cladding, for example, it's not going to stop a 11-inch Dahlgren shell or something, but it might stop long-range fire from smaller guns. It might stop rifle fire, which could be a significant risk. And if it's on the reverse side of the hull on the interior, it might catch splinters of iron and wood that have been displaced by the shot. And not going to stop the shot itself, but it might do enough to mitigate the damage caused internally by that shot. So a lot of it is more about damage mitigation and stopping smaller rounds than it is about actually preventing anything being done by the big heavy rounds that form the main part of a naval battle at the time. Something like using bronze is just stupidly expensive at that point. It doesn't offer as good a protection as iron, and you're going to break the bank doing it. And lead is just incredibly heavy. It's also very soft, so it's not going to have the world's greatest resistance, so it's really not worth doing. Things like where you're using bronze and lead, it's going to be for reasons other than stopping even things like shrapnel. It'll be for preventing galvanic action, stopping rust on iron ships, or something like that, rather than actively working as armor. Now, some stuff, especially the anti-shrapnel uses, that actually has a fair degree of promise, because it's about reducing the lethality, not stopping the shot in the first place. And there were, as I've mentioned before, experiments with things like rubber, because it was thought perhaps that if you'd punch the hole through rubber, the rubber wouldn't really stop a round, but it was hoped that a large sheet of rubber, if you ripped it by shooting through it, then it would kind of reseal itself, which would help with stopping leaks and so forth coming in and thereafter. It didn't really work out that well, and didn't work out that well as a backing instead of wood either for iron armor, but it was worth a try. So I would say broadly, when you're looking at all these non-ferrous armors, I'd say if they were attempting to use the material as protection against incoming heavy rounds, then you'll usually find it didn't work. Whereas if they were using it to mitigate the effects of heavy rounds and perhaps stop small arms fire, then actually the relatively cheap, relatively lightweight, bulky stuff like cotton and hammocks actually was probably worth the investment. Nicholas Rassar asks, would the American automatic 3-inch anti-aircraft gun, as equipped to the Des Moines class, for example, be any use as a secondary gun in a ship versus ship battle? I.e., would mass fire outweigh probably poor penetration? I think a lot is going to depend on the kind of engagement you're fighting. As you can see, they're not exactly shielded. So in an anti-ship engagement where you've got shrapnel and explosions flying around, I wouldn't want to be on one of them. Also, it's a 3-inch gun. If it's equipped with something like Des Moines or really anything else that's fighting a gun engagement, let alone a missile engagement, the main guns are going to massively outrange it. So you're talking about a point-blank engagement in the first place. But with that said, if you are fighting a point-blank range engagement, something like a night action, or perhaps, given that these are installed on the later model ships, maybe you're talking about into the early Cold War, maybe fast attack boats or something trying to swarm close. In those circumstances, against small combatants, yeah, sure, rapid-fire 3-inch anti-aircraft shells will mess them up quite badly. They don't have any armor to speak of. But if you're talking about cruiser versus cruiser engagement, I mean, yeah, you're not going to shoot up anything that's got an armor belt on the armor belt. But again, in the time period that these things are operational, there's a lot of very delicate fire control and radar equipment up top, which would be extremely vulnerable to being peppered with lots of 3-inch shells, and disabling all of that, shooting up the bridge, etc., etc., that will really degrade the combat performance of an enemy ship, with the sole caveat you've got to get in range of that ship for your 3-inch AA guns to work in the first place, which is somewhat more questionable. Bremen asks, why did the transition from the stock to the stockless anchor take so long in the world's major navies? When you look at pictures from the late 1800s of naval vessels, you see a bewildering array of different methods for getting the anchor out from cradles in the bow, or even strapped vertically to the bow's side with bolted bars to hold them in place, while also being unshackled from its chain. It seems they were still using basically the same method of catting the anchor used in the days of sail. Finally, by the late 1890s and early 1900s, you start to see the change to the stockless anchor in new construction and conversion of older ships. I worked in the merchant marine for many years, and you only need 2 men to let go and take in an anchor, and in an emergency only 1. Wiki shows that the stockless anchor dates back to 1821. I wonder why it took so long to adopt, which seemed to happen quite quickly in the late 1890s on all naval ships. It appears that it was basically a case of concerns about the limitations of the new anchor type compared to the old one. So the one disadvantage, or the main disadvantage of a stockless anchor as opposed to a stocked anchor, which for those of you unaware, the stocked anchor is one with the crossbar at the top, whereas the picture shows a stockless one. The stocked anchor, the older style one, had a much superior holding power compared to a stockless anchor, and this was demonstrated quite a few times following the introduction of the stockless anchor into the world. And so obviously if you have heavy, expensive, ironclad warships and pre-dreadnoughts, yes, a stocked anchor might be a bit more inconvenient, but given that you, unlike a merchant ship, are going to have to be where you need to be, you don't necessarily have the option of running into a port. And when you talk about the largest ships, apart from ocean liners, quite often you are probably the biggest and heaviest ships around. A lot of merchant ships at this point were considerably lighter than sort of a 10 to 15,000 ton battleship or large cruiser. You need every single bit of staying power you can possibly get. And this trend kind of held true for pretty much all navies. Nobody wanted to be the one who became the laughingstock because you'd lost a ship because you used stockless anchors for ease of use, and then a storm had blown up and you'd just been driven aground. But what seems to have happened in the 1890s, late 1880s, early 1890s, given news reports at the time in maritime journals, is that a few larger ship owners, and when I say larger, I mean ships that exceeded 1,000 tons displacement, in the civilian world, forced the adoption of stockless anchors for cheapness and ease of use against the wishes of some of their captains. But by that point, stockless anchors had improved to the point that, at least for the merchant ships, they didn't see any material loss of holding power. So it was basically what had happened, at least as far as I can tell, is that yes, the stockless anchor still had less holding power than the stocked anchors, but the overall holding power that was available to ships of the period was so much greater than what they typically need. It was a case of, well, taking an arbitrary example of, a stocked anchor has 3 times the holding power that we need, and this stockless anchor only has 2 times the holding power that we need, but actually both of them are holding us just fine. And once that example was shown, you began to get a trickle and then very quickly a flood of adoption of the stockless anchor because it was so much easier to use and somewhat cheaper to produce. So in the 1890s and 1900s, if you look carefully at a lot of ships, although many warships do have stockless anchors, when you look very carefully at how they're stowing them, you'll notice that quite a number of them will maybe be carrying 2 stockless and 1 standard stocked anchor, just in case. And then this gradually dies out through the 1900s and into the 1910s, when stockless anchors become kind of the standard. And to be honest, even as late as the 1960s, you have sort of US and Royal Navy manuals when you're talking about the large carriers, saying, yes, we know the stockless anchor doesn't have as much holding power as the older type, but it's just so much easier to use and stow, so we're going to use it anyway. Sir Reginald Lee IV asks, are warships usually equipped with horns or whistles? And if so, was there any significance placed on tone or notes? Any sort of, my whistle is louder or more bellowing than yours? And do warships use whistle codes like railway engines do? Well, once they had the steam power to, get them working, yes, ships were equipped with horns and whistles. Warships included. Before that, it would be drums, trumpets, cannon shots, anything else that could make a loud noise. But once you have steam power, you can use it for a steam whistle and then later on horns. In terms of the tone or notes, there's not a massive amount of significance placed on that, but of course, the bigger the ship, the bigger the horn and the more power you can put through it, or whistle. So it's not a 100% guarantee, because obviously if you're using a steam whistle, you might have a larger ship but is somewhat slower compared to a smaller ship that's quite a bit faster, might actually end up having more steam pressure and power going through that they can put through their whistle than the larger vessel. But there is also the tyranny of size. So a really big battleship can mount a really big horn. A small destroyer or something won't, because the implications for stability versus usefulness are not in their favour. So if you hear a really loud, deep horn going, you can kind of use a rule of thumb to think, okay, that's probably something very big. But there is a minimum floor for the tone and loudness of horns and whistles. They've got to be audible over a fairly long distance. In terms of codes, yes, there are codes. They vary in complexity over time. Nowadays, warships, there's quite a complex, well, and ships generally, there's quite a complex series of horn codes made up of short blasts and long blasts. Back in the day, it was slightly less complex, although the number of steps that have been added aren't too many. But for example, in the 1940s, in the United States Code for Shipping, it mentions in one paragraph that a short blast, meaning 1 second's duration or just slightly under, one short blast means you're going to starboard, 2 short blasts means you're going to port, and 3 short blasts means that you're going in reverse. That's just one paragraph. There are other notes to sort of a couple of pages earlier. It talks about using the horn in fog. So if you are proceeding in fog, you need to use a prolonged blast, which it defines as a blast of between 4 and 6 seconds. And then, so for example, it says if you're making your way along at intervals in fog of not more than 2 minutes, you must make a prolonged blast. If you're underway but stopped, i.e. your engines are going but you're not moving anywhere, at intervals of no more than 2 minutes, you do 2 prolonged blasts with an interval of 1 second in between, and so on and so on and so forth. So yes, there are a bunch of different codes, and nowadays, and perhaps also back in the day, depending on the time period in the Navy, there would also be signals that you could put on the horn for distress, abandoning ship, leaving port, and all these kinds of things. Little Dweller asks, who paid for the merchant ships that were lost in World War I and II? Was there commercial insurance, government compensation, or was the loss borne by their owners? At least in the US and UK, it was a combination of factors. Some insurance schemes technically did cover war losses, but a lot of it, ship insurance schemes, even at the start of World War I, already had paragraphs in to exclude compensation in the event of a war loss, i.e. if you were sunk by an enemy warship. Your insurance would still be good during the war if you ran aground or something like that, but not if you were sunk by direct hostile action. But as I said, some did, and there was obviously pressure on things as well. Now, Insurance rates, private insurance rates, for obvious reasons, skyrocketed very quickly during the opening stages of World War I and World War II, and that led to the implementation by various means. In the US, there was an act of Congress. In the UK, they just set up a scheme, and so on and so forth. But basically, the government took on either the full or a large percentage of the insurance risk in order to keep merchant ships, sailing during wartime. So if a vessel was then sunk, the government paid most, if not all, of the costs involved in that sinking. However, that did come with certain stipulations. You had to sail with a government-approved cargo at a government-approved time. You couldn't just go off doing your own thing. Obviously, those restrictions were somewhat looser in the early part of World War One, but by the time you got to the end of World War One, and certainly during most of World War Two, the restrictions were a lot tighter. So, for example, if, let's say, in the middle of World War Two, if you were carrying a cargo of tanks to the UK from the US, then in order for your insurance to be valid, you might be required to sail with a convoy. If you sailed away from a convoy, or you disregarded the convoy commander's orders and wandered off on your own halfway through the journey and then got sunk by a U-boat or something, then the government would say, well, sorry, but you've invalidated your insurance cover. Your commercial insurance, if you have any at this point, also isn't going to pay out for that. There would be effectively willful neglect or some equivalent thereof, at which point whoever the owner of the ship is going to be left either out of pocket or having to stump up the cost of a replacement. So it kind of helped incentivize people sailing in convoys quite quickly. Have you noted a change in the way questions are asked over time? Have people learned or adapted to have their questions answered the way they want, or to forestall certain answers? Well, I think one thing that's helped over time is people have gotten a lot more specific. At some point, I actually need to do a video about why individual ship versus ship comparisons are actually really difficult to do. But very early on in the history of the Drydock, there were a lot of questions of, X ship versus Y ship, who would win? And I think over time, as I keep repeating, time, weather condition, dates, etc., 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 people have started to become a bit more specific about, in this year, these two ships are facing off against each other, or assume that crews and other extraneous sort of transient details are equal, things like that. So a bit more specific questions. That's definitely good. Obviously, now that there's sufficient amount of Drydock questions, there are people who are expanding on previous questions. Either, they say, well, okay, I appreciate that answer, but that wasn't quite what I was getting at. What about this? Or, you said this in this Drydock, but following on from that, what about this? So there's derivative questions from pre-existing answers, which obviously is quite fun. But I think also people are, well, obviously they're still answering questions they've always wanted the answers to, which is absolutely fine. That is kind of what the Drydock's for. But also people have been listening to the various videos and either asking for clarification or expansion on specific things that are mentioned there that perhaps they didn't know, or conflict with stuff they've read themselves, or they've taken what's there and extrapolated from that video and sort of gone, okay, well, there's that, this is what happened in history, but what about this? Or how did that work? Kind of, because obviously with a lot of these, well, pretty much any video, there's a limit to how much you can say. Even an hour-long video can only give you a tithe of what a book can. And so, when I cover something, I might cover something in 30 seconds that's relevant to what we're talking about, but I can't go into exact depth about it. And people are like, oh, yes, okay, well, I appreciate that, this was important to this battle. It could be a radar or hydrophones or something, but I want to know more about that. And then they'll ask a question which will expand on that, which is always fun to do. Andre Gardner asks, Would you and or Mrs Drach consider participating in some kind of firearms match like USPSA with one of the firearms you'll be exploring in the Naval Small Arms Special during your trip to the colonies? I mean, if there's time, I've got no particular objection to doing so, and, Mrs Drach likewise, with the sole caveat that obviously, being a British individual, whilst I have relatively extensive experience shooting air rifles and airsoft rifles, my experience of shooting actual, black powder firearms and other similar weapons is somewhat limited, albeit that in my limited experience, and obviously combining that with the airsoft air rifle and archery stuff that I've done, I have the impression I'm a semi-decent shot. Mrs Drach has the advantage of having grown up in South Africa and therefore being somewhat more familiar with real-life firearms than I am, at least back then, but who knows, time may have allowed me to catch up on that. So, yeah, as I've got no particular objection doing so if there is the time available to do so. Fluffy Goat asks, you mentioned in your Pearl Harbor discussion on World War II TV that the Japanese Navy had at-sea replenishment pretty well mastered by the time of Pearl Harbor, but I didn't notice if you specified underway replenishment. Were the Japanese able to conduct underway replenishment in 41, or did they have to find a nice protected inlet or atol for the ships to transfer their supplies? So I'm using a picture of an Allied ship refueling at sea, because good luck finding a picture of Japanese ships refueling at sea. But to answer the question, the Japanese were able to conduct underway replenishment at sea. They did this numerous times during the voyage to and from the point where they launched the attack on Pearl Harbor. They refueled everything from carriers, including the Akagi, all the way down to the destroyers that were running escorts. Albeit it was a developing capability. So the Japanese had some ships already that were capable of at-sea replenishment duties, but they were also, throughout 1941, refitting further ships to allow for underway at-sea replenishment duties. So they knew what they were doing. They had experience in doing it, but they were expanding the number of ships that were capable of it during 1941. The two main problems they had was not really so much a lack of expertise. As I say, they pretty much had it down to a fairly exact science. The two main problems they had were a lack of fuel in the first place. There's no point in sending a bunch of tankers full of fuel to refuel a bunch of ships on the long-range missions if you don't have the fuel to collectively fill everything up in the first place. And then latterly, as the war went on, obviously they were suffering a severe shortage of any kind of shipping, including their replenishment ships, and with the supply line shortening because they're being driven back, it became less and less of an issue, whereas for the US and then later the British, it became more and more of an issue because they were pushing forwards. So, it's a little known area of Japanese naval expertise, but they did know how to refuel their ships at sea when they had the opportunity, the need, and indeed the fuel to do so. Richard Goss asks, in 1939-40, could the Fleet Air Arm have launched an attack on the main German fleet strength, Taranto style? I suppose also, why didn't they, since it seems somewhat doable? Theoretically, yes, but practically there are a few problems trying to launch an attack on the Kriegsmarine in 39-40 as compared to the raid on Taranto. Firstly, despite the fact the Mediterranean Sea is not exactly the world's most open environment, the North Sea is an even more closed environment. And so a large force, maybe a couple of carriers and escorts, vectoring down onto the German ports might well be detected. And then obviously German ships and aircraft could sort out to meet them. Secondly, at least by 1940, the Germans had their own radar defense system going, and so their air defense against incoming strikes would probably be somewhat better than the Italians. Now, obviously, the Germans in certainly 39-40 aren't particularly all that au fait with night fighters, but just giving the dockyard some warning that a raid is coming in would obviously allow them to alert their anti-aircraft defences and get their searchlights up and running. And thirdly, there's just not that much of the Kriegsmarine in 3940. Certainly not enough to justify the risk. If you're going to potentially run into U-boats, German destroyers, German aircraft, etc., both during the night and day on your way in and on your way out, you've got to have something worth hitting. And the Kriegsmarine at the start of World War II, well, there's the two Scharnhorsts. That's about the biggest targets you can go after. And the Royal Navy has plenty of capital ships available to deal with them. Everything else is either Panzerschiff, which are not in port for a lot of 39 and 40, and a bunch of cruisers. And compared to risking major fleet units like carriers, the risk isn't just what it just isn't there. It's not worth it. You might as well just try and sink them when they're out and about. And of course, after the Norway campaign at the beginning of 1940, and much of the Kriegsmarine's force is out of action or sunk, which means the cost-benefit ratio of what's left to attack is even less. And lastly, the other thing is most of the German ports were in range of British aircraft based in the UK anyway. So if you were going to launch a torpedo strike on the German fleet elements, such as they were in 39 and 40, you might as well just launch mass airstrikes from Britain rather than risking your, relatively speaking, few carriers and carrier-based aircraft. And the British did try that. German ports did take a bit of a pounding from bombers from relatively early in the war, RAF bombers, but outside of occasionally things like, almost blowing off Gneisenau's bow, it didn't have too much in the way of success until at least the sort of the mid to late part of the war, when suddenly it turned out tall boys and things like that were quite good at deleting capital ships that were stuck in port. Jack Devaney asks, what, in your opinion, are the wacky tactics that were dreamed up that would or might have been somewhat effective despite their somewhat wacky nature? Well, there are a few tactics that might have been effective, at least at certain times, and there are other tactics that might have been quite wacky. They didn't work out in real life, but perhaps with a few minor, somewhat plausible historical tweaks could have been quite effective. The unrotated projectile launcher, for instance, in and of itself as an aerial minefield deploying rocket launcher, not really in any way, shape or form going to ever be effective. But at the same time, now obviously their lack of ability would mean they're not going to be actually in service for very long, and they were removed quite quickly. But if for whatever reason somebody had kept them around long enough, then using this basic system, I could see an argument for maybe a 1944-45 version of the unrotated projectile launcher being effective, where instead of small aerial mines, you packed the front of the rocket with an explosive shrapnel warhead and stuck a VT fuse on it. Because at that point, you can volley fire these things out in a nice spread, effectively being unguided short-range surface-to-air missiles. Now, that could be quite useful because you're talking about 7-inch rockets, so a lot more explosive capacity than even a 5-inch 38 shell. They can go quite high, surprisingly high, in fact, and each launcher has 20 tubes. So, okay, a single barrage of, let's say, they fired 10 at a time, so a single barrage of 10 rockets. Okay, it's broadly similar to a 10-gun barrage of 5-inch 38 rounds, with the exception, obviously, that you can't rapid fire them. You can only fire them once before you need to reload them, but a 5-inch 38 can keep firing. But, as I say, 7-inch projectiles, so considerably more explosive radius, and of course that's half the payload of one. So you see here some unrotated projectile launchers on Nelson. So they're not going to be a sustained anti-aircraft weapon, but perhaps if you're being attacked by a swarm of aircraft and your standard air defenses aren't going to be able to withstand them, then a proximity fused, shrapnel detonating unrotated projectile launcher variant. I mean, just looking at the ones you can see, let alone any that you can't see in this photo, that's 160 projectiles you could launch in the space of a few seconds. So you could saturate an area. If you've got a formation coming in, just saturate the entire area with shrapnel and explosives, and you'll probably take out a fair number of aircraft. Of course, the flip side to that is that by the time BT fuses are in widespread use and they theoretically have adapted all these launchers, the chances of mass attacks of the kind that took down Prince of Wales and Repulse in formation are probably fairly rare from the Axis, but it's a theoretical. But as for some of the other tactics, taking out, for example, jamming ironclad monitor turrets by sending people over on boats is actually not as wacky and weird as it might initially sound. I mean, obviously, a lot of people say, oh yeah, well, surely the monitor in question will just turn around and blow them away with its big Dahlgrens. You'd think, but for one thing, loading those things takes a while. For two, assuming the ship sailing into combat, it's probably loaded with solid shot if it knows it's going up against an ironclad, and if it's not, it's going to be probably loaded with an explosive shell. It's not going to, by default, be loaded with some kind of canister shot, if indeed they're even carrying them on a monitor, which means that you're going to have to score a direct hit, and as a number of engagements, including the Battle of Hampton Roads, showed, hitting a small target with relatively few large guns from a monitor was not their greatest strength. So scoring a direct hit on a boat with temperamental turrets and slow-firing guns, yeah, if you did hit, you would erase that boat from existence. But the chances of you actually scoring that many hits are relatively slim, and they're not the world's fastest ships either. Now, this does change. If you're talking about some of the later twin-turreted monitors, they're faster, they've got more guns, etc., etc. This is what I mean by a very narrow window. But in the very early era, where you're talking about monitor and maybe copies thereof, then, in a decent breeze, a bunch of small boats with sails and oars probably could board a monitor, at least in a relatively close fought battle. They're not exactly the world's most agile vessels either, and jam the turret, at which point they have to aim the entire not particularly agile ship to even get a bearing on a big target like the ship the boats came from. But as I said, it's one of these very niche window of opportunity type tactics where in theory works, but probably by the time everybody's thought of and distributed it, you've got a margin of maybe a year or so before it becomes obsolete. In a lot of ways, a bit like the K-class subs. As I said before, I think the K-class subs actually had a theoretical, very useful window right at the end of World War I. By the time the whole class was in service, that window had disappeared. And I think the other tactic that, again, had a very narrow margin where it might be useful, but could, if it was used at that particular time, have proved quite useful, was the carriage of small torpedo boats on early ironclads. Now, by the time you get into the mid-1880s, maybe even slightly earlier, there's a fair number of anti-torpedo boat guns, the early versions of quick-firing guns, etc., which would make, a ironclad stopping or slowing down to launch a single effectively overgrown steam launch with a couple of lightweight torpedoes on it something of a suicidal prospect. But the very, very first second or third class torpedo boats that were stuck aboard ironclads were actually slightly earlier than that, back when a lot of ironclads, even that were just coming down the line, and certainly a lot of older ironclads, had armament that consisted of either central battery or broadside batteries that are not the easiest to aim at small targets, or ships, like Devastation or Inflexible, where their sole armament is a few big guns. And in that particular sort of late 1870s, very early 1880s context, a small boat that is sailing around at reasonably high speed whilst everyone is distracted by the big ship engagements, and obviously everyone has fairly short gun range because it's still a Mark 1 eyeball aiming, probably could have had some effect. I mean, apart from, even if it was just people trying to get out the way of the thing, and certainly if it landed a couple of torpedo strikes, that could be a fairly big game changer. So it sounds like a completely wacky little tactic. You know, it's ironclad stopping to drop off the small attack craft and then continuing on with the battle while the tiny attack craft wanders around trying to torpedo its mothership's opposite number. But there was a very narrow margin of time in which it might actually have been effective. Kra F1 asks, what emphasis was given to the speed and range of a merchant marine or fleet auxiliaries during naval history? Was it simply a case of what was on hand when the war broke out, or were ships specifically designed for this either before or during wars? During the Age of Sail, a lot of it was just ships taken up from trade. Speed and range, not for a fleet auxiliary or something like that, not so much a problem, because there wasn't really a fleet auxiliary as such. There were some supply ships, or victualling ships as they were called at the time, and there was a certain minimum standard of, you know, it had to be a semi-decent sailor when pointed in the right direction, but range in the Age of Sail was practically infinite. How much supplies did you have on board? And if you're a victualling ship, that's a lot. So, you know, a victualling ship in the Age of Sail has practically unlimited range, because you're not going to run out of food or water anytime, or beer or rum or whatever anytime soon, and you have sail, so you don't need to worry about fuel. When you're looking at sort of in big Age of Sail wars, when fleets are having to take up ships from trade to fill that role, if they need to expand that role somewhat, they are a little picky. They will go for the better sailing vessels, but that's more just to get some semblance of reliable, some semblance of reliable transit times, as at least as much as you can in a sail-powered world. Once you get into the late 19th, early 20th centuries, when ships are purely coal-powered, and then later oil-powered, and you now have to worry about things like fuel supplies and such like, then things start to get a little bit more stratified and a little bit more codified. Range obviously becomes quite important, but then merchant ships and merchant style ships, fleet auxiliaries, can quite happily cruise at whatever is the most efficient speed, as opposed to warships that might have to go particularly quickly or have engines configured to be efficient at high speeds and not so efficient at lower speeds. As a merchant ship can just plod along at 10 to 12 knots if that's the best for fuel use. The speed of the fleet auxiliaries tended to fall into two categories. So if you're talking about, if you like, the second line support, the stuff that's just ferrying supplies to and from ports for people to pick up, at that point they may as well be about as fast as the regular merchant vessels. No one's particularly bothered, especially if it means that you can get them cheaper because you can use standardized systems or even similar hull designs. But when you're talking about direct fleet support and replenishment, especially once underway refueling at sea gets going, that then you start to look at things with a lot more detail. People are looking at it going, okay, well, we need to have a certain minimum speed. It's got to be considerably higher than your average merchant ship, because, as I covered with fast fleet oilers, they've got to keep up with the fleet. So at the minimum case, at that point, they've got to be able to comfortably keep up with the fleet at cruising speed, which means you're going to need a ship capable of something somewhere in the mid-teens of knots minimum, and you don't necessarily want it to be sailing at, say, 16 knots flat out, because that's going to be inefficient for the auxiliary. So you're going to want a ship capable of probably 18 to 20 knots, and if you're going to get a ship that's capable of 18 to 20 knots much prior to about the mid-30s, well, then you might as well push it, if you can, and some fast fleet oilers would, you might as well push your speed up to 21, 22 knots, because at that point you have a ship that can keep up at least with your battle line at any speed. Okay, it can't keep up with the destroyers and cruisers at any speed, or the carriers, but, you know, at least keeping contact with the core of your fleet is a good thing. So I'd say the emphasis on speed and range in auxiliaries, there isn't really that much of it early, but it starts to ramp up quite quickly and exponentially in the first half of the 20th century. Waldo739 asks a question with relation to bursting charges. He says, were all compounds used in bursting charges equal? You've noted the US has smaller bursting charges compared to other nations, and the UK had some of the largest, but were the compounds equal in explosive charge? There were some slight differences between the exact chemical mixtures used in the bursting charges of different shells, depending on the navy in question. However, certainly by World War II, once things like extremely sensitive lyddite explosives have been gotten rid of in British shells, for instance, the vast majority of shell explosive fillings for armor-piercing shells were much of a muchness when it came to their explosive power. So a lot of the differences would be in things like their stability and so forth. But whilst, yes, there would be some slight differences in the effect of, say, a 20-pound bursting charge of explosive D or dunite versus a 20-pound charge of shellite or something like that, the difference in explosive power per pound between those various explosives would not be great enough to be noticeable in making a difference when you were talking about the differences between bursting charge sizes, when there's quite a remarkable difference. So what I mean by that is, if you're looking at, say, I don't know, 3 different 16-inch shells from 3 different navies, if one has a, let's say for sake of argument, a 25-pound bursting charge, and another one has a 27-pound bursting charge, and another one has a 39-pound bursting charge, well, you can give a slight advantage to the 27 over the 25. And okay, if you're really unlucky with that assessment, then maybe the 27 has a very fractionally weaker explosive aboard, and the 25-pound has a really, really powerful explosive as far as shell fillers go, and it may be fractionally more powerful than the 27-pound charge. But the thing is, the difference on the overall scale is so small that it's kind of almost a rounding error in the overall ratings once you've got enough different shells being considered. But even if the 25-pound charge is using the most volatile and energetic reasonable explosive found in a World War II armor-piercing shell, and the 39-pound charge is using the weakest, most commonly found explosive, that the difference in weight is going to be is so large that 39-pound charge is still going to have considerably more power than the 25-pound charge. So effectively what I'm saying is, where there is a noticeable difference between the sizes of explosive charges, at least with World War II armor-piercing shells, exactly what the chemical composition of the explosive is doesn't make a tremendous difference. Whereas if the charge sizes are close enough together that it would make a difference, they're close enough together that actually any difference is marginal. The other thing you've also got to bear in mind when it comes to bursting charges, at least in my mind, is comparing the weight of the charge to the weight of the shell, because it's going to have different effects, as I've discussed before in other questions. But, you know, if you've got a smaller shell with more explosive arriving aboard you as compared to a much larger shell that's got less explosive arriving, those ratios in and of themselves, even assuming that the chemical composition is exactly the same, are going to have different effects. And for that matter, again, using arbitrary numbers, if you have, say, a 13 point something inch shell with a 25-pound explosive charge aboard, and a 16 or 18-inch shell with a 25-pound explosive charge aboard, even assuming that they're exactly the same explosives, obviously exactly the same weight, the fact that they're arriving in two completely different size shells means that the destructive effects are going to be somewhat different. Dave Peachy asks, I've noticed a number of pictures which show ships in dry docks being supported by wooden props under the hull in addition to the wooden keel blocks and or spars against the side of the ship. Presumably, this is to ensure the ship doesn't shift, tilt, or fall once the dock is completely drained. Yes, this is true. My questions with relation to this are, for more modern ships with flatter keels, e.g. the post-ironclad era, is this more of a precautionary measure or a formal safety requirement? At what point are these props and spars installed, as the dock is being drained or only once the dock is fully drained? And when and how are they retrieved? Are most of them taken out in the expectation the ship will remain upright whilst the dock is being refilled? Or are they all just left to float to the surface once the ship is afloat and retrieved once the dock gate is open and the ship removed? So when it comes to whether or not it's a precautionary measure or formal safety requirement, it depends a lot on what the underlying width of the keel props is like, because you can have more traditional blocks, like you can see here, obviously with USS Oregon, but you can also have wider ones, more cradle-like ones, and obviously how the ship's underside is proportioned will make a difference as well. So if you've got very wide cradle-like keel blocks and the ship is relatively flat, then the kind of side props that you can see here are perhaps more precautionary. But if you've got relatively narrow keel blocks and or the ship's hull is a little bit more curved, then it becomes a lot more actual, like proper on full-on safety. And the other thing you've got to bear in mind is that the ship is not necessarily a static load. If you've got floating dry dock, especially not so, but even in a more formal fixed dry dock like this, when a ship is in dry dock, it's usually for some major work to be done. So it might be balanced perfectly on the keel blocks and with a few smaller underside blocks under normal conditions. But if you are, say, replacing the engines, well, if you're going to lift a turbine or a set of boilers out, you're going to lift them out one side or the other first, which is going to rather dramatically change the weight distribution of the ship. And even large numbers of people moving around or taking stores on and off the ship, that kind of thing, that can change the overall balance of the ship, at which point it becomes a much more of an issue of we need this for safety. Otherwise, a slight movement or a slight shift can either rapidly or slowly start to accelerate, and then the next thing you know, you've got a ship that's rolled over in the drop, and good luck getting it out at that point. As far as when the props and spars are installed, it does vary depending on time and nation. Modern dry docks have very different safety procedures to dry docks in 1905, for instance. In some cases, depending on how far back you go with dry docks, of course, the modern dry dock, if you like, goes all the way back to the 1500s. If you know, at some point you have dry docks that actually have health and safety procedures, and earlier ones didn't. But one of the advantages of this kind of stepped dry dock is that in some cases you will put the props in as the water level goes down. So as it goes down, obviously the certain steps become visible and able to be used. So if you are particularly worried about a ship's stability, especially if the ship's been damaged, then as the water drains, you'll have crewmen or the dry dock staff going down the steps as they're exposed and putting these props in place to hold the ship nice and level once you've confirmed that it's settled on its keel blocks. I can't imagine too many scenarios where you'd be propping the ship up completely apart from the keel blocks once the thing is completely drained. But if you've got a fairly extensive system of under hull support and the ship is in otherwise pretty good nick, you might not have people kind of waiting for the step in question to be exposed. It might take you might take a slightly more relaxed approach. And then as far as when they are retrieved, Again, it varies a lot depending on the time you're looking at. Within the scope of the channel, you could be looking at the 1700s, at which point those blocks are staying in place because, thanks to things like sails and so forth, a ship of the line is not the world's most stable thing out of water. The other thing you've got to remember is that in some cases these extra props are actually supporting the hull, because much like a whale, a ship's hull and structure won't tend to do very nice things to itself if it spends a prolonged period of time out of water once it's been, fully constructed. That's one of the reasons why, amongst many, that ships' hulls tend to be launched when the ship is not entirely complete. So in those circumstances, you're probably not going to wait for everything to bob up around it, but you very well might have people, almost in reverse of how you dry dock the ship, taking the props out as the water level gets up to that point until the ship is free floating. Because apart from anything else, obviously, when the ship starts to become buoyant and starts to lift off the keel blocks, especially if you've completely de-stored the ship, taken out all the fuel, taken out potentially ammunition stores and supplies, if you remove all the props and spars and everything before you open the gates, you may end up in a situation where the ship becomes buoyant enough to float off the keel blocks, but is actually riding very high in the water and therefore becomes potentially dangerously unstable. It's for this reason that sometimes ships are actually quite loaded up immediately before their dry dock is flooded again, to make sure that their balance is correct. Of course, that didn't do particularly good things for Gneisenau when it was stocked up, including ammunition, about to be refloated, and then someone dropped a bomb in it, but never mind. And of course, as I say, with modern ships, modern safety practices, and obviously modern ships being considerably larger in many cases, procedures in a modern dry dock will be quite different from procedures in a dry dock from 300 years ago, or even in some cases procedures in a dry dock from 70 or 80 years ago. And that's before you get into, as I said, floating dry docks versus fixed dry docks, because with floating dry docks you definitely need all these props and everything, because that floating dry dock may in and of itself move. Worth Wayne Packer asks, I recently saw a documentary on RMS Titanic. The opinion of the video host was that the coal bunker fire on board Titanic was the reason the ship sank. He postulated that the fire was the reason the ship kept up its speed after receiving the ice warning, and that the fire had weakened a vital bulkhead that eventually failed. I've read a bit on the sinking and had never seen anything about a coal bunker fire. Could you elaborate on this, and do you think it could have been the main reason the ship sank? So I don't put a lot of stock in this theory, for several reasons. First of all, we know that yes, there was a small coal fire aboard Titanic. No, it wasn't a serious risk to the ship's health. Small coal fires aboard ships at the time happened on a fairly regular basis. Additionally, it was put out that there was no fire in that coal bunker at the time that Titanic entered the ice field. It had been dealt with already, so there's no reason for Titanic to keep its speed up because of a coal fire that has long since been extinguished. So that's one thing. The second thing is that regardless of any status of that bulkhead, whether it was weakened, whether it was made more brittle, whatever, the impact with the iceberg doomed the ship anyway, because two reasons. One, Titanic was designed to stay afloat with a certain number of compartments flooded. Obviously, she's divided into multiple compartments with watertight bulkheads, and the guarantee was, if I remember correctly, any 2 or 3 compartments could be flooded. I think it was a maximum of any 2 if you included absolutely all possible combinations of compartments, because the compartment division linearly along the length of the ship is roughly equal, but obviously beam-wise, the bowmost compartment is going to have a lot less volume than one that's fully amidships. So if you have one compartment flooded and it's the amidships compartment, that's going to be a lot more water than if it's just a hole in the bow. So I think as I say, if I remember correctly, it was 2 to 3 of the big compartments flooded and 3 to 4 compartments flooded if if there were specific combinations. Ironically enough, the highest number of compartments that Titanic was rated to survive against was if a bunch of them on the bow had been flooded, because, as I just mentioned, the bow compartments held the least volume. But, as examination of the wreck has shown, there were breaches in at least one more compartment than the total maximum number of compartments that Titanic could safely sustain, at which point she was going to sink. She had too many breaches, too much of the ship was filling up with water. Unless somebody had done the pretty suicidal thing of diving to the outside of the ship with some kind of patch, the ship was going down. It was just a matter of time. The additional problem with it was that once those compartments were flooded and the bow starts to go down, the watertight compartmentalization of the ship doesn't extend all the way up. So as the ship's bow goes down, the top of the watertight compartments are now overtopped by the water, and the water can pour into the next compartment. So, even if it would only sink at a certain rate with 5 compartments flooded, because it's sinking, eventually, as the bow dips, water is going to overtop the bulkheads between compartment 5 and compartment 6, and then compartment 6 is going to flood, even if all the bulkheads between 5 and 6 lower down are actually intact, which is going to accelerate the pace of the ship's sinking. So, as I said, one, the fire isn't actually there at the time Titanic strikes the iceberg and has been put out for a little while, and 2, when it hit that iceberg, it doesn't actually matter what the status of that bulkhead was. The ship was going down anyway, and everything else is just a matter of details and timing. Matt Osborne asks, while building models, I've noticed that various navies used rails built into the deck to move boats and launchers around more easily than having them stacked on top of one another, a bit like shuffling hangers in a closet. Some smaller Japanese vessels have what appear to be narrow gauge rails for loading torpedoes into the launchers. Which nation was the first to put rails on decks? And was the idea as brilliant as it seems from a 1 to 700 scale a century later? If so, then why was it never universal? And if not, then why not? So the two biggest problems with having rails on decks, which is why they aren't a universal thing, is one, they're a little bit of a trip hazard, and now that might sound very modern health and safety-ish, but if you're on the deck of a ship, especially a deck of a ship in wartime where perhaps the safety rails around the edges might have gone away, slips, trips and falls is a good way to end up over the side of the ship, and that's probably all they wrote for you. But also, you have to contend with the fact that if something is on deck, it's going to get wet quite a lot. If it's going to get wet quite a lot, and it is made of steel or iron, like, say, a rail system, it's going to get rusty. And that's going to be an awful lot of trouble to actually keep clean, especially if you've got any kind of major rolling stock aboard. So it's a bit of an inconvenient pig to have rails running around the ship, as handy as they might otherwise be. Also, it's a bunch of heavy top weight, which you can really rather not have if you can get away with. But with that said, if you have to move some very heavy objects regularly and on relatively fixed paths around a ship, even on the upper deck, then a lot of those issues go away, or if not go away, they are ameliorated somewhat by the necessity of having rails. And as you mentioned, boats, aircraft as well, to a certain degree, and torpedoes, if you have dedicated reloading facilities. All of these are quite heavy objects, but also surprisingly easy to move around once they're on some kind of wheel system. And of course, you don't want them just on a free wheel system, because that's an easy way to see something very expensive and or explosive roll off the side of a ship when someone loses control of it. And so small narrow gauge rails start to become a thing that you would actually need to use. You see them quite a lot on stern the stern areas of ships that have their aircraft operating from the back, say Japanese ships, some American ships. And then if you look the amidships on British cruisers and battleships of World War II, quite often you'll see a form of rail system which was used to move walrus float planes and such like around. And the reason we've got a picture or blueprint set of General Wolfe, a British monitor, up there is that if you look carefully around the fixed 18-inch gun, you can see there's a little loop of light railway. And that was used, as I've mentioned in the past, to take the shell and charges to the gun and take anything that you wanted to away from it as well. And that was common on all of the 18-inch adapted monitors, because there was basically no way you were otherwise going to be able to comfortably move the ammunition around. So the short version, I guess, would be where there's something heavy that needs to be moved in a regular and predictable pattern, and there is no other really useful way of doing it, then a rail system makes sense. But there are a number of maintenance and stability issues inherent to having such a rail, which means that if you don't have those kind of issues, then it's not worth having it for just a kind of a generic general purpose role. Although, with that said, rails inside a ship, especially lower down in a ship where the stability issues and exposure to water is less of an issue, are a lot more common, especially in the era of coal power, where rails would quite often be found deep down in the engineering spaces of ships, used to shuffle coal back and forth, especially in the earlier period when ships were small enough that bunkers had to be in distinct areas, as opposed to in the later larger ships where bunkers could be spaced out somewhat more adjacent to the boilers. Sui420 Den asks, you mentioned the refits of the Congo class would have benefited from more armour and less speed. What would the Japanese have used for heavy carrier escort then? And would their overall combat strength during the Guadalcanal campaign have been reduced, since slower ships would not have been able to make the journey down the slot? Well, you see, the wonderful thing about the Japanese carrier fleet is they're held back by the ball and chain that's known as Kaga, which can only make 28 knots. So as long as a hypothetical up-armoured Congo class refit can exceed 28 knots, let's say 29 knots to be on the safe side, they can still keep up with the carrier fleet, assuming that everybody is sailing together. Obviously, if you leave cargo at home, then okay, then the Congos would be slightly left behind, but probably not enough to make too much of a difference, because the carrier fleet's not charging around at 30 plus knots all the time. They're only doing that during flight operations or urgent maneuvers. And let's face it, if your carriers are able to do just a fraction over 30 knots and you're doing maybe 29 knots, well, as long as you start out a mile or two ahead, you're not going to be left behind by the time the carriers finish their operations. And bear in mind, of course, Soryu, Hiryu and the Shikakus could all do 34 knots or more, so even in their refitted state, the Congos weren't going to be keeping up with them anyway. And to be perfectly honest, you know, if the Congos are making 30.5, 31 knots, roughly speaking, in their post-refit state, and in this theoretical alternate refit they're making 28 to 29 knots, they're still going to be able to make the Guadalcanal campaign. That small difference isn't going to affect their ability to get in and out of the Guadalcanal combat area, because, again, bear in mind, they're not pelting it full tilt down the slot at night. They're proceeding at speed, but they're still proceeding at a speed which a 28, 29 knot Congo can still keep up with. It's a lot more of a problem when you're 21, 22, 23 knot Fuso or Issei. That's when you have issues. Because bear in mind, you know, when they're trying to run in supply ships and such, like, effectively any ship capable of 25, 26 knots or more is able to make the run. Guillaume Obuchon, I think, apologies if I completely ruined your name there, asks, maneuverability and the ability to continue position your ship into an effective position is obviously a crucial element of all naval warfare. Although much is discussed about the many types of armour and improvements to it, what was learned in the interwar period with regards to protecting the steering and propulsion system, building in redundancy, alternative steering and propulsion methods, etc.? How did this affect ship survival outcomes between the two conflicts? Unfortunately, there's not a tremendous amount you can do to protect your rudders and your propellers and shafts for the most part, because they have to be external to the ship to work, which means that any munitions that hit directly on them or very near them are going to do some fairly nasty damage. Now, there was a certain amount of protective value to things like the large skegs that various US-class battleships used, as you can see in this picture. You can see why the outer skegs would provide a degree of protection for the inner props there. But by and large, most of what people were looking at when it came to, if you like, protecting your ability to maneuver and move generally, came about when we're looking at things regarding redundancy. So if your rudders were knocked out, for instance, at least having a four propeller ship would mean that you could in theory get some kind of steering going by running different props at different speeds and directions. So if your rudder is disabled, and assuming it's not been jammed at an angle such that its authority is just shoving your ship round and round in circles, hopefully it's jammed at a relatively shallow angle, or you can detach or blow it off in some way, then in theory, again, assuming that the sea conditions aren't too bad, if you run, say, your port side outermost prop at full speed forward and your starboard side outermost prop at full speed aft, you should turn to port a bit. So there's a certain amount of redundancy involved there. Obviously, the closer you have your props to the center line, the less steering effect you have, and that is one of the weaknesses of a three-screw arrangement, because you only have one screw on either side that's capable of providing some kind of turning motion, and it's going to be closer to the center line, therefore its moment of force is going to be less as compared to a four-prop design, assuming the hull's roughly the same size. But then internally within the ship, you also have a lot more of a shift towards redundancy and power transmission where possible. So obviously, if you have steam turbine propulsion as standard, there's a limited amount of cross correlation that you can do. You can reroute steam pressure from boilers to different turbines. That's certainly a possible thing that was implemented on some ships. One of the big pluses for turboelectric propulsion, as experimented with the US Navy, was the fact that if you lost a prop shaft, you could just reroute the power to the other prop shafts, because it was just electrical cables, not high pressure steam at the point of power transmission, and that would to a certain extent make up for the loss of one or more shafts, although there were load limits to the engines, the motors, and the prop shafts themselves. So that was most of the effort to actually protect your steering and propulsion. There was also some armoring of the rudder components in the stern, not full armoring as per the citadel and belt, but some protection against, shrapnel and low caliber fire. And of course, if you adopted an all-forward gun approach like the Nelsons, or the ultimate expression of that, the Dunkirks and Richelieus, that also had a degree of protective effect, because it allowed you to engage a lot more bow on with all of your armament. And of course, if you're engaging bow on, then the bulk of your ship and the superstructure are in the way of incoming fire that might otherwise, adversely affect your propulsion and steering systems. It's a small mercy. Adam Johnson asks, I received a model kit of the IJN Yukikaze for Christmas, and I immediately began looking for more information on her time in service, as I recall that she survived the war. I was astonished to find out she actually served in the Taiwanese Navy until she was damaged in a typhoon and sadly scrapped in 1970. My question is, are there any other examples of warships from either World War that were taken as reparations that served for a similarly long time? And secondly, are there any photos you might know that show Yukikaze in her refit with US armament whilst in Taiwanese service? There are some photos, admittedly not in the best of resolutions, but here, for example, she is in her Taiwanese service, and you can see up forward she is carrying her US armament, because prior to, obviously she said it was a training ship, but prior to that, her main armament when she had it was the twin enclosed Japanese weapons, and afterwards, when she was refitted with US weapons, they were open-mounted single guns. So as you can see forward, that is an open-mounted single gun. So this is Yukikaze as Danyang in some point post-1956. So as far as other warships that were reparations that then served for a very long time, well, a number of other Japanese destroyers were ceded to either mainland China or Russia, and they all lasted into service well into the 1960s. A Type 21 U-boat that was transferred to France lasted until the very end of the 1960s. But generally speaking, that's probably about as long as you're going to get. I mean, obviously there's the Gerben, but that was technically transferred to the Ottomans in the middle of at the beginning of World War I, so I'm not sure that doesn't really count as a reparation. The problem is that if you have the winning side of a war, generally their navy is probably going to be a little bit larger, so unless you're talking about exceptional circumstances, any ships that they have around are probably going to be placeholders to cover losses until they can build up their own ships, because the diverse maintenance requirements are going to be a bit annoying. So it tends to only be if a navy has been hit by significant adverse circumstances, like the French Navy in World War II, or are newly formed, like the Chinese navies immediately post-World War II, or they're looking to learn a bunch of lessons from the vessel in question, that those vessels will be kept around for much more than maybe 5 or 10 years. And so you'll see most of the wartime reparation ships that are actually used in any kind of active naval service. In the larger navies, like the British and American navies, they were around for maybe 4 or 5 years for the most part. In the mid-sized but growing navies, like the Russians, they'd keep them around for maybe 10, 15 years. And then in the much smaller navies that had a lot more to learn, or where they might be a significant portion of their forces, then they would be kept around longer. Billy Tyson asks, which version of the German Navy had the most strength compared to its peers, the Imperial German Navy of World War I or the Kriegsmarine of World War II? Undoubtedly the Imperial German Navy of World War I. Just look at the comparative strengths. In terms of number of ships and battle line capability, the Imperial German Navy of World War I was capable of taking on and beating any navy on the planet in a straight-up fight, with the exception of the Royal Navy. The French Navy, the Russian Navy, the Italian Navy, they were all much smaller than the German Navy in 1914, 15, 16. And yes, even the US Navy had considerably fewer ships. I mean, it would be outnumbered in battleships. It had no battle cruisers. It had no modern cruisers, like cruiser scouting elements, and relatively few destroyers. So, and even when you compare it to the top navy, the Royal Navy, in 1914, it's arguable that the High Seas Fleet stood a reasonable chance of winning an engagement with the Grand Fleet. Not a greater than 50% chance, but maybe a 30-35% chance, and a good admiral on one side and a poor admiral on the other, or some luck or some odd decisions one way or the other could have swung it for them. And yeah, also in terms of their overall effect, that's obviously just the straight up battle line strength, but in terms of even things like the U-boat campaign, as I've mentioned before, in 1917 the Admiralty was seriously worried about Britain being forced out of the war within weeks by the Imperial German U-boat campaign. That was never a concern at that kind of level during World War II. During World War II, the Kriegsmarine's basic operational playbook was stay away from the Royal Navy if at all possible, unless possibly you have some kind of localised overwhelming advantage, or you have lots and lots of Luftwaffe air cover, and that's about it. There is no point between 1939 and 1945 where you could put the Kriegsmarine up in a straight-up battle line, even against the home fleet, let alone the entire British Navy, and have it come out the winner. And, the American, the US Navy, the Japanese Navy, the Italian Navy, and at least in 1939, probably even the French Navy, in fact, almost certainly the French Navy probably could have all comfortably dealt with the Kriegsmarine in a straight-up battle line engagement. The only reason I'm a bit hesitant with the French is because some of the units that would be really useful to them were still under construction, basically the Richelieus. But I suppose on the other hand, the Bismarcks were still under construction as well. It's just kind of a how well you think the Dunkirks would face up to the Scharnhorsts when it comes to the French battle line in 1939. Ville Usiviori, I think, asks, what was the state of the Soviet Baltic fleet in the late 1930s? How credible were the 10-inch guns on the Finnish coastal defence ships or the older 11-inch guns of the Sverige-class ships at stopping the heaviest elements of the Baltic fleet? The Soviet Baltic fleet in the late 30s was a bit of a mess. They did have one or two modern ships. Okay, that's a bit unfair. They had a few more than a few modern ships. For example, here is the ex-Vanguard, now the October Revolution, except in Russian, in its slightly weird and wacky refitted state. So they'd modernised that for what it was worth. They did have a few newer ships coming down the line, not tremendous numbers though, because the main problem that they had, apart from the fact of 2 decades roughly of neglect, was that Stalin in the late 30s was on his merry little purging spree and had wiped out, in much the same way that revolutionary France did, wiped out most of his competent officers, because being competent was apparently a threat to Stalin. I wish I was kidding. So there were still some good officers who survived, officers who were vaguely competent and also extremely good at pretending to be very good communists and good at hiding exactly how good an officer they actually were. But they were relatively few and far between, and most people were desperately trying to make sure that they appeared to be very, very loyal communists, far more than they were trying to appear to be actually decent sailors. Varied from ship to ship, obviously, but basically, if you asked the Baltic fleet to sail in, say, 1937, 1938, 1939, I wouldn't put a tremendous amount of faith in them executing any of your orders to any great degree of competence, although, as I say, there may be 1 or 2 ships within the fleet who might surprise you. So yeah, it's not brilliant. I mean, technically speaking, the Baltic fleet consistently had a superiority over the German fleet, over the Kriegsmarine in the Baltic, except for that one time they sent Tirpitz in there. But between Luftwaffe air cover and the fact that pretty much the Soviets knew that on paper versus actual strength was rather different, they pretty much stayed at home and acted as shore bombardment support up until pretty much the end of the war, with the exception of the Soviet submarine arm. Now, with that said, the other part of the question, the 10-inch Finnish coastal defence guns and the older 11-inch guns on the Sverige, well, you're looking at the heaviest element of the Baltic fleet. Everything else, cruisers and down, 10 and 11-inch guns can quite easily deal with if they hit them. These things, they're not the best protected, 8.99 inches of armour, but the longer ranges, that's still going to stop an 11 or 10-inch shell, at least on the belt. There's plenty of other parts of the ship to hit. In fact, hilariously enough, although the modernisation obviously did a bunch of good for the ship's fighting capability, one of the things that make it that was a slight negative of the modernisation is much larger superstructures compared to the Gangerts, which means actually there's more to hit outside of the armour belt. In terms of whether the Swedish or Finnish guns could deal with these ships, I think it depends on the circumstances. The coastal fortifications, if they ended up in a long-range gun duel with the ex-Gangert, they might get away with it. It basically depends on who's got the more accurate gunfire. Obviously, the Soviet battleship has more guns, but the Finnish coastal defences are harder to hit. So if the Soviets land a decent salvo on the coastal emplacements, they'll win. If the Finns manage to land some hits, especially disrupting the fire control equipment, then there will be precious little else that the Russians can do except withdraw. With the Sveriges, the 11-inch guns can still actually penetrate even the thickest armour on the battleship, as long as they're within about maybe 7,000 to 8,000 yards range. which is pretty much point blank, but at the same time, the ferries are designed to operate in and around coastal areas, islands, etc., and they might be able to force a close-range engagement like that. And I mean, it'd be a little bit of a do-or-die suicidal charge by, the class as a whole, but they might well be able to close the range into the point where they can even punch through the Citadel armour. And to be honest, they again don't necessarily have to do so. They can wreck the upper part of the ship, disrupting its ability to fight back, and then move in for the finishing move. So I'd say in both cases, the Finnish and Scandinavian heavy guns have the capability of either seeing off, or in the Swedish case, destroying the Russian battleship, but it would be the Russian ship's fight to throw, albeit that, given the capabilities of the particular crew on a particular day, that those odds might be closer than you might otherwise think. Of course, that is taking everything in isolation, not including the escort forces that both sides would undoubtedly have. Joel Mullen asks, where and how were the Acacia-class sloops of the World War I emergency programme most often deployed, and in what roles? So the Acacia-class were built relatively early in the war as an emergency measure as part of a wider class of small ships. But despite the fact of there being sloops and very good for escort work, as most of you will know, in 1915, 1916 and even into 1917, there wasn't really a convoy system working except for the occasional troop convoy, and they tended to move a little bit faster. And so, since their bows had been heavily reinforced, the Acacia class were mostly deployed, at least up until mid-1917, to the Mediterranean and to what we would nowadays call the Western approaches, the two most heavily trafficked areas of shipping. But they were there primarily as patrol vessels and minesweepers. They weren't, as I said, escorting ships. They did come to the assistance of torpedoed ships, but only after they'd been torpedoed and signalled for help, much the same way as any other patrolling vessel would do. So they were more there to try and keep the sea lanes open of, as I say, things like mines and the odd small surface raider. One or two of them took part in suppressing the Irish Easter Uprising in 1916, but that was pretty much the extent of their duties, and they did a similar thing in the Mediterranean, particularly in the eastern Mediterranean, between the Adriatic and the Dardanelles. Then, obviously, in 1917, once convoys started to get organised, they were put into that role, and they served out the rest of the war primarily as convoy escorts, where they did a fairly creditable job, since after all that was pretty much what they'd been designed to do in the first place. And then after the war, most of them would survive about 10-15 years or so. One or two made it through all the way into World War II, but most of them were scrapped in the early 1930s. But in the interim, they spent most of their time wandering around the far reaches of empire, because they effectively supplanted what would you'd probably call a good number of Victorian gunboats and third-class cruisers as presence vessels, relieving the need to send anything more substantial. John McCarthy asks, whilst you've demonstrated that battleships realistically couldn't expect to hit another battleship at ranges of 30,000 yards or more without a lot of luck, on the other hand, my understanding is the US Navy's 16-inch super heavy shell was intended to be used at significantly greater ranges, and the US Navy continued to use that shell as long as the Iowas were active. What considerations led to that decision? So as far as keeping the shell in service is concerned, that's basically down to the fact the US had made an awful lot of them, and there was precious little point in changing that. Apart from anything, obviously the armour-piercing shell, whatever weight it happens to come in, is really useful for destroying heavily armoured enemy targets, and, well, after World War II, there weren't any enemy heavily armoured targets that could be considered viable, because the Russians never completed the Sovietsky Soyuz, so the biggest thing you're going to be shooting at there would be a heavy cruiser, and then obviously a light cruiser, as the Russian heavy cruisers were decommissioned, and all the other battleships remaining in the world were on your side, at which point any potential minor shortcomings of the super heavy shell compared to a more standard weight shell in the armour-piercing department at reasonable battle ranges are rather irrelevant. And in terms of even their use in World War II, kind of why didn't they develop a more conventional weight shell? Again, they'd already manufactured a ton of them, and switching the production lines would be annoying. But also, as I pointed out previously, whilst I still stand firmly by my belief that the Super Heavy shell was a suboptimal design choice for the 16-inch 45 and 16-inch 50 guns for potential battleship engagements in the context of World War II, you still have to factor in, again, as I've said before, that it's a slightly suboptimal choice of shell for a battle line engagement that's still being fired out of a ridiculously powerful 16-inch 50 caliber gun. So it's still gonna hurt a lot, and the penetration figures kind of back that up. So it's, what's the best way of putting it? If you want to put it into, say, a land warfare context, if you're trying to engage let's say a T-55 tank, an old T-55 tank from broadside on, or maybe some Iraqi knockoff in one of the Gulf Wars, the difference between, say, shooting it with a 15-inch 42 gun or a 16-inch 45 caliber gun or something like that, and not a US one that's equipped with, so maybe a Colorado's 16-inch 45 gun, that would be like, for example, rocking up with a NATO 120mm gun, maybe a Rheinmetall 120mm. Yeah, you're going to kill it. And then using the 16-inch 50 with a super heavy shell, it's like rocking up with, say, a T-64's 125mm gun. It's a bit of a heavier shell. Tank's just as dead. Regardless of the exact ballistic performances and questions about shell quality and everything that might exist between a Rheinmetall 120 and a Soviet-era 125mm gun, the tank on the other end is still a smoking pile of wreckage. So it's kind of, yeah, it's just not quite as overkill as it might have been, and that degree of overkill wasn't necessary in most cases, because the Iowas are still sort of 45 to 50,000 ton battleships in an era where most battleships are 35,000 tons or less, or hilariously inefficient designs. But it might have made a minor bit of difference if they had ever actually had to go up against something like the Yamatos. Now, the final element as to why they developed the Super Heavy shell for long-range engagements in the first place. Well, the US historically, pretty much in most of the Dreadnought era from the 1910s onwards, was constantly at the upper echelons of optimism when it came to the range of engagements. So, for example, if you look in the 1910s, World War I and immediate post-World War I, different navies have different ideas about what ranges battles are going to be fought at. The French think, for example, that battles are still going to be fought at 8, 10, 12,000 yards, and they build their ships accordingly. The Germans think the decisive battle range is maybe 12 to 14,000 yards, maybe 15,000 or so, and they build their ships accordingly. The British think the battle should open a little bit further, maybe 2,000-3,000 yards further than the Germans, whereas certainly by the latter part of the 1910s, the Americans are thinking in terms of 20 to 22,000 yards. And the Americans kind of carry this optimism for long-range fire through pretty much most of their battleship design and development stages, although they do fall back in light of wartime experience occasionally. And in that context, the principle of a super heavy shell, i.e. it's much heavier, so you have to fire it on a higher ballistic arc, so it drops down and punches through the deck armour at a better angle. The principle is kind of workable, but weirdly enough, as it turns out, the principle probably actually is more effective in the 16-inch 45 caliber guns on the North Carolinas and the South Dakotas, because they have a lower muzzle velocity, so that steepness of drop is achieved at a closer range than the Iowa's 16-inch 50 guns, which just catapult the shells forever and a day over the horizon before they start dropping. And the super heavy concept would work much better with smaller guns. So if they developed a super heavy 14-inch shell, for example, then that kind of big high angle drop would occur at ranges where it's more reasonable you might hit. The same thing why I don't hold quite the same amount of, I don't hold any particular grudge against the Des Moines for having a super heavy 8-inch shell, because again, the super heavy 8-inch shell ballistic curve is such that it's going to be dropping in on enemy decks much sooner, and thus within a reasonable range to hit. It's just the Iowa in particular, it as intended, it doesn't quite work out, I think is what I'm going for. But, people in all sorts of navies follow different developmental trends at different points, and some of them work out and some of them don't, and just have to live with it. Oh, and I've thought of one other analogy, if this helps get it across. So, although the exact nature of what's going on is not quite the same, in terms of overall efficiency, if you're taking a 16-inch 50 gun and using a super heavy shell against battleships, or using a more conventional weight and therefore much faster shell against battleships, I think a good way to describe the difference would be if you took, say, a punt gun, and if you don't know what that is, look it up, they're hilarious, and you were told, right, there's a guy in body armour, you need to take him out. If you loaded a punt gun up with buckshot, the guy would be pretty dead. If you managed to find a punt gun that had the barrel stressed enough that it could take a solid slug, and you fired that would be a far more effective and more efficient way of dealing with somebody wearing body armour, and they would be extremely dead. But either way, they are dead. It's just a matter of efficiencies. With the caveat, of course, that's because you have just a ridiculously powerful gun in the first place. The Judge 2017 asks, if Britain retains the 13 American colonies as the American Revolution fails to overthrow the Crown, assuming America is given the OK to expand from sea to shining sea, has the Industrial Revolution, and history remains vaguely similar to how we know it, how does this change conflicts up to the conclusion of World War II? Do the Americans push out British designs, or will we still see the Essex and Fletcher swarms of 1945? So basically, the British Empire probably looked something like this in the mid to late 19th century, and obviously American expansion would continue westward. Now, normally, as this is a slightly alt history question, this will go in the live section, but I thought I'd put it in here for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the designs that the Royal Navy would be producing in this theoretical British Empire, where America is still part of it, would probably not resemble either the British designs as we see historically or the American designs as we see historically, because whereas America had to concern itself not entirely but mostly with a Pacific style of war, and the British were concerning themselves mostly with an Atlantic, in Western Pacific Indian Ocean, Mediterranean North Sea style of war with a lot more fueling bases, etc., but perhaps close proximity to enemy air attack. This other British Empire is facing another completely different strategic concept. So the Pacific still exists, it's still a huge area to cover, but at the same time, the network of fueling bases that the Royal Navy builds up is going to be even more extensive now, because obviously they've got access to the West Coast Pacific ports, they're going to have access to Hawaii, they'll probably have grabbed a bunch of the Pacific Islands, even more than historically the US and Britain did between them, and of course they have Australia, New Zealand, and all those other holdings on the western side of the Pacific, so they have a chain of holdings. So compared to historic American designs, sheer range is going to be slightly less of a concern. But on the other hand, the fact that they do have to worry about the entire Pacific region means that range is probably slightly more of a concern than it was in historic British design. So the range requirement for these neo-British warships is going to be somewhere between what we see historically. And to be honest, the sheer economic and population might of this neo-British Empire is going to be such that you'll probably see a whole mix of designs, because at that point there'll be so much money and so much of the world to look after that they probably will end up, whereas in the latter part of the 19th century you saw things like first and second class battleships being built separately, with the second class being for colonial stations, and actually, as you saw historically in the 1930s, the British built ships carriers like Ark Royal for a more Pacific-focused theatre, and ships like the Illustriouses for a more European Mediterranean-focused theatre, although they were, in theory, able to operate in either theatre. I suspect you'd actually see an even greater split. So you'd probably see ships, probably two lines of ships. You'd see ships being designed for a core battle fleet, which would be even bigger than the Grand Fleet, which is scary enough in and of itself, which is designed to go in and punch in the face and wreck the day of anybody who tries to mess with the British Empire, if anyone's dumb enough to do that at that point. And separately, and those designs maybe would resemble a bit, they'd hove a bit closer to historic British designs, whereas other designs would be put out for, if you like, the overseas fleet, the fleet that has to look after the security and safety of the colonies, sort of suppress small nations, be the frontline responders, and generally be out and about all over the place. And those designs would probably slightly more resemble American historical designs. But the two designs would be sets of designs would be closer to each other than historic British and American designs. At least that's my theory on it. So if you sort of take let's say if you took the British as, if you're looking at it on a bell curve centered on 0, if you took the British as -10 and the Americans as +10 historic designs, your core fleet designs will probably be maybe a -5, -4, and your overseas fleet designs will be maybe a 6. So they'd only be about 10 units apart as opposed to 20 units apart, which we've arbitrarily said historic British and American designs were, even though there's not a massive amount of wiggle room in some corresponding Royal Navy and US Navy designs at the time anyway. But the main change in conflicts that we see up to the conclusion of World War II is that a lot of them probably don't happen. Internally, sure, Franco-Prussian War, that kind of stuff on the European mainland, that'll happen still. The British won't particularly care as much. They still won't want a European hegemon on land, but they'll be slightly less concerned about it because their own power is so much greater. World War I just isn't going to happen. Not in the way that we know it, because a 1910s British Empire that, as I say, includes the population and economic might of the continental United States is going to be so mind-numbingly powerful, and probably have, as you can see from the map, probably have leverage to that power to control even more of the world, that if Britain turns around and says to Germany, knock it off or else, or don't do this or else, Germany's not going to have much of a choice but to obey. Because one, the British fleet is going to be, or the Royal Navy is going to be so much larger than the Imperial German Navy. They can't hope to compete. They probably wouldn't even have tried. But even if they did, they'd be barely a fraction of the probably at that point the Imperial Navy's power. But also, the potential size of a British army would be so great as to just roll over and crush even the German field army. So at that point, Europe would basically be Britain telling the European countries to go play in their sandbox and leave the rest of the world to the glorious might of the Imperial Armed Forces, which at that point they probably would have been renamed, which is a little bit hilarious in my view. Of course, just wrapping this up, the big question when you have that kind of scenario is where the power lies at that point. You can't necessarily make an argument purely from population, because after all, India had the biggest population of the British Empire, and they certainly weren't calling the shots when it came to political decisions in the late 1800s and early 1900s. But there is a whole alternate history scenario to be discussed there, which I have thought of at various points, and at some point I might share those thoughts, maybe in a live stream. Captain Landlocked asks, when did navies recognise the importance of onboard recreation for sailors and implement it systematically? Hyperbolically speaking, onboard entertainment in the age of sail was keeping the crew busy, whereas nowadays big carriers have gyms, TV stations, music bands, etc. on board. I assume it was, and to a certain part still is, up to the captain of the ship which forms of recreation are allowed and what's undertaken to keep morale up. But when did this change become regulated through the Navy? I think there's two parts to the question. Navies recognising the importance of onboard recreation goes back pretty much as far back as there have been navies that have undertaken extensive voyages. Yes, the crews were kept busy on age of sail ships of the line, but they still had time to entertain themselves. That's where we get sea shanties, amongst other things, sailors' dances and jigs, lots of gambling games, lots of artwork as well. A number of sailors on age of sail ships would teach themselves how to carve and other such things, as well as training and keeping pets for various purposes. So all of that was onboard recreation, loosely under the purview of what the captain was prepared to permit, or possibly, in the case of some of the gambling, turn a blind eye to. And I don't think on a fleet-wide level it ever has been completely regulated. As communications technology has advanced, things like mail from home and other news from home has become more codified, so that's certainly a thing. But in terms of fully regulated, the problem is different ships have so many different requirements that I don't think you ever could fully regulate it in terms of saying this is what the crew should be provided with. At best, you could have regulations that said that a captain should maintain good order and discipline on his ship and allow the crew reasonable entertainments. But what that consists of, again, would be entirely largely down to the captain and what the ship as a whole is capable of. Because, for example, you might be able to, on an aircraft carrier, set up a tennis court-sized screen, get a really powerful projector, and have several hundred people, if not more, all sit down to watch the latest movie in the ship's hangar, because you've got the space for that. Whereas on a submarine, you probably couldn't find somewhere to stow a screen that size, let alone deploy it. So on a submarine, if the crew want to watch the latest movie, it'll either be on a flat screen TV bolted to on a wall and maybe on one of the mess areas or in the wardroom, and that's probably about as generous as you're going to get, because there just isn't the space anywhere else. And the same thing for all sorts of things that you can fit on the big ships, you'll get on a smaller scale on the medium and size ships, and then you won't get in a very, very reduced manner on the smaller ships. It's all very well to have a ship's band on a battleship with 1,000+ crew if you're a corvette that's bobbing around the Atlantic with 2-3 dozen people aboard forming a ship's band. Finding anyone who can even play an instrument is probably going to be a bit of a tall order. So I think, apart from perhaps more recently providing budgets for captains to provide things to entertain the crew with, by and large it's always just come under the purview of keep your crew in good spirits and in good order and discipline, and leave it up to the captain and the rest of the command staff to decide exactly what form that takes. Andrew Dederer asks, with the switch to steam, there wouldn't be much call for top men, the hardest to find and train ordinary crew of past centuries. Once there was no need for men of that athletic talent and temperament, what became the most difficult rank-and-file job to fill on board? For a long time, in the aftermath of the switch to steam, as you can see from this is HMS Alexandra, there was still a need for the top men, i.e. the men who manned the sails, but as that died out, in a lot of navies, the engineers were some of the hardest ranks to fill, because being on a coal-powered triple expansion engined warship was not the most pleasant of experiences if you were down in the engine room, to say the least. Everyone from the stoker up to the chief engineer was really not existing in the world's most pleasant environment. And on top of that, in a lot of navies, they were kept apart from the main command track and seniority ranks of the navy for quite a while. So in sort of the latter part of the 19th century, you might well find that even as a chief engineer, you're in charge of pretty much all the machinery on the ship. You're spending your days in a somewhat dark, very loud environment, probably wearing your oilskins because there's steam and hot water and grease flying all over the place. You probably end up feeling like you've taken a swan dive through a refinery, and when you pop your head up on deck, not only are you viewed as separate and somewhat lesser from the rest of the crew, but you find the captain and the first officer and all the other officers have been quite happily sunning themselves in the tropical sun of the Mediterranean or some such, whereas you haven't really noticed any difference in the internal conditions since you left harbour in some frozen, isolated port in the north, except for the fact that it's gotten progressively warmer even down in the engine room. So when you look at that and compare it to the skill, what those skills could buy you in terms of a position anywhere else, it was somewhat understandable that retention was a little bit of a problem for a while. In some ways, as far as I understand it, it's not entirely the same, but similar situation today with nuclear-trained engineers in navies that have nuclear-powered submarines or surface warships, because they can get their training, and yes, they can live the Navy life and with all the restrictions inherent thereof, but once they've got their full qualifications, you, again, as far as I'm led to believe, can effectively walk into any nuclear power plant on the planet and say, right, instead of existing for months at a time underwater next to 10,000 Hiroshima's worth of firepower, I want to have a nice cushy office job where I can just stroll in pretty much whatever time I like, and I can write my own contract for however many hundreds of thousands of insert local currency here that I like. Retention of skilled engineering staff, I think, has always been quite difficult since the start of steam-powered ships, albeit that it is, conditions have improved somewhat since those days. Apart from anything else, an engineering officer can now, in fact, go on to command a ship. Prior to World War I, which admiral, had they died before implementing their program, tactics or ship design, would have had the greatest effect on their navy? For example, Admiral Fisher dying before he's able to decommission or scrap all the obsolete ships in the Royal Navy. I think, given the effects on who were the biggest naval players in World War I, it's got to be a fight between Fisher and Tirpitz. There may be other admirals in the Austro-Hungarian Navy, the French Navy, the Italian Navy, etc., even the Russian Navy, where you could argue that, well, if they died, the effects on their navies could have been completely catastrophic one way or the other. But ultimately, the two big players in World War I were Britain and Germany, and the US was kind of the third largest. But the thing is, the US Navy, at least in the 1900s and 1910s, was constrained far more by politics and finance than it ever was by particularly visionary or not visionary admirals. Whereas for the Royal Navy, if Fisher hadn't come in, you probably still would have had a lot of retention of older ships, and sort of not adopting the newer US technology as quickly. That would have left the Royal Navy lagging behind when other people started to build the latest technology. It would also have left them with a massive maintenance and storage bill, which would have reduced the amount of money they had available to follow the trend, and would have left them off in a far worse position by the time of World War I. A Royal Navy in 1914 without Fisher, having been around for the past decade or so, is going to be quite a different beast and a lot poorer for it. Now, the thing with Tirpitz is that without Tirpitz drive and determination and the way he got the ear of the Kaiser, it's doubtful that the German Navy would have grown to the size it was and set off the tensions that it did. Now, the Kaiser, to be fair, he was his own person to a greater or lesser degree, and he was determined to have his navy, and he would have expanded the German Navy beyond that which he inherited. But getting into a full-on arms race with the UK, I don't think without Tirpitz there, I don't think the Kaiser would have had quite the same level of drive to do so, and he also wouldn't have had quite the same level of clout to push those things through, both through the German government and also over the heads of the German army. So without Tirpitz, therefore, you probably don't get the Anglo-German arms race, which means you probably don't get the frosting up of Anglo-German naval relations, which means that a good chunk of the build-up to World War I doesn't happen, at which point whether or not World War I happens or in what shape it does happen becomes a very open-ended question. The only reason I say it's a kind of a two-way is because Tirpitz is kind of the man who's to a certain degree make or break as to whether the Imperial German Navy exists at all as a rival to the Royal Navy. Whereas for Fisher, although the Royal Navy would still be the largest fleet in the world, a Royal Navy without Fisher fighting a German Navy that has had Tirpitz in its corner is a far, far closer and much more dangerous fight. Sergeant Schultz asks, given the constant flexing, better called sagging and hogging, in my understanding, of an iron or steel hull at sea, especially with particularly long vessels, is metal fatigue a concern? And if so, when was this realised and how was it handled? So yes, metal fatigue can be, and indeed still is, a potentially very serious issue on iron or steel ships. But it was known relatively early on and also dealt with because iron and to a certain extent steel construction on land significantly predated iron and steel deployment at sea. And so, I mean, issues of metal fatigue are known to a degree to go back all the way, back into what you might call pre-industrial times. People with swords knew about metal fatigue. Heck, even people in the Bronze Age knew about metal fatigue, or more specifically in that case, work hardening, when it came to bronze. So they were anticipating it being a problem with ships. Now, there are two ways you can try and deal with it. You can either go with absolutely massive construction, i.e. a ship that is so solid and so rigid that, yes, in theory it might come to the end of its service life through metal fatigue, but that'll be long after anybody who ever knew about the original creators has died, which is kind of the approach you see in some Victorian era ships. Like, I mean, the Great Eastern, if somebody had got the money to keep the Great Eastern in service, you probably, with relatively minimal refitting and work, could still be sailing around now, because Brunel built that thing to survive almost the literal apocalypse. But with that said, when it comes to ships that are perhaps less heavily built, which includes almost everything, but when you're talking about warships, especially World War I, World War II era warships, the way to address metal fatigue, because if you say the hulk is constantly flexing, primarily consists of the type of material you use, because not all steel is created equal. And this is why you have construction grade steels and why you don't build your entire ship out of armour steel. And this goes off on a tangent I've mentioned before about STS steel, where people say, oh, it was pretty much armour grade steel. No, it wasn't. STS steel was a very expensive steel. It was stronger than your average construction steel, special treatment steel is its full name. It was not armour grade steel. It was not comparable to Class B homogeneous armour. It definitely wasn't comparable to Class A face hardened armour. But it was a cut above structural steel. You could use it as armour, but only in some cases where you weren't trying to stop major incoming firepower. But, yes, the US could afford it, and it did a better job than the average construction steel, and they did build large elements of their ships out of SDS steel. But the reason, getting back to the point, the reason why it's very, very, very clear to anybody with any engineering knowledge that it is not armour steel is because one of the things that armour steel does, which regular construction steel doesn't, is be very hard, basically be inflexible. Most obviously the face hardened steel, but even homogeneous steel, it has to be, for obvious reasons, to resist incoming firepower, pretty darn immovable. If you built a entire ship out of armour steel, high tensile, very rigid steel, it would be the single most rigid metal construction on the planet for maybe a few months, maybe a few years, before metal fatigue tore it to pieces, because it wouldn't shift, or it would barely it would shift a little bit, but it would barely shift at all. And very hard, brittle steels don't cope with metal fatigue very well at all. They will be fine, they'll be fine, and then bang. Whereas with slightly softer steels, they can flex, and they can flex back and forth, and they will build up metal fatigue. But one, they don't tend to fail as catastrophically as harder steels. B, it takes a lot longer. C, the forces concentrated are less, because the amount of force, the amount of stress on a particular object is dependent as much on time as it is on the force. So if you are exerting a force of arbitrarily, let's say 100 kilonewtons on a steel beam, if you exert all of that force at one specific point very quickly, it's going to have a very different effect on that steel as to if you're exerting that force spread out over 5 to 10 seconds over a wider area. That's a little bit of a crude explanation, but I think it serves. And basically what I'm getting at is, if you have a completely rigid body, i.e. let's say you've, for some lunatic reason, you've built an entire battleship out of armour grade steel, and it goes over a big North Atlantic wave, so you've got the front third of the ship hanging out over empty space. Well, now you have several thousand, possibly several tens of thousands of tons of weight acting on a very small area where the ship is, going back into the water that is supporting it, and it's all being exerted over a small space, over pretty much all that force is happening pretty much instantaneously. Yeah, the ship might survive that time. The next time it might just break in half. Whereas if you've built the ship out of more conventional construction grade steel, then when the ship is sticking out like that, it's going to flex down. And as it flexes down, obviously that takes time, so the force is being exerted over time and over a slightly larger area, because obviously the ship is moving. So it's being, as the keel of the ship moves out or possibly back into the water, the point of force is changing. But also as the ship itself flexes, that's taking some of the energy out, because it takes energy to distort the steel. I'm trying to dilute a lot of engineering concepts here. But effectively it means that the metal fatigue issue will take a lot longer to develop, and as I say, it will be less catastrophic. Also, you'll notice it. If you have a softer, more flexible steel and it's experiencing fatigue, you can usually tell. It tends to be somewhat obvious. These days, obviously, they can pick up faults using X-rays and various other measuring devices that can look into the steel and look for micro fissures and cracks and such like, which is even better because you can pick it up even earlier. But a softer grade steel, assuming you're not broadsiding it with a rogue wave, you'll probably see indications visually that it's on its way out, and thus you'll be able to get it fixed, hopefully, long before anything happens. And ultimately, to a certain extent, that's why ships have service lives. The same way that aircraft, well, these days especially, have service lives, airframe service lives that are dictated by the metal fatigue exerted on their airframes by going up to high altitude and down to low altitude, etc., with the pressure changes. And the same with ships. After a certain point, unless your ship is so massively built as to be beyond hilarity, you will eventually reach a point where your hull, girders and frames, etc., have just reached their fatigue point, at which point you're either going to basically have to rebuild the ship or retire it. Trevorius asks, apparently one of the major reasons for the Japanese getting into World War II was to secure their access to strategic resources, particularly oil. Could you talk a bit about the distribution of known oil reserves in the late 30s and early 40s and Japan's options in that regard? Was there a way for them to secure their oil needs that didn't involve going to war with the US and the UK at the same time? Basically, a combination of the Japan's own policies and World War II meant they really didn't have any options. So this is a map of the oil nations of the world covering their production in the first 9 months of 1940. So there's pretty much the situation facing Japan in the run-up to Pearl Harbor. Now, the top 10 oil-producing countries have been indicated there with numbers, and the others are also indicated up to 25, the 1 to 25 in the key down at the bottom there. Now, the thing is, you'll notice an awful lot of those numbers are not accessible, but we'll go through the issue. So, number 1 oil-producing country, the United States, with just over 1 billion barrels in 9 months. So obviously the US is angry with Japan. They have an oil embargo going, so that source is cut off. Number 2, the Soviet Union, with 164 million barrels. Well, the Japanese had spent some part of the late 1930s fighting the Soviet Union. They're not exactly particularly in a mood to trade oil with Japan. Also, the Soviets are, depending on exactly which period in the early 1940s you're looking at, are either in the process of preparing for a potential attack by Germany or actually dealing with an attack by Germany, so they're not really going to be in a position to spare any oil to help out Japan. Then you have Venezuela, 145 million barrels. Well, that's in the Caribbean. The Panama Canal is controlled by the Americans, so if they don't want the Japanese to trade in oil, they're not going to be getting much out of Venezuela. Also, thanks to the Monroe Doctrine and general US power, pretty much any country in South America that tries to sell to Japan is probably going to find itself pressured into complying with US regulations, especially since US oil companies had their fingers very deeply in a lot of different global oil production facilities, especially Venezuela. And then you have Iran, 59 million barrels, which is under the control of the British, who, again, by 1940-41 are in the middle of a war and are quite happily using up all of that oil output. Also not particularly great fans of the Japanese. Then, number 5, you have the Dutch East Indies, the obvious target for them, at just under 46 million barrels. So that's where they probably want to go. Number 6 is Romania. Well, you ain't getting any oil out of Romania because, well, it's A, it's in Eastern Europe, and B, by the time Pearl Harbor rolls around, it's a part of obviously the German campaign against the Soviets and vice versa. 7th, at 30 million barrels, Mexico, again, mostly controlled by US oil companies and right next to America. You ain't trading with them. 8, Iraq, 21 million barrels. British are using most of that output as well. 9, Colombia, just under 20 million barrels. See above comments about Standard Oil and the US. 10, Argentina, just about 15 million barrels. And, we're dropping off quite considerably. I mean, we've dropped massively from 1 billion. I don't think everybody combined by this point on the list even comes close to the United States output. Trinidad, British, controlled. Peru, that's just under 15 million. Peru, subject to American pressure and only 10 million total output. Canada, 6 million barrels, very definitely in the British camp. Burma, 6 million barrels, in the British camp, although the Japanese would also target Burma. Bahrain, British camp. Brunei, British camp. Germany as a whole, in the middle of a world war, not selling to anybody. Saudi Arabia, British camp. Egypt, British camp. Poland, parts of it are under the Soviet control, parts of it are under German control switches back and forth. Japan itself, producing just under 2 million barrels of oil, nowhere near enough to sustain it. Ecuador, under the American heel. British India, surprise, surprise, guess who they're under the control of. Hungary, also involved in World War II in the middle of Europe. And Albania, lastly, with 1 million barrels or so, again, stuck in the uptake of World War II. So effectively, the only places that aren't under the direct or indirect thumb of the US or the UK are pretty much all involved in the massive fight between Germany and the Soviet Union. The only ones that are even vaguely targetable by the Japanese are Burma, which is, okay, Burma is producing about 3 times as much oil as Japan itself is, but probably not enough to sustain. It also involves going to war with Britain. And then you have the Dutch East Indies, the 5th largest oil producers on the planet, and the only place that the Japanese can A, get to, and B, will satisfy their oil demands. Except for the fact that obviously that will involve going past the Philippines and will break the US's oil embargo, and thanks to World War II, the Dutch are allied with the British, which means that if you attack them, you're going to war with the British anyway, so hence you might as well take Burma as well. And if you're going to expose yourself that much with the Philippines right next to you, that means you have to take out the US before the US takes you out, because they will be coming for you if they think that their one big hold over you has gone. Modern6292 asks, the list of preserved Essex-class carriers starts with Yorktown CV-10, then Intrepid CV-11, Hornet CV-12, and the final one being Lexington CV-16. What do you think led to these carriers being preserved over later, more modern Essex-class? The only thing that stands out to me is that 3 of the 4 are named after carriers lost during the beginning of the Pacific Theatre. I think it's a combination of factors. Some Essex-class, like Franklin and Bunker Hill, were gone earlier, and a bunch more Essex class left during the 60s. So, they're much of a muchness. There's lots of them, with plenty more still in service. A, people aren't going to think so much about preserving them, and B, since they're still active, other members of the class are still active service US Navy vessels, the US Navy is going to be less keen about giving them up as museum ships, in case people learn things they shouldn't. So then you get to the 70s, which is when effectively the rest of the class leaves service. So at that point, you've already narrowed down the number of candidates available for museum ship status, because, as I say, a bunch of them have already gone. And then of those, I think it's a combination of, yes, as you say, there's something of nostalgia value in Yorktown, Intrepid, Yorktown, Hornet, and Lexington, and also who's got the most powerful friends. If there's a good enough, strong enough force, probably including ex-crew members, who can raise enough money to say, yes, we will look after the ship and turn it into museum, you're much more likely to get that result. Hence, it's something like Intrepid, as opposed to other perhaps crew-led organisations who might have just as much drive, but maybe not as much recourse to funds, or can't find a suitable docking facility. And I think also exactly what those ships did and what state they're in, because the US Navy, again, is more likely to be more favourable to releasing an older ship, perhaps with systems that are not quite fully up to modern spec. It's less work, apart from anything else, to strip out the ones they don't want anyone to have access to. And also partly hull condition. Some of the Essex class, when they were stricken, were condemned as no longer fit for service because they were worn out. And when museums are taking a view, when you've got something like the pool of Essex class to choose from, okay, which ship do we want to have as a museum? Well, apart from the name draw that 3 of the 4 of them have, you've also got to take into account how much is it going to cost us to maintain these things. If they come in relatively decent hull condition, it's going to cost a lot less to keep them going long term than something that's on the verge of falling apart anyway. And of course with Hornet in particular, the fact that she'd recently come off of work helping with the space program probably helped as well. Christian Slot Hulk asks, during World War II, the Allies used Malta as a base for anti-shipping efforts against supply convoys to the Africa Corps. How effective were these efforts? Now, this is something that will start a lot of arguments online. Now, basically, you can look at it, I think, one of three ways. You can look at it in terms of absolute numbers of personnel and equipment shipped. You can look at it in terms of what was prevented, and you can look at it in terms of key impacts, because the effectiveness of the subs, ships and aircraft that were based in Malta varies year by year, month by month. Obviously in 1943 they're a lot more effective than they were in 1942, and in 1942 they're a lot more effective than they were in 1941. So the disruption effect is going up. But at the same time, if you look at it in terms of absolute numbers of equipment and personnel sent, it broadly looks somewhat favourable to the Axis, because you're still talking about well over 90% of the personnel shipped make it. If you average out across the entire North African operational area, you're probably looking at about 75, maybe just north of 75% worth of equipment, including fuel, equipment and supplies of making it, which means the bulk get through. But on the other hand, almost a quarter of the equipment and fuel goes down, and that gets more acute as time goes on. But the thing is, at the same time, when you compare it to something like, say, the Battle of the Atlantic, well, if you take, for example, let's say from the start of the war, it's September 1939 through to the middle of 1940 and 1941, which are generally the better times for the Kriegsmarine, if you add up the total amount of shipping that supplies headed over as opposed to the total amount sunk by the Germans, you end up with an average figure of about 6.8%. Now, it does climb, for example, in April 41 up to 23.5%, but the shipping losses in the Battle of the Atlantic, the material losses in the Battle of the Atlantic are quite bad, but they're nowhere near as bad as those in the Italian theatre, in the Mediterranean theatre, which is primarily Italian ships running back and forth. So, whilst yes, the bulk of supplies do get through, it's actually with a much higher casualty rate than you would get in something like the Battle of the Atlantic, which is generally seen as not a particularly pleasant place to be in. And then you can also look at cumulative losses. So when about 2/3 of the shipping is sunk eventually, because this is the thing, you've got a limited number of ships who are doing the runs again and again and again. So that a ship might make 10 runs and get through 10 times, but then get sunk on its 11th run. And Italian shipbuilding, which is pretty much the majority of Axis shipbuilding in the Mediterranean, can't keep up with those losses. So the number of ships available is going down for the most part. Therefore, the amount of supplies that can be moved, period, is going down. And it can't, there's a limit to how much it can go up. I mean, there's also limits on the North African ports as well, which doesn't help matters. But I think in that respect, you're looking at more of what do those anti-shipping forces from Malta deny the Axis, more than in terms of what can the Axis not do, rather than in necessarily looking at exact figures of what was sunk, even though, say, 2/3 of available merchant ships do end up being sunk anyway. And I think then the other thing is you also, in some circumstances, have to look at exactly what losses happen and when, because of course you have signals intelligence, which is directing the Allies at most of the time at some of the more important convoys. So, obviously food is important, but if, say, you get 3 convoys loaded with food come through, fantastic, great. But then you have a really important convoy, because this convoy has all the fuel and maybe some replacement tanks. And if between signals and other intel, the Allies know about this convoy, or even if they haven't hit the previous 3 or 4 convoys full of food and everything, you maybe lost 1 ship to mines or something. If the Allies then hit this particular convoy and they blow up, say, one of the 2 tankers that is with that convoy, and they manage to sink the merchant ship that had all your new Tiger tanks on it, even if the rest of the convoy gets through, if you're planning a big offensive in the Western Desert, the loss of half your fuel from that big convoy and all your heavy tanks, replacement heavy tanks, is going to sting an awful lot more than if you'd lost 2 random food supply carrying ships in the previous convoy. So assessing how effective their efforts were is a very, very, very complex task, and probably one that would require a fairly extensive video. Mason asks, how would each of the US standard classes do against a Bismarck or Scharnhorst? This is again very much one of those period type questions, because a refitted US standard in 1945 is a very different beast to the US standard battle line in, say, early 1941, where they've had interwar modernizations, but nothing on the scale of some other ships, and they're all a little bit long in the tooth at that point. First thing to note is that all of the standards, 21 knots, if you're lucky, by World War II, which means that the Bismarck or Scharnhorst type can choose whether or not they're going to fight, because they have such a massive speed advantage. Now, Bismarck and Scharnhorst are 2 very different ships, for obvious reasons. Now, for a Scharnhorst, I suspect the vast majority of US standards are probably going to be pretty much in the same level of deterrent value as an old R-class or something like Balea on convoy duty. They can't catch them, but they've got enough firepower that the Scharnhorst are not going to they're not going to want to engage them in a straight-up gunfight. So they'll probably just leave them alone. If they're forced to, however, again, it's a matter of time. 1940, 1941, back when the US ships are still in their kind of late 20s, early 30s refit conditions for the most part, a Scharnhorst against Nevadas, Pennsylvanias, maybe even the New Mexicos, question mark, is gonna have an advantage. Not because of the firepower, they have fewer guns and they're less powerful than the 14-inch guns, but very broadly speaking, the armour protection is roughly the same, but the Scharnhorsts have a pretty modern fire control system and the speed to exploit it. So, I mean, you look at their performance against HMS Glorious, for example. The Scharnhorst could quite happily sit in the upper 20,000s of yards range bracket and rain destruction down on a standard, and there's nothing the standard can do. It can't run, it can't close, and because it's got the older fire control systems, I'm pretty sure the Scharnhorst is going to be hitting first. And once they do hit, they're going to keep hitting, and that's pretty much all they wrote, cripple the enemy's ability to fight. Then you can finish them off. Some of the bigger ones, the Tennessees and Colorados, are probably a bit too much for the Scharnhorst to chew, especially because the arrival of a 14-inch shell aboard a Scharnhorst is not good news, but not insurmountable. The arrival of a 16-inch shell from a Colorado is somewhat worse news. But you flip that round to, say, 1943, when some of the first refitted standards are coming off the lines, and, well, that's when the last Scharnhorst is around. Now the fire control system is somewhat different, and at that point you'd give the edge to the standard. The Bismarck, on the other hand, well, Bismarck is only around, obviously, up until early 41, but in the early 41 context, Bismarck has the advantage over everything. against the 14-inch ships and the 16 inches, the Colorados. Like the Scharnhorst, she can dictate the range of the engagement. Like the Scharnhorst, she has the superior fire control equipment. And unlike the Scharnhorst, she also has the firepower to punch through the armour of the standards at a range where it's unlikely that the standards are going to be able to meaningfully return accurate fire before Bismarck hits them. Fast forward, however, and 1944, 45, well, probably 44 actually, because we're talking about Tirpitz, and now you've got things like refitted West Virginia rolling around, and so on and so forth. Well, the thing is, Tirpitz's fire control equipment has also been upgraded quite considerably. So, against a 14-inch standard, again with speed, etc., and simple weight of shells, the Tirpitz would still have an advantage, but the advantage would be considerably less than Bismarck enjoyed against the 14-inch standards in 1941. The Colorado's a bit more of an interesting one, because obviously it is the end game for the standard class. It has much heavier guns, and therefore those shells are much more likely to do more damage and penetrate better at longer ranges. It still has the disadvantage of Tirpitz can dictate the terms of the engagement, and Tirpitz's guns can hurt a Colorado just as much as a Colorado's guns can hurt Tirpitz. But if you're talking about something like a refit West Virginia versus Tirpitz in a fight in the dark in the high Arctic, it would be anybody's game, save for the fact that say that Tirpitz can dictate the range. So it would still have a slight advantage, but not a massive one. I mean, you've got Rodney, which is broadly a contemporary of the Colorado. It's a little bit faster. It's a little bit more heavily protected. It's got a different gun layout, but Rodney, arguably, again, apart from speed, has a certain ability to go toe to toe with Bismarck. So yeah, a refitted Colorado, I'd be flipping a coin. Refitted Colorado versus Tirpitz in most engagements, with obviously, as I say, the caveat that Tirpitz can just choose to leave. Hammond Pickle asks, how fast do ships sink once they slip beneath the surface? For example, USS Johnston lies 21,000 feet below the surface. How long did it take her to hit the seabed? Well, there's a few governing factors, three primary ones for ship sinking once they go beneath the surface. Firstly, what's the density of the ship? Because if it's a wooden ship, even if it's sinking, and that'll be mainly because of the ballast and other heavier than water elements aboard, it's going to sink a lot more slowly, even if in cases like something like Vassar or Mary Rose, that's still pretty darn quick, as compared to a steel ship where pretty much every part of the ship is denser than water. Then you've got to account for how much air is left in the ship. So, something like Hood that's been physically blown in two, it's not going to have a tremendous amount of reserve buoyancy left pretty quickly, and certainly chunks of it will have gone into negative buoyancy instantly, at which point it's going to be falling a lot faster than a ship that's very gradually succumb to the water and perhaps has only just about gone into negative buoyancy. So that a ship that's just slipping under the water after a long time afloat, like something like Hiei, for example, will, at least initially, sink a lot slower than a ship that's had a catastrophic breach in its hull. Now, obviously, as you go deeper, air gets forced out. Eventually, air pockets inside the ship will implode and the ship will accelerate, but exactly when that happens varies. So, I mean, ships at least have been calculated to have reached speeds of anything up to about 30 miles an hour before they hit the bottom in some of the deeper sinkings, like Titanic or Bismarck. But that is obviously terminal velocity. Some ships may start out almost that speed and just go that speed the whole way down. Other ships may only be attaining that speed right towards the end of their journeys. The other thing you've got to take into account is the manner in which they fall. because some ships, or fragments of ships, at least from what anybody can tell from what's left of them on the ocean floor, have basically nosed down and gone dive, 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 at which point obviously they are going to be accelerating to quite the rate of knots quite quickly before they hit the ocean floor. Whereas other times, again, when you're talking about ships or parts of ships, they've kind of fallen almost like a leaf on the wind, poor old Wash, and drifted down, sycamoring almost back and forth, at which point their actual rate of descent is relatively slow, corkscrewing or whatever. Fragments of ships tend to do this quite a bit, and also actually ships that are still largely intact but with some fairly catastrophic damage will as well, because if you've, say, sunk with your hull overall intact but you've got a massive hole blown out the side of you by a torpedo impact or a magazine explosion or something, that's going to act as something of a brake on one side, so you're going to end up doing corkscrews with a lot of resistance, as opposed to a nice neat hole punched inwards, which is going to more trend towards you just going straight down. So it can be anything from walking pace to getting a speeding ticket in an urban environment pace. James Barker asks, if the QEs and Rs had been built with small tube boilers, so their speeds are 28 knots and 25 knots respectively, how do you think this would affect future designs? For example, do you think the Nelsons would still be 23 knots? What about the KG5s or other nations' designs? How could this change World War II? Well, it's an interesting one, because the QEs and Rs come out too late for Germany to respond in like manner. If they are going to use small tube boilers, they're probably going to keep it close to their chest, the way they kept the use of 12-inch guns on the Invincibles close to their chest, and indeed the use of 15-inch guns for a while. So the Bardens are likely to still be of roughly the same speed they were historically. The French and the Italians and the Russians don't build any capital ships thereafter, so really the only ones who are going to be responding are the Japanese and the Americans. Now, during the World War I, the Americans very well might not respond, because even with the QEs and the Rs having 28 and 25 knot speeds respectively, they're still an element of a much larger fleet, which is still mostly 21 knot or just above. So the Rs might be viewed pretty much as the QEs were viewed at the time, and the QEs at 28 knots are probably going to be treated as very large, as very heavily armed battle cruisers by the world at large. The Americans will probably still want to stick to their 21 knot standard line for the reasons they built the standard line, albeit with that many fast battle cruisers around, they might start pressing more and more for battle cruisers of their own sooner rather than later. The Japanese, however, will definitely take this into account. I think with the Nagatos they'll still be quite happy at their 26 knots because it sits nicely between the two, but you very well might see the Fusos and Isseis being pushed to higher speeds, at least up to 25 knots. They'll probably look at the QEs as a somewhat expensive battle cruisers, but the Fusos and Isseis almost certainly they'll want them to keep up with the Rs, so 25-ish knots. For World War II, that's going to change things somewhat dramatically, because it means there's a lot more fast battleships going around. I don't think the fast battleships of the 30s are going to get any faster, because effectively at that point you're trading off the increased speed that the machinery of the mid to late 30s gives you in exchange for heavier armour, more and or heavier guns, and obviously heavy anti-aircraft batteries compared to the older ships. So you're just going to have more fast battleships floating around. The Nelsons definitely won't be 23 knots. They're going to have to be at least 25, because if they're looking at a battle line that's effectively QEs, Rs and Nelsons plus the battle cruisers, they're not going to want to hold the battle line back with a 23 knot design. So you might see an F3 battle cruiser go in instead, or they might tweak the Nelson's design to be a kind of a hybrid between O3 and F3, so you end up with maybe a 25-ish knot Nelson. The other interesting thing, which is the reason for this picture, because thanks Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts, your building, the ability to build things fairly accurately is most welcome. Some of you who follow Dr. Alexander Clark may well be aware that he's pointed out that there were triple turret designs in the UK, actually even predating the QEs. And this little product, which you can see, is a product of that mixed with other hypotheticals. So a hypothetical that I discussed with him a few weeks ago was if Jellicoe is pushing innovation a lot more to the point that he's prepared to push past the shipyards and say, no, I want my small tube boilers in my QEs, then what else might he push? He might push for, let's say, triple turrets, because, as I say, the designs are there. And if he's pushing for small tube boilers and high speeds and 15-inch guns on the QEs, well, at that point, why not push for triples as well? And then maybe you get the QEs looking like a more conventional turret layout for World War II, i.e. 2 triples forward, 1 triple aft. That might help with the speed issues as well, because having 3 triple turrets as opposed to 4 twins, you're saving a little bit on citadel length, which means you can have the same citadel length and a bit more machinery, which will help with the speed issues. And then we hypothesized that if you want to maintain that level of armament on the Rs, but obviously you're dropping speed, well, there's a couple of ways of doing it. Obviously, you can just reduce the size. You can reduce the size of the ship, which is what they did with the Rs, and thus reduce the machinery space. But with triple turrets, there might very well be the temptation to go all forward. And Fisher would absolutely love the idea of going all forward on the Rs. And that shortens the citadel space even more, which allows you to get an even smaller ship, which allows for more economy. So a 25 knot R, where the QEs are using triples, might therefore use all forward triples to maintain same level of armament but drop the speed in and a lot more reduced size, which then leads to this thing, which is either going to be a Marmite ship. You either love it or hate it, because if you've proved the concept of, you can be economical with your citadel size by grouping all the armament forward, when it comes to building hood, and you're basically being asked, well, we want the same armament as a QE, but we want it on battle cruiser speeds, which are now 30 plus knots. Well, let's say save a little bit on displacement, or rack the armor up a little bit and have an all forward triple 15-inch hood. So that's why I included this picture, also because it's amusing to me. Reichsbeer Minister asks, what led to the development of the Type 21 U-boats by the Kriegsmarine in 1943? With hindsight, the pros of this type seem too obvious to only develop it that late, and considering the German Wunderwaffe trend, it was like someone forgot about researching the U-boat tech tree. So what went wrong, or what happened? There's a few things to bear in mind, one of which is that you needed certain advancements in battery and engine technology and a number of other technologies, including the understanding of underwater hydrodynamics, which weren't necessarily in place in the early to mid-1930s to enable the design of something like the Type 21. Now, you can look at something like the British World War I R-class and argue that a degree of underwater hydrodynamics had been already understood, but that was in Britain, not Germany. And the big thing was this design pause, because when you look at the two other big navies, just to make things easier, so the Royal Navy and the US Navy, in the early 1930s, so you're talking 33 to 35, let's say, the US Navy has had the entire 1920s and early 1930s experimenting with various types of submarine, building on its experience with its wartime subs in the S-class, and at this point they are now laying down the first of a series of classes of what will become the fleet submarines, and then they're spending the rest of the 30s tweaking and refining that design, which I say is already based on a bunch of interwar experience, until they get the Gatos or Gatos or whatever your regional pronunciation you want to use for them. The British, similarly, have been experimenting through the 20s and early 30s, and by the end of that early 30s period, at 35, they're starting to build the T-class, which will be their main fleet submarine for World War II, and everything else that comes after it pretty much for the rest of the war, during the rest of the wartime period, is smaller subs for coastal work, and because they're easier and faster to produce. And they're building more Ts as well. So you're talking about, by 35, both Britain and the US are either well on their way to or happy with fairly matured modern submarine designs. The Germans have just about managed to put the Type 7 into production. And the Type 7 is much as a lot of the criticism of the Germany reusing World War I designs warmed over is a little bit unfair, with a Type 7, it is very much a UB3, slightly updated, which is a World War I design. They're not identical. They do have some advancements. They have obviously been trying to maintain a certain amount of design capability in the Netherlands and so forth in the 20s, but they don't have anything like the body of work that the US and the UK have been able to work with. So whilst the US and the UK, as I say, are working their way towards what they're happy with as a fleet submarine already, with a lot of interwar experience, the Germans are effectively putting together an updated World War I sub. Then, by the latter part of the 1930s, they're moving on to the Type 9, which is a much bigger, more along the lines of a fleet sub, but they are, at that point, 3-4 years behind the curve of everybody else. So the fact that the Type 21s really only start production in 43, which means they're under design in the early 40s, is actually a fairly remarkable uptick on the curve for the Germans. Perhaps forced a little bit by necessity as well, whereas the Americans are just sort of looking at going, well, we've got a formula that works, and we've got a slightly updated version which we're going to call the Balaus, and we're happy to just spam those out. And the British are just going, T class, U class, V class, S class, build. The Germans, to an extent, to be fair, are also doing that with the Type 7s and various variations thereof. But whereas everyone else is happy with that, the Germans are obviously having to be forced to go an extra mile beyond. So they're developing these things. Because, if you look at the Type 21s versus, say, the Amphions or the Tenches, which are the late war British and American designs, the 21s have a number of advantages over them. But still, that technology required to make them work properly is not quite there in a lot of cases. The post-war evaluations of the Type 21s basically come up with very good idea in theory, in execution maybe not quite so good. And that's when you start to see the Type 21's unofficial successors in the late 1940s and early 50s, which are able to exploit the more advanced technologies of that period, and then everything gets supplanted by nuclear propulsion anyway, so whatever. Although diesel electric subs do continue. So I don't think it's that they forgot to research the U-boat tech tree. In fact, the fact they started building the Type 21s in 1943 means they were on quite a steep learning curve. But yeah, I think it's a combination of lack of mature technologies, which to a certain extent they still didn't have even in 43, and they just are trying to relearn how to submarine. Trying to build a Type 21 in 1939 with the technology available in 1939, that would have been a complete and utter disaster. Glenn Ricafrente asks, how did Allied ships evade long-lance torpedoes, since they were often launched from tens of thousands of yards away and often at night? Once they stopped underestimating them or denying their existence, of course. A mixture of measures, some of which were technological, because happily by the time everyone understood what a threat the long lances were, hydrophones which were connected obviously to sonar, or ADSTIC as it was called by the British at the time, development had improved, so you could potentially listen for them coming. You could also take into account that as the war progressed, torpedo attacks from Japanese surface ships were becoming less and less common because they weren't getting in range. Also, whilst the Japanese could, and indeed at places like the Battle of the Java Sea did launch their torpedoes from tens of thousands of yards away, they didn't always do so. They quite often would sail a bit closer than that before launching their torpedoes, at which point spotting the launch was somewhat easier. And also, once they realised what was going on, there was also a case of just assume that the ship, if it's got torpedoes, has in fact launched them, and make a course correction or two. Because when you're talking about that kind of long-range engagement, even a relatively minor course correction of, say, 10-20 degrees for a while and then zigzagging back the other way, or varying your speed by 4 or 5 knots, assuming the torpedo was launched on anything like an accurate bearing for what you were doing originally, will cause the torpedo to miss by quite a substantial amount. And to be perfectly honest, whilst obviously the Long Lance could and did continue to take quite a toll of Allied shipping, both in its surface launch version and in the modified Type 95 submarine launched edition, the simple fact was that the primary strengths of a Long Lance in terms of its high speed and long range underwater are geared towards engaging a battle line of ships that will hopefully and helpfully stay on the same course and speed for quite a while when you're fighting a fleet engagement or travelling as a fleet at night. In a kind of destroyer or cruiser action where everybody is manoeuvring, or should be manoeuvring, quite violently, it tends to be somewhat less effective. Luke Murphy asks, I was recently reviewing the excellent British battlecruisers 1914-18 by Lawrence Burr, and reference was given to a significant 10+ number of machine guns for many of the ship's armaments. I cannot find any images of such, however. Would these have been mounted in a specified position? Were they used for landings, anti-aircraft, something else I'm neglecting to mention? Whilst towards the end of the war you might have seen a machine gun or two popping up in a vague attempt for using them as anti-aircraft weapons, for the most part those machine guns are going to be assigned to the ship, but they're going to be part of the small arms assigned to the ship's crew in the event they have to do something on land. This is a trend that continues throughout the Royal Navy in both World Wars, and you might actually be surprised by just how many small arms were aboard a Royal Navy capital ship. So, for example, citing the excellent Matthew Warwick, who was the special guest for the King George V design development video, although this is a little bit further forward in time, the small arms on a King George V class battleship consisted of 586 303 rifles, 3 rifles strengthened to fire grenades, 16 2.2 rifles. I have no idea why they'd be carrying them, but there you go. 3 anti-tank rifles, 108 revolvers, 20 swords, 12 Bren guns, which are of course 303 caliber machine guns, 2 Vickers 303 machine guns, and 8 Lewis 303 machine guns, and for some bizarre reason a 3.7-inch howitzer. So, just a few small arms aboard. So I would greatly suspect that if you're talking about 10+ machine guns aboard a British battle cruiser in World War I, they're going to be in the small arms locker for, just in case you're going to turn half the crew into a small naval brigade. Fireteam Joker asks, in Operation Downfall, the Allies planned to use a decoy fleet to draw out the kamikazes that were being held in reserve and destroy them. Which ships do you think would have been best suited for this fleet, and how effective do you think it would have been? Well, as I mentioned in a previous Drydock episode, the decoy fleet wasn't supposed to be literally decoy ships, i.e. ships just designed to absorb a bunch of kamikazes. It was a fleet that was made up of effectively the best anti-aircraft ships that the US could put together, and ships that would be at a fairly good advantage when it came to manoeuvring and dealing with incoming kamikazes as well. So battleships, at least the fast battleships, the latest cruisers, Clevelands, Baltimores, that kind of thing, Fletcher's, Gearings. So they were fully operational warships. The idea was for it to be a big enough fleet to convince the Japanese that this was kind of the vanguard of the invasion, so therefore you must throw everything at them. Presumably they're screening the landing craft and other troop transports that are coming behind them. And then when you do throw large amounts of kamikazes at them, of course they are freely manoeuvring hedgehogs of anti-aircraft firepower that hopefully will mow a bunch of kamikazes out of the sky, and in the event that a few of them get through, a battleship or a heavy cruiser is much better equipped to tank the hit from a kamikaze with relatively minimal damage than, say, an escort carrier or a troop transport. So basically creating a bulwark against which they would invite the Japanese to throw themselves. How well it would have worked, who knows. The idea of a forward offensive group presaging the main attack was not exactly unknown in World War II. It's pretty much standard method for all shore bombardments and invasions at the time. The question, I think, would then be, from a Japanese decision-making point of view, is if they genuinely believe this is the invasion coming, do they go, okay, well, if we take out the covering force, then their invasion convoy is vulnerable to other things that we've got, submarines, mini-subs, etc., and remaining kamikazes, in which case they probably would go for it. Or would they decide that maybe they're going to just sit there and take the shore bombardment and wait until the main body of the vulnerable ships arrive and then go after them? Who knows? M-Flash asks, throughout the Pacific War, Japanese naval actions are characterized by splitting up the combined fleet into a multitude of separate forces, e.g. advance force, striking force, support force, sweeping force, main body, etc. Where did the Japanese get this doctrine from, and why did they not discard it after so many defeats? Did they not understand the concept of concentration of force? They did, but you could say in some ways almost they understood it too well. So at the start of the war, when you could argue they had an advantage at sea, one of the reasons, well, there's a number of tactical and doctrinal reasons, but one of the reasons why, for example, say at Midway, the heavy ships and a bunch of cruisers were much further away from the carriers and not available to support them, was because that, well, one, they believed that the surface covering force should be with the actual invasion convoy as opposed to the carriers, which were the striking element. But two, they wanted, remember, to draw the Americans out so that they could hit them. And they were worried that if they concentrated too much force in one spot, it would look like a completely overwhelming force and the Americans wouldn't attack them, therefore they wouldn't get the outcome they wanted. So it was kind of, we'll give them just enough to look like an inviting target, but also theoretically be an overwhelming force, which, you know, on paper, the number of carriers they had, at least, even if the numbers of aircraft were a bit close to being equal, it looked like an overwhelming force to the Japanese planners. Of course, it didn't actually work out for them that way. So there was that element. Plus, also, you've got to remember, in the early part of the war, they were going everywhere. They were trying to invade in, you know, about a third of the compass direction. So they had to split their forces up if they wanted to accomplish multiple goals simultaneously. Because, yes, they could go from one point to another with overwhelming force, but it would be incredibly expensive and a lot slower than they needed it to be. And then once you got into things like the Guadalcanal and Solomon Islands campaigns, there were ships and formations with different capabilities. And when you got to that element, you know, when you've got things like the Congos trying to sweep forward to deal with potential carriers left over after the Santa Cruz or such like, that's not entirely out of kilter with what everybody else was doing. It's just that they had a bit more formal names for it. So it might be in American parlance, it might be different task forces, and they'd put the task forces would be agglomerated together and then be ordered to do things separately. For the British, it might just be like, you know, the Mediterranean Fleet, and then ships by name or particular squadrons would be ordered out, whereas the Japanese codified everything as different forces right from the get-go with separate plans right from the get-go, or at least the ability to enact separate plans. So that by that kind of early mid war section in the Pacific, they were roughly doing a similar kind of thing to everybody else, just with slightly more formalized naming. And then by the time you get to the latter part of the war, they recognize that they don't have a superiority of force anymore the way that they might have done in 1942, which means that you can't try and do concentration of force, because if you do a concentration of force when your forces are significantly smaller than the enemy's, all you're doing is putting all your ships in one nice neat target box for the enemy to go after. And that's why you then get lots of separate forces with very complicated plans, because the Japanese are effectively at that point deciding that, okay, we're going to use this force as a sacrificial decoy in order to enable this other force to go in and do this other thing. And individually or collectively, those forces would be destroyed by the enemy. But if the enemy is concentrating their forces in one place, so they can only be in one place at one time, so we get them to kill these, we'll accept these losses, but that exposes a weakness which this other force can deal with, which was kind of the whole thing behind the Battle of Leyte Gulf, even though, again, it didn't necessarily work out for them that well. Jonathan Welk asks, how soon after Midway were the American carrier torpedo squadrons replaced with TBFs and TBMs, i.e. the Avengers? Was there a time period where the carriers were without any torpedo squadrons whatsoever? Well, there was a period very briefly after Midway where several carriers squadrons didn't have any torpedo planes, but that was because, those torpedo squadrons had been shot out of the skies at Midway. But when you look at the post-Midway environment, there were just over 3 dozen Devastators left in the entire US Navy inventory in frontline service. So going from some Devastators to none wasn't exactly a massive step. The flip side, of course, was that there were some Avengers actually at the Battle of Midway, just they were based on Midway Island, not on the carriers, and actually about 2.5 times as many Avengers as the Navy had left Devastators had shown up just after the carriers had left for Pearl Harbor. So it made the decision to retire the Devastators immediately somewhat easier, because there were more than enough Avengers available to replace both the losses and the ones that had been that were still around in various Navy air wings. The main problem at that point was finding the crews, because obviously a lot of the crews that went out with Yorktown, Hornet and Enterprise didn't come back, but the transition over to the Avenger was relatively quick and pretty comprehensive. For example, Enterprise obviously launched Devastators at the Midway, and they took horrific losses, but then Enterprise is back in Pearl Harbor in mid-June 1942, and by the time she sails in mid-July 1942, she already has Avengers aboard, basically replacing all the lost Devastators. Unemployed History Major asks, you've discussed shipborne healthcare, but what about shipborne mental healthcare? How common was suicide amongst sailors at sea as opposed to shore duty, and which navies had the worst problem with it, and what was the most effective means to counter it? Was there a stigma put on sailors who expressed mental health concerns? Honestly, it's far from my area of expertise. I'm not a mental health specialist. I haven't looked into it in huge amounts of detail, and to be perfectly honest, I probably wouldn't understand half of it if I did. But in terms of some broader themes, I think there's a few different phases you have to look at, and a few different factors. One of the major ones, to be perfectly honest, is the social and societal structure that people grow up in. I mean, when you're talking about the scope of where the channel covers, okay, mental health problems obviously have existed throughout history, but how and why they develop, again, not my area of expertise. There's huge amounts of different theories that have been percolated around, but one of the ones that I personally find somewhat convincing is the idea that what mental health problems people develop can, to a large extent, depend on what kinds of things they're growing up with and expected to deal with, and what society supports. So in a society where you are constantly told that killing is always wrong, if you are forced to kill or witness killing, that is going to cause a degree of mental trauma, well, a fair degree of mental trauma. Whereas if you grow up in a society where it's kind of a free-for-all, in terms of killing, not that I can think of many, but in theory, if you did, you would be used to it, that would be the norm. And if you grow up in a society where killing is normally, you're not supposed to do, but is approved of and indeed encouraged in certain elements of social life, such as, say, going to war, then because you would then be conditioned to, okay, this is when it is appropriate and good, and this is when it's not appropriate and good, and whether or not killing is right or not is less of an issue. It basically, people then sort of socially accept the idea that killing is fine as long as it's done in the right circumstances, which I suppose you could argue to a degree probably is technically still part of more modern social structures, but was a lot more front and centre, back in the day when, I don't know, if you're an Athenian city-state, or the city-state of Athens, I guess, and all the males, or a lot of the males, might just be called up and expected to serve in the army for the greater glory of Athens, for the defence of their homes, and then everyone would be like, yeah, well done, good job, excellent, that was what was necessary to do. That might cause less of a disconnect between what you're grown up expecting to do and what you actually did, and therefore might cause less mental health problems. I don't know, it sounds vaguely comprehensive to me. And of course, everybody is different. So some people might be brought up in that kind of society and still be very traumatized by having to witness death on any kind of scale. But mental health as a thing, to a large part, really hasn't been massively recognized prior to the last 100 years or so. I mean, going on to land, you have things like in World War One and to a degree in World War Two as well, shell shock. People recognised that something had gone horribly wrong with people as a result of what they'd experienced on the front lines of World War One. And these days, a lot of it might be diagnosed as horrific, crippling PTSD. But back in those days, a lot of people thought it was just not mentally something wrong, but something physically had been made to go wrong with them. And one of the leading theories was exposure to large amounts of explosives at close range. They thought the shockwaves were like physically damaging people, which of course they were as well. But that was sort of at one point seen as the main problem. You're too close to too many explosions for too long and it will just make you go crazy. And when you put that on the naval side of things, you can start asking all sorts of questions about historical naval traditions. Does the fact that sailors come back from war in the Napoleonic Wars tended to drink an entire town dry, was that because they'd been cooped up on a ship and wanted an outlet for all sorts of things? Was it because they didn't have much else to spend their money on because they were going back on board a ship? You don't exactly have space to store large amounts of physical possessions. Or was it because they were collectively traumatized by numerous battles with furious carronades and they drank as a way to cope with the problem, whereas obviously on board ship they were issued with alcohol anyway? You could make all of those arguments or a combination thereof, but no one if there was a widespread mental health problem, no one recognised it as that's an if, and it's only really, I think, probably past the scope of this channel that it really becomes a major thing, because even in World War II, the overall generic shell shock cases were still, I think, again, as far as I can tell from what I have read, which is not the same as what some people have done with extensive research into the field, but from what I have read, it seems that shell shock and that kind of thing was still the general attribution to what we might today call mental health problems in various navies. And again, there's still a lot of the social element to be involved in there, because how do you tell which navy had it worse? Some navies, like the Royal Navy, etc., they had alcohol available on their ships. Maybe some people turned to that as a coping mechanism. The US Navy had dry ships, so that, well, unless you're looking at illicit stills, was not available as a coping mechanism, but perhaps other things were coping mechanisms there. On something like a Japanese ship, in World War II, I think having a kind of a mental health issue to do with not wanting to serve would be extremely heavily frowned upon, so people would probably try and bottle it all up. So, yeah, unfortunately, apart from those kind of broad overview points, I don't think I can offer all that much more insight myself. I say I haven't researched naval mental health all that much. I'm not a mental health professional, but you also have to appreciate that cultural and societal values were very different in the 1600s, from the 1700s, from the 1800s, from the early 1900s to today. So quite how someone expressed their mental health issues would vary, and how society dealt with them would vary depending on times and circumstances. Whiskey Delta Golf asks, please can you give a brief explanation of how the Royal Navy assigned pennant numbers to its vessels? I'm particularly confused by the numbering of some of the capital ships. The sequence seems to start sensibly with the Queen Elizabeths and the R's, but the later ships seem to be all over the place. Hood is 51, King George V is 20 years later but got 41, Renown and Repulse are 72 and 34. Is there some kind of sense to it, or are they just picking random numbers? To be perfectly honest, I hope someone can make sense of it, because I certainly can't. The Royal Navy pennant numbers around about the World War II period ostensibly follow a system whereby some ships are considered to have no superior flag, and this is a mixture of battleships, cruisers and carriers, but it doesn't apply to all battleships, cruisers and carriers. You then have ships that carry an A designation in front of them, and they're supposed to be auxiliary and support vessels. Ships with a B in front of them are a range of ships. There's a barrage balloon ship, ships that are serving in the Canadian Navy as well. Then you've got ships with a C in front of them, which could be some 1920s era destroyers, or it could also be some cruisers, bearing in mind that some cruisers have a C designation and some don't. And it's not on a class-by-class basis either, because some cruisers have a C designation and are from one class, and other cruisers of the same class don't have a C designation because they're considered to have no flag superior. Then you have D, which is supposed to be wartime carriers and cruisers, although, again, not a hard and fast rule, because some ships, like Indefatigable, is very definitely a wartime carrier but doesn't have a D designation. You also have destroyers that have a D designation, but again, then that gets replaced in the middle of World War II, and it goes on. And yes, as you said, the original, the ones without any letter designation, it starts off logically and then very quickly descends into complete madness. There's no chronology involved, there's no class involved, there's no type involved. It just becomes a complete mess. So, for example, listing the first 20 ships, or the first 20 numbers. So Pennant 00 is Queen Elizabeth, 1 is Malaya, 2 Valiant, 3 Warspite, 4 Barham. Okay, we're following the logic thus far. Then 5 is Royal Sovereign, although later are reallocated to... 4 was Barham, and then gets reallocated to Venerable afterwards, because Venerable is a carrier, but Barham is obviously lost before Venerable comes into service. Then you have Royal Sovereign, so you think, okay, great. Royal Sovereign, followed by Revenge, Ramillies, Royal Oak. Okay, so where's Resolution? That's 9. Okay, so we're on the R's, great. Swiftsure replaces, which the cruiser replaces Royal Oak at 8 after Royal Oak is lost. Okay, we're going so far, so good. Then 10 is Indefatigable, which obviously is a wartime carrier, so technically should have a D designation, but doesn't. But okay, fine, Indefatigable's there. So surely Implacable should be number 11? No! Number 11 is HMS Liverpool. Number 12 is HMS Aurora, then Kenya. Then Manchester, which is replaced by Colossus when Manchester is lost. Then Edinburgh, which is replaced by Triumph when Edinburgh is lost. Then Duke of York. So we've had a mixture of different cruisers of all shapes and sizes. Then a random King George V class battleship. Followed by Iron Duke. Which, yes, is was still around in World War II, the other end of the battleship equation. Then Birmingham, and then Neptune, which Pennant 20 is taken over by Tiger later on, and it just goes on like that. As you said, eventually you find Nelson and Rodney sort of holding out together at 28 and 29. Repulse pops up at 34. 34 is later given to HMS Defence. Even Lion and Temeraire are given separate ones. You got Lion at 34, then Belfast at 35, despite her sister ship Edinburgh was all the way back at 16. Temeraire was 36, which reallocated to Magnificent. Then you have Dido, then Victorious, which is a carrier. Devonshire and Dorsetshire at least are both counties. Sumatra is not. Then King George V. Yeah, if there's anyone out there who has any idea what was going on other than, I don't know, someone just walking around Portsmouth or Scapa Flow and just going 1, 2, 3, 4, and or whatever, I have no clue. I mean, Implacable's 86, despite the fact that Indefatigable was all the way back at number 10. So yeah, help. Gabriel A. Hawkins asks, in the United States, much has been made about British war brides, the British description of American servicemen apparently being they're overpaid, oversexed, and worst of all, over here. It occurs to me that there were several British ships that spent significant time in the United States, usually for significant refit. As a result, were there any war brides going in the opposite direction, over the pond? There were some, from what I can see, but for rather obvious reasons, they were nowhere near as common. It's basically, if you do any kind of search for war brides where American women are marrying British servicemen and moving over to the UK, you do find individual records, but I think that's basically the extent of what you're going to find is individual instances where people are like, oh yeah, well that's unusual, simply because there obviously were nowhere near as many British servicemen in the US as there were US servicemen in the UK, and there weren't, and also as compared to, you know, infantry units that might be, or Air Force units that might be based in one place for months, if not possibly even years at a time, even if you're having a fairly long refit of a ship, that is A, you're there for slightly less time, and B, you're also going to be somewhat more restricted on where and when you can go out. So the opportunities for romance to blossom are somewhat more limited. But there are a few instances. Slightly more common are Australian and Canadian women coming over to the UK after marrying British servicemen, although for basically the reasons I just explained, that is also perhaps more understandable why that is more common. Chris Bruce asks, how was US torpedo protection after World War I, and how did it improve, looking at battleships in general? Well, after World War I, obviously, the US realised that the standards would need improved torpedo defences, and in the interwar period, many of those ships would receive improvements to their torpedo defences in the form of bulging and such, like much as many of the older ships of various navies would. When it comes to World War II, obviously a patched-on system that still retains something like a reasonable modicum of speed, especially on a non-fully modernised ship, is not going to be as capable as the systems on brand new ships. So, you know, even as refitted, apart from maybe some of the World War II modernisations, most of the standards wouldn't have the same kind of torpedo defences as a modern ship would. But, you know, that's pretty much par for the course again for almost any pre-1930s battleship. When it comes to the newer ships, the North Carolinas, South Dakotas and Iowas, the systems were ostensibly designed to withstand a 700-pound torpedo warhead. So they weren't the most effective on paper of all battleships' torpedo defence systems. For example, the King George V system was designed to withstand a 1,000-pound warhead. But at the same time, there weren't that many torpedoes out there with a 700-pound warhead. Although, that being said, both the Type 95, the Japanese submarine launch torpedo, and the Type 93, the infamous Long Lance, had warheads that were larger. So the Type 95 started out with a warhead of nearly 900 pounds, and the Type 93 started out with a warhead of just over 1,000 pounds. So in theory, if a US fast battleship took a direct Japanese torpedo strike on its main torpedo defense system, in theory that torpedo defense system would fail. Whereas if you look at the G7 torpedoes used by German submarines, the Mark 14 obviously used by American subs, or the Mark 8 used by British subs, then in theory that system should hold, albeit that the Mark 8 did have a slight, just a fractionally larger warhead, but probably, again, on paper, it was close enough. Of course, we never really got to see exactly how well these systems were tested because, well, the South Dakotas and Iowas weren't torpedoed. North Carolina was torpedoed, but she was torpedoed quite far forward, where the torpedo defense system didn't have a chance to exert its full effectiveness. And also, to be honest, given that it was a Type 95 torpedo, even if it failed, it shouldn't have been a massive shock, except for the fact that maybe they didn't realise how big a warhead the Type 95 had at the time. There were some weaknesses in US torpedo defense design for battleships in this period. Testing showed that some of the modifications they'd made, for example, on the South Dakota's torpedo defense system, which was repeated in the Iowas, had actually made it less effective than the North Carolina's, and the North Carolina's system wasn't without flaws as well. So for torpedoes with warheads of maybe over 600 pounds, it would mitigate most of, sort of 600 to 800 pound warheads. It would probably mitigate most of the blast, but I suspect that if US fast battleships had been torpedoed by your average submarine launched torpedo of World War II amidships, you would have had a bit more damage occurring internally than perhaps you would on paper expect. Now, the thing was, the US wasn't completely unaware of this. Testing both on experimental rigs and also obviously the damage to North Carolina did clue them into this, and they were planning on making changes to how the torpedo defense systems were built. But most of those changes could only be made on ships that were still under construction, which meant basically the two Iowas that were never completed. They would have been built with significantly improved torpedo defense systems, but never were. So whilst their torpedo defenses weren't awful, I wouldn't necessarily have wanted to be standing behind them if I was given a choice of various torpedo defense systems to stand behind from World War II battleships. I mean, obviously I don't want to get torpedoed, period, but if you're asking me which battleship would you rather be amidships deep down in when it gets hit by a full-scale submarine launched torpedo, or even some of the aerial torpedoes, unfortunately US battleships would probably be in the lower half of the list when it comes to that. The irony, of course, is that having put all this effort into major torpedo defense systems for their various battleships, when you look at the various nations of World War II, pretty much the only ships that got to fully test out the capabilities of their full amidships torpedo protection at sea were Bismarck, Yamato, and Musashi when it comes to the modern ships. Everyone else from the modern ships that got torpedoed tended to get torpedoed fore or aft in areas where the torpedo defense system was either considerably thinner or, if it was far enough along, non-existent. Duke Master asks, big hits on battleships, times when penetrations of the armour citadel weren't severe, but penetrations outside it were serious or potentially fatal. There's quite a few of these, which is one of the reasons I keep going on about disrupting fire control, because it really is a major problem for a lot of ships. For example, Scharnhorst, as pictured here, Scharnhorst at the Battle of the North Cape, probably could have put up a lot better of a fight if she hadn't had her forward radar knocked out so early. It would have been much more difficult for Duke of York to ambush her if Scharnhorst could actually see what was going on. Of course, visually she couldn't because snow and darkness, but the fact that her radar wasn't online because it had been blown to small pieces, and Duke of York's was, well, that ended rather badly for Scharnhorst. And then you have, I mean, even Bismarck, not that Bismarck was going to survive, but she could have put in a far more, well, I don't say creditable, she put up a fairly good defence anyway, but she could have put in a far more damaging defence against the Royal Navy in her final stand if it hadn't been for having her fire control centres first cut and then systematically demolished early into the fight, and that's without getting into any arguments about whether or not her citadel was penetrated. Spoiler alert, read all the survivors' accounts, it almost certainly was. Now, that's when, and this applies across the board, so look at other vessels where the citadel wasn't penetrated. The Battle of Tsushima, for example, a lot of those Russian ships were basically fighting out of being in fighting shape and not necessarily sinking, but pretty much done for as even livable ships, well before shells started smashing through their belt armour. Vittoria Veneto, when it was torpedoed in the stern, it could have been a victim of Cape Matapan if it hadn't been for some rather heroic efforts by the Italian crew to mitigate the damage and get her going again. And of course, in at least Queen Mary's case, HMS Queen Mary, and almost certainly in Invincible's case as well, the armour penetrations that sealed their fates weren't anywhere near the armoured citadel. Indefatigable probably was a straight citadel hit, and of course Lion almost went down to a non-citadel hit. Sam Samuelson asks, in the lead up to World War II, did the US let the Japanese Navy transit the Panama Canal? And if so, which was the last Japanese Navy ship to transit the canal prior to the outbreak of war? I don't think it ever came up, because I can't think of any reason for the Japanese Navy ships to use the Panama Canal in the immediate run-up to World War II. They don't have any particular interests that would require warships on the east coast of the United States. And if they want to go practically anywhere else, they're not really operating in the Eastern Pacific, and if for whatever reason they want to go to Europe from Japan, it's probably easier to just head south via the Indian Ocean up the Suez Canal and through the Mediterranean. And they weren't doing tremendous amount of that with their warships either. So, at least as far as I'm aware, the Japanese Navy in the 1930s wasn't really using the Panama Canal. I had a look through some years of transit records in the 1930s for the Panama Canal, and although a small proportion of the traffic is Japanese, it seems to all be merchant shipping. I couldn't find a single Japanese warship going through about 3 or 4 years worth of data. It's all just Maroos. Jellicoe Cats Get Confused at Night asks, on the December livestream you briefly covered the impracticality of using hydrofoils on larger vessels, but why didn't we see the wider adoption of smaller hydrofoils before and during World War II, considering that hydrofoil HD4 set a maritime speed record of 70 miles an hour in 1919, making hydrofoils a cutting edge but not unknown interwar technology? I can see how a 50-knot torpedo-armed attack craft might prove useful. There were two sides to this. One was during the 1930s, early on, there wasn't a tremendous amount of money, and then once the budgets got expanded because everybody started rearming, people wanted to rearm as fast as humanly possible and ended up going, okay, well, what have we got that we know works? Let's build that instead of going off down a somewhat experimental route. Not that, as you say, hydrofoils were experimental in and of themselves, but hydrofoils applied to military applications definitely were, with the potential of obviously that going wrong and then you being left holding the bag for something that has now put you at a significant disadvantage against your opponents. Plus, as you can see with the experimental record of the VS6, which was a German experimental military hydrofoil during World War II, it kind of typifies the two main problems with hydrofoils when used as fast attack craft in the time period. Firstly, the hydrofoil itself is vulnerable to damage at the time. It's a big maintenance requirement, and obviously in a gunfire environment where you could have one or more of your hydrofoils or their support structures damaged by even a near miss, if you're building a lot of your ship's utility around the fact that it can go incredibly fast, it's actually very dangerous because you could lose that very, very quickly. As opposed to the same kind of hit to the hull of the ship, it might slow it down a little bit, it might not, but it's not going to have the same kind of catastrophic loss of speed that significant damage to a hydrofoil vane might have, especially if it's enough damage to cause a hydrofoil to actually break off. That's going to be really bad. And secondly, noise. Because certainly by World War II, the idea of small, fast attack craft, whether they be MTBs, PT boats, E-boats, S-boats, whatever, swarming an enemy fleet in daylight hours, that for the large part had pretty much gone out the window, because it was recognised that capital ships, secondary batteries and escorts would make mincemeat of such vessels long before they could get close. Okay, hydrofoil attack craft might get a little closer, but they're also slightly more obvious targets. So a lot of these fast attack craft, if they're actually going to go after big, nasty, big targets, are going to be doing so at night. And at night, stealth is paramount, which means they have to also be quite quiet. And the one thing a hydrofoil isn't is quiet. Certainly in 1940s era tech. So they basically didn't have much of a niche to fill unless you were using them purely as defensive equipment, as VS6 was designed for, as a mine layer or something like that. Something where you could quickly go out, deploy something, anti-submarine mines, anti-shipping mines, or so and so and so forth, and then zip back in again. But they really would struggle to find any kind of offensive role. And the problem is that even in that kind of limited circumstance, one, you've got a ship that's now limited to doing one thing as opposed to being able to do multiple things. And two, even then, it might not work out entirely, because you could do defensive mine laying with much bigger ships, which could lay many more mines. They'd just be a bit slower, but if you're doing it defensively, in theory, you shouldn't be under attack anyway. Jeffrey Conley asks, someone once mentioned to me that Admiral Rodney is credited for pioneering the tactic of breaking the line of battle, but I thought this was something that was much older. Also, had the British lost the Battle of the Saints against the French fleet, what kind of ramifications would this loss have had, since it's considered to be such a major victory against the French during the American War of Independence? So, when it comes to breaking the line of battle, yes, Rodney is quite often credited with this during the Battle of the Saints, and Howe also pulls off during the glorious 1st of June. But exactly when someone decided to break the line of battle is a very fraught argument. It's almost as fraught as who invented the line of battle in the first place. The thing that can probably be said for Rodney's achievement is that subsequent to his achievement, almost every major British victory relied on either breaking the line of battle or achieving the aim that otherwise was achieved by breaking the line of battle, i.e. concentrating local numerical superiority in a section of the enemy fleet. So you could say it's the start of a relatively consistent pattern. The problem is that you can point to quite a number of battles, particularly in the Anglo-Dutch wars, where the line of battle was beginning to be introduced, or had been introduced, depending on which war you're looking at, as a formal tactic, and it was then subsequently broken by the action of one or both sides. But whilst it was a formal tactic, it wasn't quite as heavily codified as a formal tactic at that point as it would be later on. So whilst, yes, in those early battles there were admirals and fleets that broke the enemy's line and broke their own line in order to do so in some cases, it wasn't as if they were breaking some kind of massive hard and fast rule. It was just part and parcel of the overall, battle tactics. I mean, technically, you could even argue, if you count the Spanish Armada's crescent as some form of line, that the fireship attack by the English during the Armada campaign was technically in some ways breaking a line of battle. But I think perhaps what you could point to with Rodney would be a qualified statement that he pioneered the tactic of breaking the formal line of battle in a large-scale Age of Sail fleet engagement during the time in which the line of battle was the formally codified way of fighting a battle, as opposed to, say, to the earlier periods where it was a tactic, but it wasn't kind of the hard and fast, this is how you always fight and always win. Now, as far as the implications of losing the Battle of the Saints, there's actually, well, three major ones, which, if you like, you could even go as far as saying it might have avoided or mitigated the French Revolution, although they're possibly a bit of a stretch. The most immediate is that it caused a pause in French activities, which meant that they weren't able to invade Jamaica, which was a British colony at the time. And that had some fairly major implications for the British going forward, because Jamaica did make a fair bit of money for the British during that time period and thereafter. And obviously, therefore, not only did the British make that money, but the French didn't, which goes on to the second point, which is the loss of the ships, especially Ville de Paris, and all the money she had on board her, was a fairly big blow to the French treasury, which contributed in large part to the fact that the French, then the king, felt the need to raise taxes to pay for all the losses, and amongst other things, the impact of high taxation was one of the major driving forces behind the French Revolution, which is why I say you can make an argument that the loss of the Battle of the Saints by the British might have forestalled the American Revolution, because all of that money wouldn't have been lost, both in terms of physical cash aboard the French flagship and the French capital ships themselves. Although obviously it's not a direct cause, because there were a bunch of other capital ship losses and other various costs that caused the French monarchy to have to raise taxes. But, the elimination of one fairly major monetary loss area probably would have helped them either avoid or mitigate having to impose those taxes in the first place. So there's that. The other thing is that during the negotiations following the loss of the Battle of Yorktown, and the Americans obviously looking to gain their independence, their initial demands at the negotiating table were considerably more extensive than just, we want the 13 colonies to be recognised as an independent state. And since the overall war had not been going well for the British, bearing in mind the French and the Spanish had piled in as well, there was some likelihood that the Americans would have gotten a lot more concessions from the British than they historically did. The news of the success of the Battle of the Saints, as well as other things like the failure of the Great Siege of Gibraltar, helped put the British back, not necessarily in a position of advantage, but in a position where they could afford to make very few concessions, and in the end didn't make any concessions to the Americans other than, okay, you can have your independence. So those would probably be the three big ramifications if the British had lost the Battle of the Saints. Randy Topeka asks, in 1940, the German-Soviet commercial agreement provided the USSR with a lot of German naval information, including the plans and blueprints for the Bismarcks, an incomplete Hipper-class cruiser, and documentation about German naval tests. How much of this information was passed on to the Allies when relations between Germany and the USSR went sour in 1941? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. There was, on a political level, as opposed to a practical, tactical level. On a political level, there was quite a bit of, shall we say, past history that was not particularly complimentary between Britain and Russia. Churchill and Stalin did not get along very well prior to World War II, and to be honest, didn't get on particularly well during World War II either. But of course, the main reason for that was they needed each other to deal with Germany. As Hitler once said, if Hitler had invaded hell, he would find occasion to make favourable reference to the devil. So dealing with Stalin was well within Churchill's realm of what was acceptable. Now, as far as various plans and blueprints for German naval stuff goes, I haven't been able to find anything as of yet that directly shows the Russians handing over this information to the British. It's possible that this was done. There are some very accurate drawings of Bismarck that are produced by the British in late 1941, But then again, by that point, the British have got plenty of photo reconnaissance and, of course, direct experience fighting a Bismarck-class battleship. So whether that information came from Russian plans that were either allowed to be seen by or passed on to the British, or whether it was direct British observation, it's not quite possible to say. But it wouldn't surprise me if at some point at least some of the information was offered up as part of an exchange. But perhaps someone who's looked into that field a little bit more, maybe someone who can read Russian, might be able to provide more information. Because again, it's one of these things of, if it's recorded anywhere, it's probably going to be recorded more often in Russian history books than British ones. And of course, there's relatively little Russian material that's been translated into English. Elliot W. James asks, why was the naval base at Invergordon not used more during the two world wars? It's further south than Scapa Flow, has at least as good a rail link, and was developed with the war in Germany in mind. Well, the answer is Invergordon was actually very heavily used in both world wars, just not as a fleet base. The problem in the First World War was that the Royal Navy was very worried about the advent of the German submarines, and they considered Invergordon to be A, within easier reach of the German subs, which it was, and B, also slightly less easy to defend, and C, when you're talking about the entirety of the Grand Fleet, it might have been a bit of a tight squeeze. So Scapa Flow it was. Invergordon was still incredibly important as a refueling base, as a area for ships that weren't in the Grand Fleet to base themselves, for repairs as well. As you can see here, obviously this is a pre-dreadnought, but there were a number of dry docks and floating dry docks. One of the more famous pictures of World War I has HMS Erin up in a floating dry dock at Invergordon. So it was very useful from all of these perspectives, just not as a fleet base. When it comes to World War II, the Germans were still the problem, but it wasn't so much the U-boats now because, well, for obvious reasons, unfortunately, it was fairly evident that the German U-boats could reach Scapa Flow quite early in World War II. But Invergordon was in range of German aircraft from the continent. So whereas Scapa, you only had to worry about, for the most part, Luftflotte 5 coming in from Norway, the two Luftflotte that were based on the northern European coast that were mostly tied up with the Battle of Britain could also just about reach Invergordon. So to lessen the risk to the fleet, it was held to be better to still mostly based out of Scapa Flow at that point. HMS Inadvisable asks, in terms of infrastructure, the change in propulsion from sail to coal required huge infrastructural changes such as coaling stations and colliers around the world. When it came time to switch to oil, were there any lessons learned from the then relatively recent transition to coal? And if so, did they help quicken the second transition? To a degree. People already, therefore, they kind of knew at the point that oil was becoming the new fuel roughly how far apart you had to base your refueling stops for a given range on your ship. Whereas obviously when you're transitioning from sail to coal, firstly, you don't necessarily know how far you're actually going to get on the amount of coal that you've got because it's all new. And two, obviously, the efficiency of coal-burning engines was going up quite quickly. So there were some underlying principles that were easier. But at the same time, there was a lot of infrastructure change when it goes from coal to oil that is far more significant and far more difficult to do than the transition from sail to coal. And you might think, well, what do you mean? Well, fundamentally, with coal, you can just pile it up, and it kind of stays there until you need it. That's not really the case with oil. You kind of have to build tanks to put it in, otherwise it has this annoying habit of spreading everywhere and making everything very slippery and sticky and killing the wildlife and killing anyone who gets in prolonged contact with it. And also, once it's full of seagulls and dockyard workers, it's not very useful in your engines. So, oil tank farms, somewhat more vital than coal storage, which could be, as I say, literally just a big pile or in warehouses or on ships or whatever. Also, the ships themselves. Coal, it's just a solid item. Yes, colliers are a good idea, but to a certain extent, you can transport coal in almost any ship designed to carry bulk freight, whereas again, oil being a liquid, you have to design specific oil tankers with pumping systems and sealed tanks and everything, and not having it sloshing around at the sea unless you're like capsizing. It's a lot more of a complicated process. And then of course you also have to have pumping systems to get the oil from the ships to the oil tanks and then back from the oil tanks to the ships that want to use it, whereas again with coal, you could at least use some of the existing dockyard infrastructure to just lift the stuff off in sacks or in sort of crane grabs and stick it on whatever, whether that be the backs of poor people carrying bags of it or carts, trucks, etc., etc. So although there was no fueling infrastructure available when they switched from sail to coal, it was perhaps a bit easier to adapt pre-existing cargo handling infrastructure to deal with coal than it was with oil, because with oil, as I say, everything had to be almost brand new and bespoke because no one was shipping liquid in that kind of volume to these places. At least if you were exporting something like beer or wine, it had the good grace to come in bottles, which came in crates, which could then, or even barrels, which then could be hauled around like solid objects. Federico Bozzi asks, in your video about the big guns, the armour penetration of the Italian 381mm 50 caliber, i.e. the Italian 15-inch, is a little bit subpar compared with other 380mm guns. Why? Since on paper the Italian shell is the heaviest and fastest of the lot, and given the small bursting charge, its density should be a bit better suited for penetration. I went back and looked over the data, and no, the Italian 15-inch gun has the highest penetration in my data tables of any of the 15-inch guns. Overall, it doesn't rate as effectively as the other 15-inch guns, but that's because we're taking into account a number of other factors. And those factors taken collectively make the 15-inch that the Italians use a less good overall choice than, say, a German 15-inch or a French 15-inch. But that's about the gun as a whole rather than just purely about its AP. In terms of its AP, for the shell, the data line for armour penetration at 20,000 yards on the table has the armour pen as basically comparable with the Iowa's 16-inch 50s and only behind the Yamato's 18.1-inch for that particular value. He also raises a couple of other points with regards to theoretical calculated values for the French 15-inch gun and potentially the loss of accuracy of the supercharged 15-inch 42. Now, with the supercharged 1542, the only historical data we have for the performance of them is when their superchargers are used on the R class, which didn't have a tremendous opportunity to fire on all that much with them during World War II. But from what data there is, there doesn't seem to be any notable comments about particular loss of accuracy. So at that point, it's more an absence of evidence. It's possible that the supercharge might compromise the accuracy of the 15-inch gun, but I can't prove it one way or the other. And as far as the French 15-inch gun armour penetration values being theoretical, yeah, at some points, unfortunately, you have to fall back on formula-based calculations because there might not be the hard data that you need for some of these weapons. But to be fair, even if the French data is hypothetical, which it is, it doesn't do a tremendous amount of favours in the overall ratings. I mean, okay, the armour penetration is a little bit above average for 1930 onwards naval guns. It's still not as good as the Italian guns, and the factors that give the Richelieu's guns an advantage are separate to its armour penetration capabilities. The Pandaman 2000 asks, when answering questions about interwar ship design, you often mention that if someone wanted to cheat on the treaty restrictions, i.e. design a ship for 15-inch guns but fit it with a 14-inch gun, they'd have to hope foreign observers wouldn't notice. My question is, was there a formal foreign observer system in place, or are you referring to espionage? And if the observers were a formal thing, how were they selected? Did this vary from nation to nation? There weren't formal League of Nations inspection teams going around, but whilst espionage was a certain element of it, the same as it always has been, the majority of kind of, if you like, the ways that other people would realise you weren't quite following the treaty were a little bit more convoluted and widespread. So one of the obvious ones was just people could see what you were doing in your dockyards. Dockyards are generally far, far, far too large to actually hide what's going on in them. And certainly at that point as well, even if there wasn't an easy vantage point to see what was going on, that was purely in civilian controlled areas, you could quite easily take a flight. I mean, one of the things that people sometimes bring up about Pearl Harbor is that there was never really any secrecy about US fleet deployments at Pearl Harbor. You could take civilian planes up and just happily cruise around and see exactly what was going on. And, you know, they weren't about to shoot down random civilian planes that maybe came a little bit too close to a dry dock or a slipway, especially since a lot of them backed onto rivers that were perfectly legitimate places for aircraft to navigate. So anyone who wanted to know much of anything about what was going on could quite easily end up finding that information out just by looking for the bigger stuff. And when it came to the smaller stuff, like, you know, is this a 15-inch or 16-inch gun, a 15-inch or 16-inch shell hoist or something like that, it would be remarkably difficult to hide that information, because, you know, the whole thing about how many people know a secret, then the chance of that secret being exposed goes up exponentially. You know, even if someone's not just looking at the ship, and people were quite good at retro-engineering exactly how much a ship could displace. You know, look at the various estimates when it came to things like Bismarck, or one of the indications that Italy was cheating the treaty system. This cruiser, the Gorizia, you know, all it took was for her to be dry docked in a dock that where the British could have a look and take some initial measurements, and then they basically retro-calculated, if the ship is of these dimensions and this appearance and has these armaments and it has its armour and speed stated at what the Italians are claiming, therefore you would need a ship of X displacement to do this, and it turns out that X was well above 10,000 tons, because there's only so many ways to build a capital ship. So just getting a decent eye on enemy ships, or potentially enemy ships, could give you an idea of whether or not they're breaking the system. But when it comes to the number of people knowing a secret, you know, if you're going to, as you said, let's say design a ship for 15-inch guns instead of 14, well, one, you've got to order double the number of guns, because you've got to order 14-inch guns to fit the ship. You've also got to order 15-inch guns from a very limited number of gun manufacturers and hide them away somewhere. That in and of itself is going to be quite difficult, because you've now got to swear everybody in that gun factory who has anything to do with it to secrecy, and that's got to stick. And someone's got to not to notice that, you know, the factory's actually doubly as busy as it should be. And you can't keep the workers in the dark, because, you know, they're the ones who are making these very fine tolerance weapons. If you keep telling people, oh no, these are 14-inch weapons, then someone might actually make one of 14 inches, and then things are going to go horribly wrong. And so on and so forth. So, and that's just with the guns. If you've also got to make the shell hoist, the barbettes, the weights, the calculations. Everyone involved in all of those things, and magazines, everyone involved is going to know that you're building a 15-inch gun, and somehow you've got to keep all of that secret. Nobody can talk at a time when people might be actually relatively motivated to find out whether or not people are in fact talking. Now, you can make the argument, of course, that the British managed to pull off with the Invincibles being 12-inch instead of 9.2-inch, and the Queen Elizabeth's being 15 instead of 13.5. But those were built at a time when it was a lot easier to hide. With the Invincibles, there were so many 12-inch guns being built for Dreadnought, for the Bellerophons, for the pre-Dreadnoughts, etc., that, the fact that a few more guns were being built didn't really register that much on anybody's radar. And also, of course, there's the fact that when it comes to something like the Queen Elizabeth's, 14-inch, 15-inch, even 16-inch guns were being bandied about by the manufacturers all the time. So the fact that maybe some people were saying, oh yeah, well, there's this order over in the gun factory I work for, and we're building a bunch of 15-inch guns, there's not a direct way of connecting that to the Royal Navy. It could be for any number of other people who are commissioning warships, or even for experimental purposes at that point. Whereas by the time you get to the treaty system, the warship building system is so much of a smaller environment that, if Britain is only building one class of capital ships and it's officially armed with 14-inch guns, when the treaty says they can't build or sell battleships to anyone else, and someone's building 15-inch guns in Britain, it's much, much easier to work out what's going on than it would have been in the 1910s. Edward Olson asks, in the naval boarding action video from Fight Camp, you appear to be wielding 2 cutlasses. Was this a common practice in the Age of Sail, and why did one appear to have a serrated edge? Well, there's me, and yes, I am wearing a bunch of steel armour at a HEMA event, mostly because at this point I didn't have quite the full range of HEMA protective gear available to me at the time. I'd ordered some, but some of it hadn't arrived. And yes, you can see I am wielding 2 cutlasses. It's the Academy of Historical Fencing video title there at the bottom. If you want to go and have a look at it, I highly encourage it that you do. Now, the serrated edges, that's not strictly a historical thing, but we are making do. Well, I say we, the organisers of that particular event, that particular subset of Fight Camp, were making do with what they had available to them in terms of equipment. So you can see there we had some improvised boarding pikes with soft tips, so we didn't actually spear people, and various people using different kinds of HEMA melee weapon. You can see I've got a somewhat more normal cutlass in the other hand. So it's not a reflection strictly of saying, oh yeah, so they had flamberged cutlasses. It's just happened to be a sword I happened to find when we picked it up, when we were told to take pretty much whatever we liked. Some people had axes, some people had pikes, some people went for a single sword. I went for 2 swords just because it seemed like a thing to do. As far as how common it would be to carry 2 swords in a naval boarding action, it's not going to be that common. Most people have a much preferred fighting hand. I am perhaps slightly odd, well, generally, but more specifically in this circumstance, I'm slightly odd in that because I am left-handed, I obviously have learned to fight with that hand, but I've actually made a fairly extensive effort over the past several years to learn to also fight with my right hand to what I hope to be a reasonable degree of competence, which means I'm slightly more comfortable wielding 2 weapons than perhaps the average person might be. Hence why I went for it. Also, all the boarding pikes have been taken, so I didn't have much of a choice at that point anyway. You can see earlier on in the video, if you have a look, that I was using a boarding pike quite extensively. And to be honest, if I was involved in a boarding action, that would be my default weapon of choice, because it keeps the enemy at a nice long distance and you can poke them with it. But obviously, we also weren't allowed firearms because, we're not supposed to actually be killing people. But in an actual naval boarding action, there would have been firearms as well. I think at one point we simulated some firearms, but not in this particular round. And ideally, if you had a cutlass or some other kind of bladed implement that you were taking aboard in a boarding action, you probably would want a pistol in your other hand as a backup weapon. But if you didn't have a pistol, for whatever reason, and there was a spare blade lying around, well, having 2 blades instead of 1 is not going to hurt. So I suspect there would have been some people going aboard in the average boarding action involving several dozen people who might have been carrying two-bladed weapons. Whether or not it would have been two cutlasses, I don't know, but two-bladed weapons of some kind, purely on the basis of you might as well, just because why not? But yeah, it wouldn't have been the most common of things. Slasia Fisher asks, how do you make ships waterproof? I understand with today's technology that it can be done in different ways, but back in the old days, how did people do that? How did the earliest people do that? And moreover, how were the gun ports of early ships made watertight when they're closed? It seems quite difficult with early technology, even if they might be able to use rubber later. Well, to quote Omni-Man, that's the neat thing. You don't. Seriously. Wooden warships, good luck getting them to be completely watertight. It's obviously an ideal you might aim for, but you're never going to achieve it. Wood flexes and warps, and a ship that's made of a lot of wooden planking is going to flex and warp and let water in, like, well, hopefully not a sieve, but it could do. You just have to help your pumps are up to the job. That's what bilge pumps are for. Also podcast by me, Armoured Carriers, and Dr. Alexander Clark, so go listen to that if you want to hear us waffling on about more modern topics. But never mind, going back to topic, that is literally why you have pumps. Water would get into the hold and would come down the hatchways in bad weather, and you just have to hope that amount of water coming in is less than amount of water that you can pump out at any given time. Otherwise, there can be problems. Now, as far as the gun ports go, and also, not making the ships waterproof, but making them as waterproof as you can, that's where bitumen comes in. Bitumen and rope. So where there are gaps between the planks, obviously wood would swell anyway when it gets wet in sitting in the water, so that'll provide some sealant, but it'll be a combination of the wood swelling, possibly, especially on warships, multiple layers of wooden planking, and if there's gaps, you cork it up with bits of unpicked rope and tar bitumen, and hopefully that gives you enough of a seal. And the gun ports would be not cut, it depends on the ship, but quite often they'd not be cut completely square. So when you pulled the gun port lid back, the gun port would narrow slightly so that eventually it would form at least a good enough seal. And again, people would put tar and bitumen and stuff like that so that it could hopefully form a complete seal. Of course, if you're in an environment where your gun ports are being completely submerged for prolonged periods of time, you probably have other things to be worrying about, but you could make the gun ports largely waterproof enough that the occasional bucket up the top would probably do the job. Fireteam Joker asks, did the British send any ships to reinforce Pearl Harbor immediately after the attack? And if not, how long did it take before significant British naval power was deployed to work with the Americans? No, the British didn't send any ships to Pearl Harbor in the immediate aftermath of the attack. You've got to remember where the Royal Navy was at that point. So Pearl Harbor was been attacked December 7th, 1941. The British are in the middle of fighting one of the more intense phases of the Battle of the Atlantic. They still don't have the upper hand. Bismarck is gone, but Tirpitz is not. They've still got to worry about that. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau are still a possible threat. They've got to think about a lot of possibilities of what the Germans might be doing in the Atlantic. You've then also got the Mediterranean. The conflict with Italy is heating up. The Italian Navy is a major threat there. They've got lots of ships deployed to that region. And so the Royal Navy is not in a position to pull any forces from the North Sea, the Atlantic, or the Med to go over to the Pacific. What they do have is their fleet based over in Singapore, which is supposed to look after British interests in the Western Pacific. And of course, you also have the Australian Navy is involved as well. But those forces are rather immediately occupied by the fact that the Japanese have gone on the offensive in the Southwest Pacific as well. So any ships that the British might otherwise have sent from there to Pearl Harbor are occupied trying to stop the Japanese taking over the Southwest Pacific, along with, what's left of the US Asiatic fleet, or Asiatic Squadron, I suppose you could probably call it at that point. So British naval power was deployed to work with the Americans almost from the word go, but it was deployed in that southwestern theatre, initially trying to help out the Philippines whilst dealing with the Japanese landings in Burma and so forth, then obviously under ABDA command, and then eventually under the operations under both MacArthur and Nimitz, with things like, like at first Savo Island, there's a reason why there's a British Admiral on an Australian cruiser in charge of that cruiser unit until obviously it gets pulled back overnight by the American Admiral to have a chat. So there are British forces in play assisting American forces in the Pacific Theatre pretty much from the word go. They're just not at Pearl Harbor. Dave de Boer asks, in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, there was massive technological advancements in regard to naval warfare. Could you give an example of a new technology from that period that seemed like a good idea on paper but turned out to be underwhelming in practice? And are there technological ideas from that time period you feel could have been successful if they'd been developed further than they were historically? Well, there was, of course, ships like USS Vesuvius using pneumatic guns to try and bring battleship levels of firepower to much, much smaller and cheaper ships. It was a good idea on paper, but let down in practice by two things. One, the lack of exact fine control on the pneumatic guns themselves, which meant that getting an accurate, predictable fall of shot was somewhat difficult. And secondly, not so much a fault of the technology in and of itself, but more a fault of the time period that it came out in. The pneumatic cannon could shoot a projectile reasonable distance for fire control of the period it was developed in, but almost as soon as Vesuvius was in service, you began to see the revolution in fire control and range finding that allowed more conventional guns to hit their targets at much greater ranges. They could always shoot their shells much further than a pneumatic gun, but they couldn't accurately hit their shells beyond the range of a pneumatic gun. But with the rangefinders they could, and thus the whole thing kind of fell by the wayside. I think if there was one technology that could have been successful, at least for a time period, if they developed it further than they took it historically, it probably would have been the large rigid airship. Now, there were some genuinely good reasons why they stopped developing them. So many crashes of things like R101, Akron, Macon, etc. And, of course, the famous destruction of the Hindenburg, which kind of put the kibosh on the idea of the technology as a whole. But, as would be seen, and as I've mentioned when people ask, well, what if Akron and Macon had survived? When it came to the Second World War, it was fairly clear and obvious that no matter how long-ranged an aircraft you had, at least for the first half of the war, there were going to be significant gaps in your aerial coverage, and even if you had the ability to range out and cover everything from the air, that didn't necessarily translate into the capability to maintain 24/7 air cover. Eventually, that had to be the role of escort carriers, and obviously even they, for the large part, couldn't do night operations. If they had developed airship technology a bit further than they did so carrying on the development through the early to mid and late 1930s, whilst they would not have been frontline units, i.e. you're not going to do, hostile reconnaissance off the German coast or occupied French coast during World War II with a big Zeppelin-style airship, a large long-range patrol airship, or several, perhaps with some small parasite aircraft, perhaps not, I can take or leave that concept, as a convoy anti-submarine escort, that potentially could have a lot of use, and it definitely in the early part of World War II could have saved a lot of lives, especially if it had the ability, as I've hypothesized with Akron and Macon, to deploy small attack craft. You're not talking, I think you'd probably have to back off the idea of a flying aircraft carrier and maybe have more the idea of a flying cruiser in terms of numbers of aircraft being carried, but it certainly could have a reasonable degree of utility. And even outside of the Atlantic context, in order to help with the search for raiders, for example. So both things like Graf Spee and also more conventional things like the Hilfskreuzer. Again, you're not going to want to sail these things or fly these things into close contact with the enemy ships, because heavy AA guns will probably bring them down to a certain degree, or at least heavily damage them. But if you can identify them from the air, and you can then keep in contact with them from a distance, you can search over a much larger distance than individual ships can, and you can call in reinforcements to tell them, this is where the enemy is. Obviously, they're somewhat vulnerable to storms, but nothing has 100% strengths. And even when you get into the Pacific, okay, you're not going to necessarily want to take an airship into range of Japanese air power, but certainly in the outer regions, when you're conveying ships to and from the theatres and you're having to worry about potential Japanese submarine attack, they have potential roles there, definitely. And also in areas for things like harbour security. So, Australian harbours, Ulithi, when that's eventually set up, Espiritu Santo, etc. An airship patrolling there to deal with enemy submarine reconnaissance or attacks on ships transiting to and from would probably have a great deal of utility. Daniel Green asks, how different were the Manila galleons from their contemporaries? Did their difference in size, location of construction, or building materials lead to any interesting engineering problems or important developments in naval architecture? So the Manila galleons, once they got going, were very large compared to their contemporaries. They weren't the largest ships ever built by Europeans at the time. There were one-off warships that were bigger, but they were consistently large, whereas something like Prince Royal, Sovereign of the Seas, various Hanseatic vessels, etc., were very much one-off productions. And also, the Manila galleons were somewhat different in that, at least at first, they were massive, for European standard, cargo ships. They weren't armed. This picture, you can see there's a Dutch vessel going after one. By that point, they were armed because everyone had cottoned on to how valuable they were and had, skedaddled over to try and take them in the Pacific, and so they had to be armed. Plus, there's also a little bit of a confusion because the actual Manila galleon route went from Manila in the Philippines over to Spanish holdings in Mexico, what's now Central America, Mexico, Acapulco to be precise, and then that was transferred to went across Central America to the Caribbean, where it was loaded onto another galleon, where it went over to Spain. And because it was part of the same route, quite often that was called the Manila galleon. So a lot of the time when you see accounts of people trying to intercept the Manila galleon in the Atlantic, it's that connecting galleon. It's part of the trade route, but not technically the Manila galleon itself. But I mean, the fact that you could and people did build warships of this scale kind of shows that they weren't in and of themselves massively groundbreaking. They were just a product of necessity, and there weren't that many of them. And to be fair, they were plying a Pacific trade route that was far away from the centres of European shipbuilding construction and development. So while there would be some lessons learnt about building large ocean-going vessels, they were lessons that weren't really relevant to much naval construction at the time, as I say, outside of building the big outlandish flagships that various nations seem to like. Construction-wise, the Philippines had plenty of hardwood. The Europeans knew how to build in hardwood. That wasn't a particularly massive engineering issue. But probably the thing that they did offer, if you like, as far as major differences, was the fact that they showed that it was economical and in some cases necessary to build extremely large trade ships. And obviously the square cube law would allow the Manila galleons to carry proportionally a lot more cargo than, say, their displacement in 3 or 4 smaller vessels. So I guess, if anything, you could say the Manila galleons kick-started the idea of the large trade ship, albeit that even then, even sort of 150 years later, large East Indiamen were still only roughly in the same kind of displacement values as the biggest of the Manila galleons, because big cargo ships are expensive, and in the age of sail you probably don't want to be, well, A, you can't build too much larger than that, and B, you don't want to be putting all your money into one basket, because age of sail, there is a reasonable chance you might lose one at some point to the weather. Lord Nelson asks, much is written about the great catastrophes and loss of life in sinking vast amounts of civilian tonnage, with some captains racking up hundreds or even thousands of casualties through their actions. Given the prize rules that were meant to save those lives, I'd be interested in the other way around. Who are the top 5 contenders for the title of most tonnage sunk with the least overall loss of life in the navies of the 20th century? I guess such honourable men deserve our praise. They do indeed, and I mean, to come up with a top 5 would be quite difficult, because you'd have to look at very successful commerce raiders. You're pretty much ruling out submarines, so you'd be looking at surface commerce raiders. And there's very, very few commerce raiders who had any degree of success who managed to pull it off without killing anybody. So you'd be comparing sort of, well, this guy had 2 people killed and 1 person injured on his voyage, and this person had 5 people injured, but do 5 injured people count as more or less than 2 killed and 1 injured, and so on and so forth. But with all that said, as far as anybody can tell, probably the overall winner, the top one, is almost certainly going to be SMS Seeadler from World War I, which has the double distinction of, one, being, as you can see, a sailing commerce raider in an era of steam and steel, and on top of that, managing to pull off quite a successful series of commerce raiding missions without actually killing anybody. No casualty event at all. So, and then there's a reason why at some point I do need to do a video on the career of Seeadler. Ger Variola asks, after the Battle of the Denmark Strait, Bismarck could be argued to already have been mission killed due to being hit in the fuel bunkers. Did the commanding officers at the time see it that way, and if yes, why didn't they break off the mission and sail back to Norway instead of trying to reach a French harbour? Well, initially, it took a while to work out exactly how much fuel had been cut off and or lost from the hit. They obviously weren't going to be tabulating that in the middle of battle. So they had to work out, how bad is the problem? Can we fix it? Can we patch the hole? And if we can patch the hole, can we then get access to the fuel that's in the bunkers forward of the shell hole that has been cut off to sort of mitigate against the stuff that's already been lost? Can we fix the leaks in the fuel bunkers that it's causing? There was a lot of stuff for Lutyens and Lindemann to work out, as well as the crew, obviously, in the aftermath of the Battle of the Denmark Strait, during which time, obviously, they are progressing further out into the Atlantic. By the time it became clear that it was not really going to be viable to continue, they have 2 problems. 1, they're a significant distance out in the Atlantic. 2, Norfolk, Suffolk and Prince of Wales are still following them. So to turn back and sail back to Norway, A, involves having to go through those 3, which, now that Bismarck is slower and there's 3 targets instead of 2, there's not a guarantee that that's going to end well for them. Plus, obviously, they know the British are probably not going to be happy about them sinking Hood. They do know that there is more than just Prince of Wales and Hood in the home fleet, so if they sail back that way, even assuming they somehow manage to fight their way past Norfolk, Suffolk and Prince of Wales, they're possibly going to run into even more British ships waiting for them, because the British can get to a blocking position much quicker than Bismarck and Prince Eugen can get back to Norway. And then, obviously, if you somehow manage to survive fighting Prince of Wales and its escorts the second time, and you survive fighting King George V victorious and their escorts the second time, well, the first time in that case, you're going to arrive in a pretty sorry state, and you'd be really, really reaching to actually reckon your chances of survival were pretty good, because the RAF will be having a go at you as well. Destroyers with their torpedoes will be having a go at you. It's not really a viable course of action. Whereas if you conduct the breakaway action, which they in fact do, to lose the tail and get Prince Eugen out into hopefully trying to continue its merchant raiding mission, and then make headway for France, then in theory you can get to France with not too much damage to show for it other than a hole in your bow and a few other bits and pieces, which hopefully can be patched up and get you back out into the Atlantic pretty quickly. And this is the other problem. If you head back to France, France patches you up, you can sail, assuming the RAF don't bomb you in the port, and continue your commerce raiding missions. If you sail to Norway, you've got to do the whole breakout past the home fleet bit again, and you might not get as lucky next time. BFW asks, what technologies drove improvements between small water tube boiler and turbine designs of the end of World War I, the early 20s, and the 40s high-pressure machinery? And how much of an impact do these improvements have on the performance of machinery, or any other improvements that helped increase speed per ton in the interwar period? There were numerous small advances here and there that helped improve water tube boiler technology. Some of them included things like the development of special coatings, which helped to preserve the heat that had been gathered by the water that turned into steam, and also to help prevent the build-up of limescale and other such deposits, or I should say delay rather than prevent. Better metallurgy allowed the tubes, their connections and the rest of the boiler to stand up to higher pressures and more heat. Developments in the technique of how you actually heated the steam then allowed for the steam to also be superheated, which and the having superheated steam also reduced the amount of internal corrosion in the steam loop system. And also certain treatment regimens for the water itself, which meant that the water going into the boiler had less minerals and such dissolved in it in the first place, which also helped prolong the life of the boiler, because effectively the main thing, apart from metallurgy, holding back the increase in pressure and therefore efficiency of water tube boilers was the build-up of deposits, limescale, as I say, and other forms of calcium phosphate, carbonate, that kind of stuff, because if those happened in a small tube boiler running at a lower pressure, well, it would happen slightly slower, and if it did happen, you'd begin to notice little spikes in pressure as various tubes began to close up, and you could take corrective action. Whereas if you're running really small tubes at really high pressure, then not only is the build-up going to take place somewhat quicker, but when it does take place, the spikes in pressure could be catastrophic to the boiler's continued integrity. But once you've mitigated that to a certain extent, you can afford to start ramping the pressures up and therefore get a lot more efficiency out of an individual square footage of boiler space than you could do previously. Telemonian Dan asks, we've talked a lot about French pre-dreadnought battleships, but what about their smaller craft? Were their armoured and protected cruisers any better, or did they suffer from the same issues as the battleships? And did they even build all that many cruisers? Oh, there's a few videos in discussing the French cruisers of the pre-dreadnought era, but that they, in many ways, they followed their own path. They didn't build quite as many protected cruisers as you might otherwise think that they should, given that they were supposed to be competing at the top stage for naval dominance, but they at least did have the good grace for the most part to build their protected cruisers in classes, even if those classes were relatively small, usually 3 ships. But their design styles, as I said, were very unique. For the most part, if you looked at protected cruisers and armoured cruisers from most nations, while there are some distinguishing features and design styles, at a distance you could kind of squint and mistake one for the other quite easily in the 1880s, 1890s and early 1900s. That's not a risk you run with the French. With French protected cruisers, for pretty much all of them, they're going to have a fairly obvious, and I do mean very obvious, ram bow style arrangement, and usually a tumble home design. For the French armoured cruisers, they, for the most part, apart from some of the early ones, don't tend to have quite as obvious a ram bow design, although they do usually have a suggestion of one. But one of the most distinctive features of most French armoured cruisers is the amidship space that funnels forgot. Not that the French forgot their funnels, some of their later armoured cruisers had a lot of them, but they did have this rather interesting little design choice, which meant that they had two completely separate boiler spaces. So you had superstructure, some funnels, empty space, and then more funnels aft, which made it practically impossible to mistake a French cruiser for anything else. Now, when it came to their armoured cruisers as well, the French tended to go for a slightly lighter main gun for their primary armament as compared to most others. They liked the 7.6-inch gun, whereas the Germans liked the 8.2 or 8.3-inch gun, and of course the British liked the 9.2-inch weapon. But the French did introduce twin turrets for their main heavy guns a lot sooner than practically everybody else. The British were quite happy with a single 9.2-inch fore and another one aft, whereas by the turn of the 20th century, the French were going with twin mounts for their slightly smaller but still fairly substantial weapons. And one of the other things that's sometimes forgotten is that whilst SMS Blücher is quite often, and to a certain extent rightly, seen as the pinnacle of the armoured cruiser, she wasn't the only armoured cruiser built with a uniform large main gun battery. The French also built a couple of ships that filled that role. The Edgar Quinet class, I believe it's pronounced, which were their last two armoured cruisers. They just had the slight misfortune, as with a number of other French warships, to be built just a little bit too late. Like with the Dantons, they were built at a time that post-dated, at least by the time they came into service, the Invincibles. But they had 14 7.6-inch guns in a mixture of twin and single turrets. And they definitely have all the funnels and a nice big space in between. But when you compare them to Blücher, for instance, you can see why Blücher is the pinnacle. It's a couple of knots faster. It's got just over an inch more armour. And of course it's got its 12 8.3-inch guns. But the Edgar Quinets, they do have two more main guns, and they're still relatively quick and well protected. They would have been competitive if indeed the Dreadnought armoured cruiser had been a Dreadnought armoured cruiser in the sense of a uniform main battery rather than Dreadnought battleship scale guns. So that they are a very interesting set of ships to look at, and yeah, certainly something I will be looking at in the future in a extended Wednesday video. Connor Johnson asks, when tackling large waves, like in a storm, it's recommended to head directly into the waves to try and stop them rolling the ship over. Why is it preferred to go directly into the waves instead of running with the waves? At a glance, it would appear that this would cause less stress on the hull because you'd be riding more gently over the waves instead of crashing into them head on. Is this the case? So, at least when it comes to warships, both sets of advice have been in play over the centuries for reasons to do with how the ships are designed. So, back in the Age of Sail days, if there was a storm, your best bet was to run before the storm, i.e. sail in the same direction of the waves. Now, there's two primary reasons for that. One, you're a sail-powered ship. The wind normally, in a storm, goes in the same direction as the waves. There are storms where the waves can go in all sorts of directions not coherent with where the wind is going. Those are really bad. But where the wind and the waves are roughly agreeing on the same direction of travel, as a sailing ship, you really don't have that much of a choice. You're going that way as well, unless you put your anchors out or something. And secondly, when it comes to most Age of Sail ships, in the time period where sail is the primary means of propulsion, and mostly the only means of propulsion, whilst the underwater hull form of ships does reflect the idea that they do want to go in a forward direction, the bow of a Age of Sail warship and the stern, at least in the underwater profiles, are not radically dissimilar. The bow is actually quite bluff, so if you go and see something like HMS Victory, you'll notice the bow is very rounded. The shapes are different, obviously, but the bow of an Age of Sail ship of the line or frigate is actually nowhere near as built for cutting through the water as might be suggested by the bowsprit and its supporting structure above the water, or as might be suggested by later sailing ships like clippers, at which point, with a sail vessel, as I said, you've not got much of a choice, you're going that way anyway, and you're not losing a tremendous amount by having the waves ride up behind you and then you're going up and over them. Now, once you get to the age of steam, there are a few issues that arise. Firstly, by the age of steam, a ship's bow is a lot more fine, a lot more pointed, and the sterns are usually somewhat more rounded, and that means there is now actually quite a significant difference between how you cut through the water going effectively backwards or forwards. Cutting through the water with your bow now is actually quite efficient and quite effective, whereas your stern is a lot bluffer now than your bow is, and so you are more likely to lose control, but there's more likely for more force to be exerted on your ship than over a short period of time than if you cut through it with your bow. So that makes going with it cutting into the waves with your bow much more attractive. Also, it means if you're going against the storm, given that most sea storms will tend to drive you towards land, not all, some will drive you away, but the big risk of obviously running with a storm is you could be run into land. So fighting against the storm, as long as you know that where the storms come from wasn't land before, you are hopefully fighting away from land, so you're less likely to go aground. But also, if you are running with a storm in a steamship, then, as you said, it's going to take longer for you to go over, but that means your stern is going to emerge from the wave first, at which point your propellers are going to start racing because they no longer have the resistance of the water, and then because you're going over relatively slowly, they will gradually be resubmerged into the water, so they're going to be thrashing in the surface water for a while and then submerged. That's going to do really bad things to your propeller and really bad things to your engine, and of course, if you're in the middle of a storm, that's the last place you want to be having propeller issues. Now, if it's a truly big storm and your ship is pitching and so forth in a major way, you're also going to have your propellers potentially clearing the water if you run headlong into the waves. But because the wave is going to pass you, relatively speaking, a lot quicker, the amount of time that your propeller is exposed for is considerably less. Plus, also, as you run up the wave, your propeller's dug deep, and because most ships tend to trim aft a little bit, because obviously the bow is much lighter, there's a lot more of your ship is going to stay in the air and not be your propellers, if that's the correct phraseology, if you're running into waves, as opposed to if you are sort of being backed onto waves almost, or the waves are coming up your stern, because a ship's centre of gravity is usually, at least for most steamships, somewhat aft of the centre point linearly. There are other reasons as well to do with direction and control, but those are probably the main reasons, generally speaking. Adani asks, with improvements in technology and the release of official records over time, what naval mysteries, unknowns or incomplete histories do you think might be explained in the next decades? Well, there's a bunch of files from World War II that still haven't been released yet. For example, the files relating to the sinking of HMS Glorious have not been fully released, which is why there's still debate as to what exactly she was doing. And there's a bunch of other files. I mean, US files, UK files. I don't know about German or Russian ones. To be honest, the German or Russian ones might well have been released, and especially in the Russians' case, good luck finding out about them, because you've got to get there, got to get the Corporation of the Archives, and you've got to be able to at least read, if not also speak Russian. And this is one of the things I keep coming back to. There's probably a ton of stuff out there that, at least in the English-speaking world, is either unknown or only known by a very, very select number of people, purely because the only information about it is written in a foreign language, probably Japanese or Russian, because to be fair, most, not all, but most of the stuff in French and German has been at least somewhat known. But yeah, if it's been written in Italian, Russian, or Japanese, and that's just covering the context of the World War One and Two, there's a very good chance there's a load of answers, either answers to mysteries that we don't know yet out there, or possibly even entire accounts and data that contradicts what we think we currently know, and just hasn't passed into the English-speaking historical world yet. So over time, as that stuff hopefully gets translated and people get access to it, maybe we'll learn a bit more. And that's just, as I say, the large navies, let alone the smaller ones. In terms of improvements to technology, well, if the RV Petrel ever sails again to do underwater exploration and research, we might find some more wrecks. And as that kind of underwater exploration technology gets better, we obviously find more wrecks, because there are small mysteries like U-boats and other submarines from other countries that went missing that we still don't know exactly why or exactly where, but they might eventually be found. That'll give a small bit of closure to those mysteries. And then you have some of the larger mysteries going further back. Sort of why ships disappeared, where they disappeared, and so forth. One of the things I really, really would like to see with improvements in technology, actually, would be for someone to do a extensive underwater survey of the Black Sea. Now, I'm fairly sure multiple people, including the Russians, but possibly including NATO, have probably already done a bunch of that during the Cold War. But I'd really like to see some publicly available, high-detailed sonar scans of the Black Sea, because I think I may have mentioned it on the channel before, but most of the deeper portions of the Black Sea are incredibly hostile to any form of life, which might sound bad, but from a naval perspective it's good, because it means that practically anything that sank there will barely have decayed, because anything that would decay it died almost instantly. They've found Greek and Roman ships, so ships from proper antiquity, pretty much intact, down to things that you wouldn't find intact anywhere else. And given just how long humanity's been in the area, you could have everything from Phoenician trade vessels to obviously the Greek and Roman ones, Carthaginian ones, early Roman, i.e. Roman Kingdom period trade vessels, and then going through long ships, Norse long ships coming down the rivers, having come via what's now Russia, Ottoman galleys, Byzantine galleys and trade ships, all sorts of weird and wonderful things, all the way up to obviously World War I and World War II, could be hiding down there, and in a condition such that it would radically improve our understanding of what people back then were capable of, but we don't know where they are at the moment. Camino John asks, recalling that East Indiamen would paint their hulls with fake gun ports to deter would-be attackers, would it make sense to build decoy warships from 1875 to 1915? Not particularly. And that's because the amount of work that you'd have to put into such a vessel effectively means that there's precious little point to trying if you're going to make it move. Now, what you can see here, admittedly as slightly later as World War II, is a bunch of fake warships mocked up in Scapa Flow. The nearest one is a fake Revenge class. And yes, you might be able to tell from the hull it is a merchant ship that's mocked up. The problem with 1875 to 1915 as a time period is that aerial reconnaissance and bombing, which is the main reason these decoys were put up, is not really a thing. So you're only talking about, actual direct action by enemy surface ships. And with the East Indiaman, it was a simple cosmetic change. The hull of an East Indiaman resembled closely enough the hull of a ship of the line that a lick of paint at a distance might be able to fool you. But the profile of a late period ironclad, a pre-dreadnought or an early dreadnought is completely divorced from what period merchant shipping looks like in size, shape and layout. So there's no easy cosmetic job to be done. Now, granted, as with these World War II examples, you could build up something that looks half convincing at any significant distance, but that's an awful lot of work to do. It takes that ship out of commission as a merchant ship, whereas painting a few gun ports on an East Indiaman doesn't in any way affect its ability to carry cargo. And when it comes to sailing with the fleet, you get to a point, certainly for most of that period, where the battle fleet is going to probably be moving at a speed well in excess of the speed of the average merchantman. You know, if your battle fleet, say at Jutland, is cruising around at 21 knots, there's precious few ships merchant ships out there that can do 21 knots, and most of those are ocean liners, which, A, the owners are going to be quite resistive to you basically cutting up and mangling to turn into a pseudo battleship, and B, you probably have better uses for them anyway. Effectively, if you want to make a decoy warship to sail with your fleet in this time period, you've got to build a ship whose hull close enough resembles the hull of your warships, has the power plant of your warships to get up to speed, because, you know, even if it's a vaguely similar hull, it's probably going to be less hydrodynamically efficient. And if you're building an exact hull replica, well, then you might as well just build an actual proper warship. And this is kind of the problem you run into generally. You've built a hull roughly the same size as your warship. You've put the power plant in necessary for it to keep up with your warships. You've built all the extraneous superstructure that makes it look like a warship. At this point, literally the only thing you've done that's not actually building another warship is popping in some guns and slapping some armour on the side, which, while it's not quite as simple as that, you will have expended a lot more than probably at least well over 50% of the cost of an actual warship for a decoy that's nothing more than a shell magnet. At which point, you know, having one effective warship and two decoys, or having two effective warships, having the two effective warships is a much better option. So, whilst practically and engineering-wise, yes, it can be done, from a tactical and more wide-scale practical perspective, it's just not worth it at that point, because the cheap and easy options which would allow it to happen no longer exist as compared to the edge of sail. October Nid asks, is there a plausible scenario where Germany can build up her high seas fleet without alienating the British? If, for example, the French and or the Russians were doing a better job of building their navies, would the British government and public be more sympathetic to Germany's claim of necessity, or would it take something further still? Honestly, not really, because whilst the French and the Russians were building up their fleets gradually over the late 19th and early 20th centuries, neither of them had any ambitions to challenge the Royal Navy particularly. The French had basically given up on that idea about 2-3 decades ago, with near enough the end of the Franco-Prussian War, some point in the mid-1870s anyway. And as such, even if they built their fleets up a little bit more, the Royal Navy would quite happily match that. It's not a massive issue, as compared to Germany coming out of nowhere and suddenly building fleets and fleets and fleets of ships left, right and centre. The problem, as I've enunciated before, is that for Germany, having a fleet was a nice to have. It was optional. It's whether or not Germany had a fleet was not, unless you perhaps ended up at war specifically with Great Britain, a statistical factor when it came to Germany's survival. Whereas for Britain, as far as they were concerned at the time, having a fleet was the key to whether or not Britain, A, remained in the power that it was, and B, survived as an independent nation. So they're coming at the idea of having large fleets from two very different perspectives. And with Germany already, the predominant land power in Europe in the latter part of the 19th century, the British were always going to be looking for a land power counterbalance to the Germans. to some degree or another. And it does reflect the nature of great power politics in that, sort of in the end of the 19th century, the British were simultaneously not particularly happy with the Germans because of their interference in the Boer War, and also, trying to counterbalance them on land in Europe, but also not particularly fussed, obviously prior to the Navy laws, with the German fleet and colonial ambitions overseas, because one was a threat and the other wasn't, even though they were both originating from the same country. To be perfectly honest, with that situation in Europe, there's precious little in the realms of plausibility that the French or Russians could have done that would allow Britain to watch Germany build the high seas fleet to the size that it did without panicking and looking at Germany in the way that they did in the latter part of the 1900s. I think if you're going to try and construct anything like a halfway plausible scenario where Britain allows Germany to build up the high seas fleet to any great size, as opposed to just having a fleet of some kind, you'd actually have to look across the Atlantic. If the US decided that it wasn't going to be isolationist, let's say somewhere circa 1904, 1905, so in that scenario, obviously the Americans did send the Great White Fleet out shortly thereafter, but let's say, coincident with the end of the Russo-Japanese War and the Great White Fleet's voyage, the Americans get really scared about the Japanese, now they have no other major challenges in the Pacific, taking the gloves off and potentially ruining American interests in the area. And simultaneously, obviously this would require an American government that's sufficiently less isolationist, more expansionist. But let's also say that perhaps they ride in on a wave of nationalism where they try and expand the Monroe Doctrine from matters that happen in the American hemisphere should be mainly at the behest and call of the United States to, we don't want any representatives of foreign powers anywhere near us in the American hemisphere. So maybe building on the fact that they kicked the Spanish out of Cuba, maybe they start looking at the British and French and other colonies in the Caribbean and parts of South America and going, no, we don't want you here either. Can't do anything about it just yet, but we're definitely building up to it. At that point, that obviously requires a big two-ocean navy, big enough to scare off the Japanese and also deal with getting a full US hegemon over the Caribbean and the Eastern Seaboard, possibly starting to make eyes at liberating Canada again, considering it is coming up to the 100 years anniversary of the War of 1812 at that point. That, i.e. an increasingly hostile, increasingly expansionistic US throwing its industrial might into building up a fleet, that might worry the British enough that, as well as building up their own fleet for obvious reasons, if the Germans in the shape of the Kaiser turn around and kind of went, yes, those unfortunate colonials, the youngsters from across the seas, never mind the fact Germany is a few decades old at this point, yes, well, they're not cousins and they don't like you very much, but we are cousins, me and you, King George, and I've always admired the Royal Navy, and maybe you need a hand, so maybe us old world powers should band together and get an alliance like you've got your Anglo-Japanese alliance. Maybe it should be an Anglo-Japanese-German alliance to collectively have the naval security to deter this upstart United States. Something like that might just fly enough with the British to let them start building up something resembling the historic high seas fleet. But it's a very, very different alternate history scenario at that point. KWolfX asks, I recently watched a video list the so-called 10 worst admirals of all time. Admiral Villeneuve ranked pretty high on this worst of list. My question is, was there anyone in Napoleon's navy, even if they died a few years before Trafalgar or were promoted to a high command rank a few years after Trafalgar, who you think could have been a real challenge for Admiral Nelson? And I don't mean someone who could have won the Battle of Trafalgar, but someone who might have been tougher to catch, inspired more confidence in the officers and crew, etc., and been better disciplined. I.e., did Napoleon ever have any really good admirals? There were a few decent ones. Admiral Latouche-Treville was actually in charge of the Toulon Squadron at the start of what would eventually become the Trafalgar campaign, but then he had the temerity to die, and that left Villeneuve in charge. And, well, we all know how that went. But Latouche-Treville, he was a better admiral than Villeneuve. He would have done a better job, although possibly not massively better. But if you want an admiral who pretty much for certain could have given Nelson one a heck of a tougher fight and would have certainly done a hell of a better job, there was a French admiral actually at Trafalgar, of all places, who could have done that. Here he is. Apologies to my French listeners if I get this horribly wrong, but I believe this is Charles René Magon de Medine, or Medine. I'm not sure on that last one. My high school French wasn't that good. I'm going to call him Admiral Magon, because that seems to be what most of history calls him. This guy was everything that Villeneuve was not. He was determined, he was aggressive, he was competent, he got things done, he had a fairly loyal crew, and in the years running up to 1805 and the Battle of Trafalgar, Magon had actually succeeded where a lot of French admirals failed. He had predicted a number of disasters and said, look, don't do this, this will end very, very badly. And then Napoleon and the rest of the French Navy went and did it, and everything went horribly disastrously. And Magon kind of sat back and said, well, yeah, kind of told you that was going to happen. He also was the admiral in charge of the defence of the invasion flotilla that Napoleon built up. The fact that the British weren't able to destroy it was largely thanks to Magon's work. He managed to get rid of a number of British attempts to do so. On top of that, at the immediately preceding battle, the battle with Admiral Calder, there was an opportunity for the Franco-Spanish fleet to close in and renew the action with Calder, which potentially could have been in their favour. Villeneuve refused to do so and went off to Cadiz, and that's how we ended up eventually with the Battle of Trafalgar. Magon was absolutely furious. Rozesvensky has nothing on the fury of Magon. Magon was cursing, swearing, yelling, screaming, throwing things at Villeneuve from the quarterdeck of his own flagship. His crew tried to get him to calm down. His telescope went over the side, aimed at Villeneuve. At one point, even his wig went over the side, aimed at Villeneuve. It was basically, can I pick this thing up and throw it at Villeneuve to express my displeasure with how cowardly I think my superior is acting? If yes, then pick up and throw. Or perhaps le throw, considering he is French. He was in such a rage, it was sort of one step removed from his crew having to pick him up and carry him below and dose him up with laudanum to stop him swimming over to the Beau Centaur and throttling Villeneuve with his own epaulets. And yeah, so he knew what was coming when the day of the Battle of Trafalgar dawned, because he knew exactly what kind of admiral was in charge of the fleet, and he knew what state most of the French fleet was in. But he still went full into it. Magon might have well known that overall the fleet was going to lose, but he was not going down quietly. So he was aboard the Algeciras, and Algeciras, along with Redoutable, were two of the few ships in the Franco-Spanish fleet who actually fought like cornered rats, apart from anything else. So Algeciras spent a lot of the battle fighting the Tonnant, which obviously, amusingly enough, had previously been French and was now in British service. And in stories that kind of echo Redoutable versus Victory, Algeciras was actually on the verge of boarding Tonnant when, just like Téméraire did with Victory, Colossus and Bellerophon showed up and hosed down Algeciras' deck, killing most of the French crew who had assembled to try and board the Tonnant. It's not necessarily always appreciated just how close some of the fights at Trafalgar actually were. And Magon, although he did die in the engagement, he was about as hard to put down as you can imagine. He was shot repeatedly and kept going. He stayed up. He was pretty much aware that they're probably mortal wounds, but his assessment of the situation appears to have been, well, I may be mortally wounded, but as long as the time period between now and me dying involves me being able to stand on my feet, which, to be fair, Nelson probably would have done as well if he hadn't been shot through the spine, Magog just hung around and kept trying to fight the ship until eventually, 5 hours into the battle, somebody shot him for a final time and actually managed to put him down. So, yeah, never let it be said that the entire Franco-Spanish fleet at Trafalgar was useless. If someone had put Admiral Magog in charge of the Toulon Squadron and he'd been then leading Nelson on a merry chase around half the planet, I rather suspect Trafalgar would have gone very differently. Lord Diplomat asks, the Iowa-class ships used shells, 1,900 and 2,700 pounds. What were the difference in powder charges for each of the shells, and was the range the same depending on charge and elevation? Did they use the same charge all the time? The Iowas would use the same propellant charges for either high explosive or armour-piercing shells, which are the two types under discussion there. They had a full charge, and they had a reduced charge, and they also had a reduced flashless charge for night actions. So they didn't use exactly the same charge all the time, but if they were using a full charge, there wasn't two separate full charges, one for high explosive and one for armour piercing. It was the same for both. Apart from anything else, because the gun's breech chamber is designed to accept a certain volume of shell and a certain volume of charge, and differentiating from that can lead to some very bad things happening. But the range and time of flight was different, assuming you fired the shells at the same elevation. So let's say you loaded turret 1 with AP shells and you loaded turret 2 with HE shells, turn both turrets 90 degrees facing broadside and elevate all 6 guns to 30 degrees and fire. The high explosive charge, the high explosive shells, the 1,900 pounders, will initially leave the muzzle at a higher velocity because they're lighter, they've got the same amount of explosive behind them. It's not exactly difficult. But the further they go, the more they will slow down because they have less inertia and obviously assuming all other things are roughly the same, that means that the same as with lighter weight AP shells, over distance they will lose energy. But over shorter distance, they will lose energy quicker, but over shorter distances, they're moving faster and thus with more energy will go a little bit further. So, for example, at 10 degrees elevation, the high explosive shell will go about 600 yards further than the armour-piercing shell will. Whereas if you go out to 20 degrees elevation, now the high explosive shell is falling just a fraction short of where the armour-piercing shell would land. And it gradually gets worse and worse until you get to, say, a 45 degree elevation, and you're now looking at the high explosive shell landing about 700-800 yards short of where the armour-piercing shell was going to land. And the time of flight will have changed as well. So at 10,000 yards, the high explosive shell is arriving 0.1 of a second faster, but you can see the speed dropping quite quickly compared to the super heavy armour-piercing shell, because if you're going all the way out to 40,000 yards, it takes 80 seconds for the armour-piercing shell to get there, but it takes 86 seconds for the high explosive shell to get there. So there are different performance characteristics. If you wanted to hit a specific target with AP and HE, you'd have to change the elevation slightly. Many thanks to the nav website for having tabulated all of that. John Edward Dietz asks, given how strategically important they were, why didn't the US spend a small amount of time crash building new fast fleet oilers, at least to be more than sufficient for the new projected fleet with some replacements on standby? A mixture of factors, one of which was that the Pacific War was not the kind of war the US Navy thought they would be fighting pre-war, so admittedly they did have a slight shortage of fast fleet oilers, but it wasn't massive compared to what they thought they'd need for the war they thought they'd be fighting. As it turned out, the Pacific Campaign needed a lot more fast fleet oilers, especially if you're running lots of high-speed ops with carriers, and that's for the most part where the shortage comes from, plus of course some of them getting sunk. And when you have a relatively small fleet, each individual sinking makes a lot more of a difference. However, in terms of crash building new fast fleet oilers, they kind of did. When you look at the Cimarron class, which Neosho was part of, and subsequent fleet oilers, fast fleet oilers that the US built, they built a fair number of them. However, unfortunately, when it comes to these kinds of things, a fast fleet oiler is a lot more complex a machine to build than a Liberty ship. For example, a fast fleet oiler has to be turbine powered, whereas a Liberty ship can be used vertical triple expansion engines. And cutting turbine blades and installing turbines and so forth was one of the infrastructure bottlenecks when it came to producing ships. And it just takes longer to manufacture them than it does to manufacture a vertical triple expansion engine. So your power plant is taking longer to build and longer to install. Plus, as mentioned earlier with the questions about transition from coal to oil, these ships are relatively substantial, but they've also got to be designed and built to hold large amounts of liquid, obviously oil, which is very, very different and takes a lot longer to do correctly than it does to build a Liberty ship, which can effectively be a large number of hollow boxes in which you place cargo around which you build a hull. With a fast fleet oiler, obviously you've got to have subdivided oil tanks, because if you just have very large open oil tanks, you might think, oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, that's great right up until you're 80% full and then you end up in heavy seas, your boat pitches a little bit, then it rolls a little bit to, let's say, port, and all the oil goes to port, and then you roll over and sink. So subdivision and proper storage of oil and the tanks necessary to do all of that, a little bit more complex than your average cargo ship. And then, of course, you've got to have all the piping systems, because you've got to be able to pipe the oil aboard your ship, and you've got to be able to pipe the oil out of your ship to other ships. And you've got to have the ability to fine control your vessel so that you can safely run alongside other ships to resupply. So it's a fast fleet oiler is a far more detailed and delicate piece of work than churning out a Liberty ship. And if you look at the build times of the Cimarrons that were churned out in the early to mid part of the war, you'll notice that they have a build time of usually from keel laying to commissioning of about 8 months to a year, which, depending on the shipyard, it is fairly realistic. And so what you end up with is, although the US is building them as quickly as they can, obviously taking into account they have to build lots of other things as well, for 1942, they don't really have all that much when it comes to options for fast fleet oilers, because there'll be a ton coming. They're not ready now. And obviously once the first few start to arrive, then they are replacing the ones that have been lost and bringing everything up to speed. So there's a bit of a margin to make up first. In some ways, it's kind of like the first Essex class. The very first ones, USS Essex and her successors, are starting to come online in early 1943, but you don't see the real impact of that until mid to late 43, once a significant number of them are in service, because the first few that are coming online are there to replace, Wasp, Yorktown, Hornet, Lexington, etc. Primark 359 asks, could you point me to some sources on early pre-1900 development of the self-propelled torpedo? And were there any wackier ones than the pull cord backwards to propel torpedo forward like the Brennan 1887 model? So a good starting point for that kind of thing is this book, Torpedo, originally titled, but followed up with The Complete History of the World's Most Revolutionary Naval Weapon. It gives a pretty good overview of, torpedo development as a whole, but also covers the pre-1900 developments. And of course, as with any well-written book, it has a decent bibliography at the back. So then if you want to follow the development of specifically pre-1900 torpedoes, one of the best things to do is get a good reference book like this and then follow the bibliography citations, in this case for the first few chapters, and see what other reference works they're looking at and what primary documents they're looking at, especially if you can get your hands on those primary documents. Now, as far as other wacky torpedoes, well, yeah, you have the pull cord torpedoes. You have some torpedoes early on were clockwork driven because, well, why not? It was a way of propelling them, and you have clockwork driven ones. You had not gyroscope, flywheel driven ones. The gyroscopes for stability. People were looking at all sorts of what you might today call air independent propulsion systems to get torpedoes to move. The main problem, of course, being that you couldn't, at least with the technology of the time, store enough energy to get the torpedoes to go meaningfully far or meaningfully fast, because moving through the water, as it turns out, takes a fair bit of energy. Compressed air, as the dominant type of torpedo, it depends exactly what you mean by compressed air, because there were some early attempts for torpedoes to be propelled by purely compressed air, as in either using compressed air as some form of jet or compressed air to power some other form of mechanism that then propelled the torpedo forward via propellers. And then later on, of course, you have compressed air actually powering a small internal combustion engine which uses fuel, and that is eventually what becomes the conventional torpedo for pretty much the entirety of the 20th century, apart from the electric ones later on. But which stage each of those technologies arrives at is slightly different, because the arrival of compressed air in torpedoes, and as opposed to the arrival of the internal combustion engine compressed air pairing, are two slightly different periods in torpedo development. Dr. Irrelevant asks, on several occasions you've been critical of Japanese anti-submarine warfare as compared to other World War II participants. What exactly was wrong with Japanese anti-submarine warfare efforts? It was a whole range of things, ranging from the technological to the cultural. On the cultural side, the Japanese Navy was focused mainly on decisive battle, and submarine hunting doesn't really have that much of a place in a decisive battle doctrine. If you're running your fleet around at 25 plus knots, the odds of you actually being intercepted by a submarine are actually relatively low, especially in the middle of your actual battle, and B, well, good luck conducting sub-hunting missions when your fleet is tootling along at 20 plus knots. You might be able to spot periscopes, but that really is about it. Your sonar is not going to be much help to you at that point. So there wasn't a massive emphasis on anti-submarine warfare in the Japanese Navy as a whole. And because, obviously, riding into glorious battle against the enemy battle line in the battleships and the cruisers, the torpedo-heavy destroyers and so forth was, the premier postings, somebody who is going to be on a sub-hunter or small escort and therefore categorically is not going to be in the battle line and never is likely to apply their skills in that role is, it's not a premium posting. It's not a particularly well-regarded posting. Now, of course, destroyers and such that would be in fleet actions were also trained in anti-sub warfare techniques. It wasn't like the Japanese ignored it completely, but, as I say, culturally it wasn't viewed as particularly important. It wasn't a sort of a top-of-the-line priority. And to be fair to them as well, they had been obviously doing a lot of practical, to a certain degree, warfare training with their operations against China, and, well, China in 1930 wasn't exactly replete with submarines, so the focus of the active war efforts was a lot more on patrolling, shooting things occasionally, and aircraft carrier operations, but not a tremendous amount of opportunity for the subs to practice sub-hunting. So there's that cultural side, and as a result, the tactical side, there's not the development, at least initially, of any kind of hunting groups the way you'd see develop relatively swiftly in, say, the Battle of the Atlantic. There's also not the numbers, because if it's not a priority, you don't build as many anti-sub escorts as, someone whose life depends on it, like the British ordering all the Flower class pretty much before the war starts. And then you have the technological side. Now, the Japanese do have sonar and hydrophones. They do have depth charges, but at least initially, the depth charges aren't working particularly well, and their sonar, whilst it exists, is not quite as good as some other nations' sonar. And so what you effectively have is a relatively small number of anti-sub escorts as compared to everybody else, and the dual or triple purpose ships like destroyers who have anti-sub training don't have particularly intensive anti-sub training. They have technology that's a little bit behind when it comes to the nations we normally think of as conducting anti-sub warfare, like there's a Type 93 sonar, for example, on the Japanese ships, and they're not particularly initially valued, and to a certain degree also the initial US sub efforts, with obviously not helped by the malfunctioning Mark 14, don't really drive a massive sense of urgency in 1942. The Japanese do lose some ships to submarines, but if you look at the sort of September-October 1942 period and you ask a Japanese admiral, okay, what's the biggest threat to our surface ships, including our merchant vessels, US subs are not going to be very high on that list. And so you enter 1943 and so forth, and this combination of low numbers of escorts, not quite up to spec technology, and low priority as compared to some other aspects of the Japanese Navy, mean that once you get the US sub force and obviously the other Allied sub forces really hitting them hard, they're caught on the back foot, and they're not able to adapt quickly enough before the overall situation just means that Japan's warfighting capability generally is horribly degraded. They do have a few rather inventive technologies that show up, like anti-submarine rounds for their guns, which most other people don't have, which means that actually surface-based guns can engage submarines not just by shooting holes in their sails, but you can actually, if you see, say, a periscope or a conning tower above the water, with the Japanese have these shells in play, they can actually shoot at the sea just in front of that, with a hope that those shells will actually hit the hull of the submarine. So that's actually quite a useful weapon, but it's a very contextual weapon because you have to have the enemy sub on or near the surface in the first place to use it. Whereas, things like forward launching anti-submarine charge launchers like Hedgehog and so forth are considerably more useful against your average submerged sub. Piotr Kobierski asks, I had just heard that Avenger torpedo bombers could be launched via catapult straight out, well, sideways in relation to the ship, from the hangar. Is that true? How does it work? Was it popular? And why are there no well-known photos or movies of it? It sounds very futuristic Battlestar Galactica style. So yes, it was possible. Here's a picture of USS Yorktown CV-10, the Essex-class version, doing exactly that. But it wasn't exactly popular. The way it worked, they basically had a side-mounted, very powerful catapult. It had to be very powerful because it obviously had a relatively short distance to work over. But was it popular? No. Not in the slightest. For one thing, for the pilots, any carrier launch to a degree is taking your life into your own hand, but there is a psychological element of, if you're on the deck of a carrier and you ramp up your engine, you're in open sky. If something goes wrong, you have some options. If you're really lucky, you might be able to throttle down and abort the launch. If you are unlucky, you launch yourself off the carrier, you might at the very minimum be able to steer your aircraft off to one side so you don't get run over by the carrier, and in a best case scenario and something's gone wrong, you still at least have, you know, several dozen feet to drop in which you might be able to recover the situation. Whereas in this circumstance, you're strapped to that catapult and you are going off the side of the ship whether you like it or not, whether your aircraft is functional or not. You just have to hope everything holds together. The other reason it was not particularly popular is because to prep the aircraft, make it ready for launch, mount it and launch it, took up quite a bit of hangar space in the middle of the hangar. So as far as the rest of the crews were concerned, this was incredibly disruptive. That was space, A, that they could be using to prep multiple other aircraft being sent up onto deck, and B, it also basically cut the hangar in half, so you couldn't move things past, well, anything substantial past the catapult with the aircraft mounted on it whilst it was in use. And so whilst there are a few pictures around, they're mostly of carriers launching Hellcats, because whilst the catapult was very powerful for its size, it was still a relatively short catapult, so launching an Avenger was kind of pushing it, and most of the experiments that were done tended to just use the Hellcats instead, because that was a bit easier. Obviously, you're only launching a single aircraft at a time. You have to reset the entire catapult once you've done that, which means your actual rate of launch is relatively low. And as I said, people just thought they were better uses for the space. So whilst the first few Essexes were built with them, and some of the early US carriers had them as well, they were not included in the bulk of the Essex class, and on the ones where they were installed, they were mostly very quickly removed, just basically to accommodate more aircraft and better handling facilities. Salamin Shakia 93 asks, what were Fisher's thoughts on the loss of the 3 battle cruisers at Jutland, the outcome of said battle, the blaming of lack of armour of the battle cruisers instead of mishandling of cordite, and on the designs of the Admiral class, etc., etc.? Well, to say Fisher was not happy with the outcome of the Battle of Jutland would be a major understatement. He basically viewed the outcome of Jutland as a failure, although at the same time, being Fisher, he would have viewed anything other than the utter annihilation of the High Seas Fleet as a failure, so take that with a pinch of salt. But as far as the details, the loss of the battle cruisers and the exact nature of why, you've got to remember that by the time that Jutland is fought, Fisher is no longer part of the Admiralty. He resigns, or his resignation is accepted, in 1915. So whilst he obviously has the ear and correspondence of a number of naval officers, he is not in a position to access the fine details of what those officers and the Admiralty are discussing when it comes to exactly why things have happened and what's to blame, what ships have been lost, etc. So his feedback on Jutland and what happens thereafter is more from the position of a very well-informed outside observer than someone who is at the pinnacle of the system that's analysing it. And as a result, there's not actually a tremendous amount of data, at least as far as I can find, beyond very general observations. Now, I'm sure he may well have written some correspondence about it, people may have asked him about it, etc., but if that is the case, it's not the easiest of things to locate. If you look through his memoirs, for example, Jutland is mentioned several times, but he doesn't go into particular detail about his thoughts on specific things like the loss of the battle cruisers. But with that said, I am planning a video at some point later this year, along with a special guest who has looked into Fisher very extensively, so that'll be one of the things we will be discussing. So obviously I'll be doing some more in-depth research as well. So if indeed he did make any specific comments about the 3 battle cruisers being lost, cordite versus armour being blamed, or the rejigging of HMS Hood afterwards, then hopefully we will cover that in that video. Gregory Albert asks, during the time where the USS Enterprise was the only battle-ready US aircraft carrier in the Pacific, how accurate was the phrase Enterprise versus Japan? It depends how nitpicky you want to be. And this is an unfortunate habit you sometimes see, especially online when it comes to naval history, because you get, well, actually, there were campaigns in Burma against the British and massive campaigns in China and Japanese offensive efforts all over the place like that, which the Enterprise could not and never had any influence over. Yes, very nice. Let me get Jingles. He knows how to deal with people like that. But no, in all seriousness, obviously there are aspects of the Pacific War that Enterprise couldn't and never had fought Japan over. But in the context of the operational area Enterprise was actually responsible for, the seaborne aspect of things in that's more of the southwest Pacific as opposed to more of the, the Asiatic coast, she pretty much was alone versus Japan, because whilst you had the aircraft on Henderson Field, obviously helping out in the Guadalcanal campaign, because bear in mind this sign is put up in October 1942, she really is the only hope that the US Navy has of any further operations beyond the limited umbrella provided by Henderson Field and other similar, more rear echelon airfields. Because by this point it's perfectly clear that you need aerial cover to conduct successful naval operations of any great scale, especially in this time period when there's still lots of land-based but highly trained Japanese bombers and torpedo bombers who will make your day a very unpleasant one if you happen to be caught by them. And so if the Japanese show up with more carriers, obviously the US doesn't know exactly how many carriers or carrier air groups the Japanese have operational, or indeed if they just show up with land-based aircraft, they could overwhelm Henderson Field, and the US would be, without Enterprise, limited to operations that could be done within the air cover of Henderson Field, assuming it is still able to send up aircraft. Enterprise represents a huge force multiplier, both for the capacity of Henderson Field and also provides air cover to allow US forces to operate in other areas of that operational zone, with some hope of actually surviving. And when you look at her operational record between the conclusion of the big battle she'd just taken part in, that had just seen the loss of Hornet in mid-October, and when she's finally relieved of duty, partly thanks to the presence of Saratoga and Victorious, she is the only floating airfield that the US has. And by all rights, when you look at the amount of damage she has aboard her, she should have gone back to harbour for refit and repair pretty much as soon as the Battle of Santa Cruz was over. But she doesn't. She's running about left, right and centre, quite often sailing with repair crews on board, trying to make good some of the worst of the damage. So, whilst she isn't the only ship opposing Japan, as the sole operational carrier, she is pretty much the linchpin of the US ability to operate outside of the cover of land-based airfields, and also a linchpin of making sure those critical land-based airfields like Henderson are able to remain operational and stocked and oppose the amount of firepower that the Japanese could throw at them. Eric J. Van Dooting asks, I recently picked up a copy of Warship Volume 9, in which it's noted that the Japanese converted carriers Hio and Junyo had high-pressure, high-temperature boilers installed generating steam pressure of 40 bar and steam temperatures of 420 degrees Celsius. The authors note that no other Japanese Navy ship used such boilers through to the end of the war, in this case apparently in an attempt to achieve an acceptable top speed by compensating for the overall lack of power and a hull form not designed for speed, being converted passenger liners. I'm wondering, were these pressure and temperature figures outliers, and if so, by how much? And would such boilers have increased the risk of engine fire, such as the one suffered by Hio, preventing her participation in the Battle of the Santa Cruz Islands? Yes, they were outliers, but they're forced by circumstance. So these boilers arise because the Hio, what the ships would eventually become, Hio and Junyo, are originally built as ocean liners with the express purpose of being able to turn them into carriers later on. And so compromises have to be made in their design. For operation as ocean liners, the people who are going to actually run them, they want to run them somewhat economically, so they want the ships to be able to do about 24 knots maximum. That's not acceptable to the Japanese Navy, who want them to run at least a knot and a half to a knot faster, ideally better, more, but they can't force much past that. And of course, as ocean liners, as opposed to military ships, on a military vessel, if you want more power, you pile in more boilers, and if that means the ship gets longer, then so be it. Whereas on an ocean liner, obviously they have concerns about passengers and cargo and all this kind of thing, so the available machinery space volume ideally should be as small as possible. So the only way to get a compromise solution within the machinery spaces that would make them financially viable as ocean liners, but also theoretically capable of the top speed required by the Japanese Navy, was to ramp up the power output of the boilers. So for a smaller square footage, you could get the power output of what would normally be a larger power plant. Because if you remember from previous videos, as we've mentioned, a lot of navies looked into the idea of higher pressure boilers and higher temperature boilers, but for the most part they chose to stick with somewhat lower pressure, more reliable boilers, because on warships, which might be out on operations for weeks or months at a time, you want obviously reliability, whereas for an ocean liner that just has to hightail at high speed for a week or two from one place to another, it's slightly less of a concern, because you can always, pull over and renovate and repair your engines at the end of the voyage. And if something goes catastrophically wrong, well, people are going to come and help an ocean liner that's in busy shipping lanes and a civilian ship. Whereas if you are a warship in hostile waters and something goes wrong with your engines, you are in a lot of trouble. Obviously, there are exceptions to that. The US Navy did manage to develop reliable high-pressure boilers and were able to then use them to great effect during the Second World War, but this is the Japanese Navy we're talking about. So when it comes to the Japanese Navy as a whole, yes, it's pretty much a one-off because of the unique circumstances of how Hio and Junyo are built. If the Japanese are building dedicated aircraft carriers and they want more power, they'll just put more boilers in and accept the fact the machinery space is a bit larger, because, as I said, they prefer the reliability of slightly lower pressure, lower temperature boilers. Conversely, obviously, if you don't have to go as fast, you don't have to put in that same amount of power. And to give an idea of the equivalent, 40 bar pressure is about 580 psi, so you're approaching the pressure, the kind of pressures that you'd see in typical high-pressure US systems, which, as noted, apart from the Germans, are the only ones who use significant high-pressure boilers during the majority of World War II. The boilers themselves, though, are unlikely to increase the risk of an engine fire, because we're talking about higher pressure and higher temperature steam. Now, if you do get a steam leak at that temperature and pressure, you do have a fairly big problem on your hands, but it is water vapor, so fire not really conducive to that. You could potentially make an argument that having to stoke the boilers to generate those temperatures in the first place might lead to a slightly higher risk of an engine fire, but to be perfectly honest, if you're designing your boilers so badly that that there's a risk of the fire that is intentionally within the boilers somehow escaping and spreading to the rest of the ship, you probably need to go back to remedial boiler design class in the first place. Angel 287 asks, when Rodney engaged Bismarck, she had an advantage in the form of a working rudder. It is known that she manoeuvred to avoid returning fire and did not suffer any direct hits. Was this a decisive advantage or only a meaningful one? For example, if Bismarck had recovered her steering just before the engagement, was she likely to come out even or better during the one-on-one with Rodney, assuming that Bismarck's guns aren't magical and don't destroy capital ships with a single hit? So manoeuvring to chase salvos, as I've covered before, was a meaningful advantage. I wouldn't say it was necessarily a decisive advantage, because it did mean your own fire control systems had to work extra hard because you're constantly changing course. But it was a meaningful one because, as I've covered in the fire control video, what almost always will happen is you fire your salvo, and if you miss, which in World War II, let's face it, most of the time you are going to with your first salvo, you then correct the aim of your guns to account for that and fire again. Therefore, the logic of Captain Dalrymple Hamilton went, the single safest place to be was where the last salvo had landed, because the Bismarck's gunners would be correcting from that shot, so they'd be hitting somewhere else. Where? Who knows? But not exactly where the last set of shells had landed. So steer for them, and you can near enough guarantee that's not where the shells are going to land. It seems to have worked out for him fairly well. There's a few near misses and some splinter damage, but as you said, Rodney was basically intact when it came out of the engagement, at least as far as enemy fire was concerned. The amount of damage she'd done to herself getting there and then firing salvos right over her own deck is another matter. But as for if Bismarck had recovered her steering, would she have done even or better during a 1v1 with Rodney? No, not likely. Now, okay, yes, Rodney is somewhat older than Bismarck, but you have to take into account that whilst her gunnery would be, Bismarck this is, whilst her gunnery would be somewhat better if she was able to control her own course, the simple fact of the matter is that Bismarck was already damaged in a number of other ways before that battle started. So she'd taken on a fair bit of water. She was described as wallowing, so she wasn't going to be able to pick up her full speed. She wasn't even going to pick up anywhere close to her full speed, because if she did engage in high-speed activities, well, one, she's loaded down to the point she's not going to reach her top speed, but two, that will open up flooding by causing the collapse of the bulkheads and such that will be stressed by that manoeuvring from the damaged areas. So she's not going to want to be doing that. And the same thing with violent course adjustments. So she'd get a modicum of improvement to her own gunnery because she'd be able to steer a relatively straight course, but she'd be steering a relatively straight course at a, relatively speaking, pedestrian speed, which would still make her a relatively easy target for Rodney's gunners, as opposed to Rodney, who can freely maneuver, as she did, which makes her a more difficult target for Bismarck's gunners. And in fact, and this is the nature of these kind of alternate things, you could even argue that potentially a Bismarck that's regained its steering might end up being an easier target for Rodney's gunners, because as much as Bismarck's random lurching around disrupted her own gunnery, it also would have a disruptive effect on Rodney's gunnery, because she can't entirely predict where Bismarck is going to be headed in the next few seconds. Whereas if she is, direct, single course, single speed, that becomes much easier for Rodney's gunners to range in on. So with those other limitations on Bismarck, she's still at a significant disadvantage compared to Rodney in that particular engagement. Plus, of course, the fact that if Bismarck wants to bring her full salvo to bear, she has to come not entirely broadside, but largely broadside as compared to Rodney, who can engage from much finer angles and also has thicker armour over her main citadel, although then you get into arguments over exact penetration figures of probably 16-inch guns versus Bismarck's 15-inch guns and the angles of impact and blah, 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 and it all gets very messy. But no, broadly speaking, I would not have rated Bismarck's chances as even or better, even if she had her steering going, because of the other damage she'd accrued. Choo Choo asks, can you expand upon when guns in a turret are linked together versus independent, i.e. two-gun versus twin turret, and the design choices for different size guns? Destroyers seem to have their guns linked and battleships don't. So basically, when you have a two-gun turret or a twin turret, now as I've mentioned before, I use twin, triple, quad, etc. because people get the understanding of how many guns are involved in that turret quite easily, as opposed to switching back and forth between the more technically accurate twin and two-gun turret. So a twin turret, technically speaking, is where you have two guns and they are linked together, whereas a two-gun turret is where you have 2 guns in a turret, but they are capable of independent elevation. Now, there are advantages and disadvantages to both. So with a twin turret, where the guns are linked, you only have to have a single set of elevation mechanisms, which means that although that elevation mechanism in itself has to be slightly more powerful, overall it takes up less volume, less weight, and, you know, when you elevate one gun, the other gun is also going to point in that same direction and elevation. So it's simpler, quicker, easier to maintain, because you only have one set of equipment to maintain, and because it's lighter as well, it means the overall turret mount is just an easier thing to run. Whereas with a 2-gun turret, you have to have separate elevation mechanisms for every single gun, whether that be 2, 3, 4, and that means that the turret's weight and complexity goes up quite considerably, because, you know, you now have 2, 3, or 4 sets of elevation mechanisms, each of which require their own maintenance, each of which requires their own power, and each of which could break at any given time. But you can also then obviously elevate all the guns separately. Now, where you're talking about battleships, having these separate guns has a significant advantage, because if you lose one, let's say it takes a hit, or there's a jam, or worse still, an explosion within the gun, basically or just an error in loading, you haven't got it loaded in time for the salvo, let's say, then you can just leave that gun at whatever position you need it to be in, and the other guns in the turret, whether that be 1, 2, or 3, can elevate and still fire. So there's a lot of redundancy built in. Whereas if something goes horribly wrong with a gun where it's involved with a linked mounting, then usually that means everything stops. For example, you know, as a very crude thing, you know, if you've got a shell jammed in one of them, or there's some kind of error in drill when it comes to loading, you don't really want that gun going up with 1, 2, or 3 others and potentially being fired and things getting even worse if everything is linked. Because this is the other thing, is when you have twin mountings or triple or quadruple mountings, i.e. where everything is linked together, quite often the firing mechanisms are also linked together. Now, that's not true in all cases. Sometimes there are separate firing mechanisms, but it depends on what era you're looking at. And of course, if something has gone really bad, like something's broken quite severely, moving it might make it worse. So for large turrets where potentially isolating a single malfunctioning or damaged weapon is beneficial to maintaining your readiness in battle, you want your individual functioning guns. Whereas to a certain extent, for destroyers and other small ships mounting, you know, 4 or 5 inch guns or some variant caliber therein, usually, well, obviously the mounts are a lot smaller, they're usually less well protected, the guns are closer together, and to be perfectly honest, if something has gone so catastrophically wrong that one gun is disabled, it's probably disabled everything. So at that point, you might as well go with a lighter and simpler mount, because the number of times you're going to get any use out of having the heavier, more complex, independently elevating guns is so remote it just doesn't make up for the other benefits of having a linked mount. Plus, of course, if you do have some things like loading errors, because of the rate of fire of those smaller guns, you can clear a badly loaded gun, hopefully relatively quickly, and get the whole thing back in action fairly soon, whereas you can't really do that with a battleship gun if you've like jammed a 14 or 15 inch shell somewhere where it shouldn't be. Andy 1963 asks, strategically, was it wise for the United States to mount the Guadalcanal invasion? Considering all the losses and near losses, wouldn't it have made more sense to go on the strategic defensive after Midway, build up forces and start the Central Pacific campaign months earlier with 2 extra fleet carriers? There were 2 main strategic imperatives when it came to the Guadalcanal campaign. One of which was General MacArthur, who was pressing and had a certain amount of backing both in US political and military circles and in the US public for something to strike back against Japan with. Yes, Midway was a successful battle, but Midway was a defensive battle that the US happened to win, as opposed to actually going on the offensive. And as I've covered in the Guadalcanal series, MacArthur's genius idea was to take the 1942 US Navy and throw it against Rabaul. So persuading everyone that no, perhaps kamikazing straight into one of the most heavily fortified Japanese fleet bases in the southwestern Pacific was not the most brilliant idea, and maybe we should go after something fractionally less defended, was a struggle in and of itself, and Guadalcanal was a logical other option. The other issue, MacArthur aside, was that the Japanese were already there. Henderson Field, or the airfield that would later become Henderson Field, was taking shape, and if the US didn't do something about that, then the Japanese would have a land-based airfield which could threaten or even cut the supply and communication lines between the US and Australia, which would make things a lot more difficult going forward. So from a strategic point of view, once the Japanese started construction on the airfield that would become Henderson Field, the US was pretty much committed to going in and taking it away from them and keeping it away from them at that point, because otherwise everything else in that theatre would probably go very, very badly for them. Peter Guy asks, without getting into extensive histories of amphibious operations, can you please highlight 2 to 3 key ways in which Allied amphibious operations improved from the time the US entered the war, for example Operation Torch, as compared to the end of the war, say Iwo Jima? So one of the more obvious ways was the extent of offshore fire support. So you look at Operation Torch, there were quite a number of ships involved, but direct heavy gunfire support was largely restricted to USS Massachusetts, and direct air support was Ranger and a handful of escort carriers. Whereas by Iwo Jima, there were quite a few more battleships and many, many more aircraft carriers offering air support and gunfire support. And of course, in the intervening period, you had things like D-Day, where there were ships of all shapes and sizes scattered out along the bay, get the reference, but they were all offering gunfire support of various calibers. And of course you had, in that case, not carrier-based air support, but land-based air support launching off of UK air bases. Then you also have the development of more specialist amphibious assault vehicles. So early on in the war, if you wanted to land armoured support, it would be the same tanks and armoured cars that you would find in any other land battle, just being chucked off of landing ships and landing craft. Whereas, certainly by D-Day and thereafter in the latter part of the Pacific campaign, you'd have mine flail tanks, flamethrower tanks, engineering, demolition tanks, etc., which obviously significantly helped the availability of not just armoured support, but specific armoured support designed to deal with beach obstacles like beach-laden minefields and pillboxes and so forth. And I guess a subsidiary of the availability of more gunfire support was also the nature of gunfire support. So early on amphibious operations, the gunfire support was largely medium or long range, whereas by the time you get to things like D-Day, and then obviously, as I said, later on in the Pacific campaign, by that point people have figured out that at least destroyers and some cruisers can actually get much, much closer in and provide much more, if you want to call it, tactical fire support. It's not exactly the right term, but if, for example, you're a bunch of troops going ashore, in the early amphibious operations, your offshore fire support will be targeting sort of coastal defences and that kind of major scale enemy emplacements, but they're not going to be targeting, say, the bunker that's at the top of the beach that you're landing on, A, because they probably can't hit it, and B, because they can't necessarily hit it directly, you're probably in the circular error of probability of where that shell's going to land. Whereas if you get destroyers and cruisers moving in very close to the shore, they can offer that kind of more direct fire support because they can guarantee that they probably aren't going to hit you and have a half-decent chance of hitting or at least suppressing the enemy. Matt the Geek asks, was Imperial Japan aware of the issues with the Mark 14 torpedo, and is there any indication that they would have developed a stronger anti-submarine doctrine if the Mark 14 had been properly operational from the beginning of the war? As far as I know, the Japanese were aware that the Mark 14 did have a certain amount of malfunction going on with it. Apart from anything else, they'd have to have been blind not to notice reports from their ships of, enemy sub fired torpedoes at us. They exploded 50 yards short, or we spotted the tracks and they just went straight under us, and so on and so forth. But whilst they were aware of these malfunctions, as far as my research goes, I can't see any indication that they specifically were telling their captains, what, the American subs torpedoes really are just terrible. But similar to the question earlier about Japanese anti-sub doctrine, yes, I suspect if the Mark 14 had worked properly and had been cutting swathes through Japanese shipping in 1942, that probably would have forced a much bigger reaction amongst the Japanese Navy to develop anti-submarine forces and technology, which probably would have had a far more significant effect because, of course, if that had kick-started their ideas in 42 and early 43, they would have been in a better place to actually manufacture and crew their anti-submarine vessels in the first place, and B, they, at least in theory, would have a larger fleet base to start from, as opposed to when they were beginning to get the idea of just how badly they needed new and updated anti-submarine warfare techniques historically. They were being pulled between pillar and post by many other demands. Odd Engineering Questions asks, when do you fire the guns in an age of sail passing engagement? Do you wait until both ships are at the same height and fire the entire broadside at once? Do the bow guns fire as the bow of the enemy is in sight and then the subsequent guns fire at each other? Or is there room for improvement, i.e. do you concentrate your fire on the bow of the enemy? Short answer, yes. Long answer, you can do any of these things. You can wait until both ships are basically parallel to each other and unleash everything at once. That's certainly something that some ships did. You could do what's called a rolling broadside, which would be wait until the enemy is mostly alongside and then ripple your fire down the length of your ship. And that would have a slight concentrating effect, but usually they wouldn't kind of wait and say, okay, well, the bowmost guns are directly amidships of the enemy. We're going to fire them, and then we're going to wait until the next guns are in exactly the same place and fire them. Because apart from anything else, even at 4, 5, 6, 8 knots, that kind of timing when you'd basically have to be running down the deck giving individual firing orders, it's not really going to happen. And also, you don't necessarily want to be shooting the same place over and over and over and over again, because all that's going to do is make sure maybe that 1 or 2 gun crews on the enemy side are extra dead, and if you're talking about a first-rate battle line, the other 50 or so gun crews are not and will be pasting your entire length. So you want to spread your fire out somewhat to try and cripple as many of the enemy's guns and gunners as you can, as quickly as you can. In terms of concentrating fire on portions of the enemy ship, that would usually be reserved for when you have a raking position, either across the bow or the stern, because one, the target's a lot smaller, you physically can't get all your guns to bear quickly on that. So at that point you would have, say the first half dozen guns on the gun deck would fire at the, let's say, the stern of the ship, and as the ship passes and as the other guns bear, they will add their fire to that. But that's, let's say, raking, which at that point any raking shot is going to do a lot of damage as it travels down the length of the ship. Concentrating specific fire on places like the enemy mast or steering positions would usually be reserved for specially trained gun crews with picked guns, if the captain of that ship had chosen to undertake that kind of training for his vessels. And that could be quite helpful, obviously, at knocking down enemy masts, disabling their ability to steer and so forth. And sometimes there'd be more than one particularly chosen and picked gun crew who'd be trying to do that. You could aim your entire broadside at an enemy's masts and so forth, and people quite often did, depending on the navy, but that wasn't so much a concentration of fire as, you know, we're just sending the broadside at that large target area of the ship as opposed to the other large target area of the ship, which would of course be the hull. Hi Bacon Bomb asks, how was USS Laffey DD-742 able to survive multiple kamikaze and bomb hits? Was it just sheer luck, the design of the Alan M. Sumner class, or something else? So to a certain degree, Laffey is a prime example of the saying, you don't sink ships by letting air in the top, you sink ships by letting water in the bottom. Now, obviously, she took a phenomenal amount of pounding, bomb hits, near misses from bombs, kamikazes hitting her, being strafed, things being set on fire. But ultimately, what tends to sink ships is either massive amounts of water being let in the bottom from breaches in the hull, massive amounts of flooding causing destabilization and capsize, the magazines exploding, or the engines being crippled so that she's left helpless and can be further attacked and usually is then abandoned. And in Laffey's case, apart from a small magazine fire which they managed to put out, none of those things happened to her. She did have leaks below the waterline, but no massive gaping holes, so she wasn't going to flood. She didn't have catastrophic flooding from other sources, so she wasn't going to roll over and sink through loss of stability. She had huge amounts of issues, topside fires, etc., etc., but as long as they could be kept under control, Laffey would remain afloat, and that was basically what the crew had to do. So it's a combination of, to a degree, luck in that the Japanese never managed to put a major hole in her below the waterline, which any number of the crashing kamikazes might well have been able to do if they hit slightly differently, and the crew were well trained enough that the fires, which could have spread out of control and still destroyed the ship or forced its abandonment, were not allowed to do so. And that brings us to the end of this month's Patreon Drydock. Well done, you survived. Just a couple of quick bits of channel admin. The America trip schedule should be, at the time that this is released to the general public, i.e. lunchtime on Sunday the 30th of January 2022, the trip schedule should be on the website drakinafil.co.uk under the section America Trip, so feel free to peruse that. The only slight complication we're having at the moment is that the US Embassy in London, well, first they refused to take any payment for Mrs Drach's visa. I don't know why. Everything worked at our end, and then when we asked, well, where's our booking for visa application, because Mrs Drach is from South Africa and therefore can't get a standard ESTA visa, they said, oh no, well, we didn't receive the payment. Well, then you need to upgrade your computer systems. Subsequently, they decided their system, despite being exactly the same system, putting exactly the same data, did decide to accept the payment for the visa application, only to say, oh, we're very sorry, you can't have a visa application appointment until November. So your choices are either don't come to America, or you can accept the November booking and then ask for an expedited appointment, but we have no idea whether you'll get one or whether that will be before April. Yay! So that's going to be fun. If any of you who have survived this far happen to know anything about kicking visa applications up the backside to get them to actually occur in something approximating a reasonable time period, please do let me know. Ideally by Discord message or email. But yeah, that's a little bit of a problem. I mean, I've got my ESTA visa approved. That's not an issue because obviously I have a British passport. But it would be a bit of a kick in the teeth, both just generally and also finance-wise, since I have already booked the tickets, because I thought visa application systems might be somewhat near, reasonable time periods. Yeah, it'd be a bit of a shame if Mrs Drach isn't able to come, but oh well, such is life. Anyway, that's it for this week. See you all again in another video.